On the fateful day of May 31, 2007, Alan Bailey's heart was filled with unease after seeing his daughter, Kate Beagley, brimming with excitement as she prepared for a night out. Little did he know that this ordinary evening would turn into a terrifying mystery. Their last encounter occurred on May 30. Kate's excitement about her plans became contagious around 6:30 p.m. Alan smiled as he left her, unaware that it would be his last time seeing her. But on May 31, as the day progressed without Kate's presence, concern began to grow. Kate was a dedicated and driven woman who was 32 years old at the time. She had a degree in sports administration and had spent a decade climbing the ranks at British Gas, demonstrating her dedication and ambition. Her strong work ethic and vibrant personality made her a popular figure at her workplace. What set Kate apart was her unwavering bond with her loved ones. She was the type of person who stayed in touch, providing a reassuring presence in the lives of her friends and family. When she did not show up for appointments or work on May 31, her father became concerned. Alan felt uneasy about his daughter's character. It had been less than 24 hours since they had last seen each other, but something felt off. Kate's absence was out of character, and the silence in her Walton-on-Thames apartment spoke louder than words. Unable to ignore his instincts, Alan took the step that no parent wants to take. He reported his daughter missing to the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would eventually solve the mystery surrounding Kate's sudden disappearance. The story takes a chilling turn when Kate's friends reveal crucial information to the police. They told the police that on that fateful night of May 30, she agreed to a first date with a man she had met a few weeks before. This man was Carl Taylor, a 27-year-old fitness trainer. Kate Carl's paths crossed in central London on May 18. When they met at a club, Carl approached her with charm and charisma, and Kate gave him her contact information. In the days that followed, they exchanged text messages and eventually agreed on a date of May 30. Kate was open with her friends about her plans, including her upcoming date with Carl. They were going to meet at the Roebuck Bar, which had a beautiful view of the Thames. The night went as planned, and Kate texted several of her friends throughout their date. But, as the evening progressed, those messages would be her last known communication. After that, silence enveloped her, and her whereabouts remained a haunting mystery. The police naturally questioned Carl Taylor about Kate's disappearance. Initially, he claimed ignorance of her whereabouts or what had happened following their date. However, his account quickly began to shift and fluctuate. He claimed that Kate had dropped him off at Twickenham after their date. However, his story kept changing, and he remained uncooperative, refusing to answer some questions, leading to his arrest on suspicion of kidnapping. As the investigation progressed, Carl Taylor eventually dashed any remaining hope that Kate was still alive. He admitted to a heinous crime, stabbing Kate to death while they were sitting on a bench on Richmond Hill. He then revealed that he had taken her lifeless body to a nature reserve in Hertfordshire, where it was partially concealed near a car park. Following his confession, Carl led the police to the grim location where he had disposed of Kate's and their bodies among the nettles. They discovered a tragic truth. Despite his confessions to police, Carl Taylor shockingly entered a not guilty plea when charged with murder, setting the stage for a tumultuous legal battle and a search for justice in a case. In court, the prosecution presented a compelling case against Carl Taylor, alleging that he went on a date with Kate Beagley with the sinister intent to murder her and steal her car. The narrative presented to the court unfolded as follows. On the night of May 30, their date began as scheduled. They drove to a picture-perfect spot on Richmond Hill with stunning views of the Thames and entered the Roebuck Bar. They went there to buy drinks and spend some time. They then moved outside to a bench, as is customary in the scenic area, where people often gather to admire the breathtaking views. The court heard this while they were inside Roebuck Bar. Kate didn't seem to be interested in Carl. The court heard critical testimony from a woman named Maureen Rong Khan, who was present at the bar that evening. Maureen stated that as soon as they sat down, the girl had her head down, texting on her mobile phone. There was no conversation, only he spoke to her. She continued texting. She was still texting as they left. The prosecution claimed that once they were outside and away from potential witnesses, Carol launched a vicious, frenzied attack on Kate, which resulted in her tragic death. Carl, according to the court, came prepared for this heinous act, having stolen scissors and a carving knife from a friend's house prior to the date. Surprisingly, he had kept the knife hidden up his sleeve while in Kate's company at the bar, an unsettling detail that would later become a critical component of the case. The prosecutor informed the court that Carl gave the police varying accounts of what happened that night. In one of these accounts, Carl admitted to stabbing Kate during an argument and saying the chilling words, "All I want is your car." He then revealed that she pushed me away. She grabbed me, so I stabbed her in the throat. I constantly hurt her neck because she was aiming for my face. The gruesome reality of the situation became clear when the court learned that Kate had 31 stab wounds on her face and neck. Further disturbing revelations gripped the courtroom, as it was revealed that Carl Taylor brutally stabbed Kate to death before placing her lifeless body in the trunk of her own car and driving through London's streets. As he drove, he had a phone conversation with his girlfriend Lauren. Sean Luck. Lauren had no idea where he had been or what had happened. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including CCTV footage that captured Carl's calculated actions at 12:20 on May 31. The footage showed Carl driving Kate's car into a garage and then refueling the vehicle. Surprisingly, he interacted with other drivers on the forecourt, appearing relaxed and unconcerned. Despite the grisly secret hidden in the car's trunk, Carl removed Kate's clothing and attempted to meticulously wash away any potential DNA traces from her body using bottles of mineral water found in her car. In a chilling display of detachment, he disposed of Kate's lifeless body among the nettles in the woods. Carl returned home and shockingly displayed Kate's stolen car to friends and family, flaunting it. He also sold Kate's phone to an acquaintance and generously distributed Marks and Spencer gift cards found in Kate's car's glove box to friends. During the subsequent investigation, police were able to locate Kate's car and recover the knife used as the murder weapon. They also recovered Kate's clothing and personal belongings, which added to the evidence of a cold-blooded crime. The courtroom drama surrounding Kate Beagley's tragic death took an unexpected turn when the defense presented a vastly different view of the case. Despite Carl Taylor's conflicting statements to the police, the defense claimed he was not responsible for Kate's death. Instead, they claimed Kate killed herself because of her alleged dark and cold side. In an unexpected twist, Carl testified at the trial that Kate committed suicide by intentionally moving her head onto his knife. He claimed that just before this tragic incident, Kate confided in him about her problems. Carl admitted to bringing the knife that night because he was feeling suicidal. According to his account, when the knife fell from his sleeve, Kate grabbed it and started prodding herself in the neck. Under cross-examination by the prosecutor, Carl was asked to describe and demonstrate how Kate could have inflicted 31 injuries on herself. He hesitated and declined to give a detailed account, citing emotional distress. However, the judge in the case reminded him of his responsibility as a witness to answer the questions posed. The judge insisted Carl show the jury how Kate met her tragic death, saying, "You are not going to boss us around. You are not there to dictate terms. You are there to show how she lost her life." To demonstrate the events, the prosecutor created a makeshift paper knife about 6 inches long and asked Carl to reenact the scene. Carl cautiously prided himself in the neck with the paper knife, recounting how he had discovered Kate had died. He described breaking down in tears and lying on the grass, staring at the sky. The prosecution argued that Carl's claim that Kate remained standing while inflicting these wounds was implausible. Among the 31 injuries she'd sustained, some had severed her carotid artery and jugular vein, making it extremely unlikely that she would have remained on her feet. The prosecutor also questioned Carl about his background as a fitness instructor with martial arts training, asking why he didn't intervene to assist Kate. Carl's response was simple: it was an awkward situation. The jury deliberated for only 2 hours before reaching a guilty verdict. They found Carl Taylor's latest account of events that night unconvincing, and he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 30 years behind bars. Alan Beagley's moving words following Carl's life sentence revealed the deep pain and sorrow that his family has experienced. On Wednesday, May 30, 2007, I left my only daughter, Kate, looking forward to an evening out. She was brutally murdered by the man she had gone to meet, and we never saw her again. Since then, our lives have been turned upside down. Kate was a loving, thoughtful daughter, sister, and friend who cared about us all just as much as we did her. She was a lot of fun to be around, and everyone who knew her will miss her greatly. She had a gung-ho attitude toward life and lived it to the full. We cherish and are grateful. We cherish and are grateful for all of the memories of our wonderful time together. Kate's family and friends have been devastated by her tragic and unexpected death, and I speak for everyone when I say that our lives will never be the same again. Our family has been devastated, and life without Kate feels empty and meaningless. The worst episode of our lives has now been resolved through the judicial system. However, we must now rebuild our lives around the void left by Kate's tragic death, recalling the positive impact she had on all of us. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a fateful November morning, a chilling and mysterious crime took place in the quiet suburbs. An apartment complex was on fire, and a 911 call would set off a terrifying chain of events. Today was a tragic day. Nobody suspected that this fire was anything more than an unfortunate accident. It concealed a sinister story of murder, betrayal, and meticulously planned cruelty. The tragic events of November 28, 2014, in Fort Worth, Texas, provide a chilling picture of a heinous crime. Ashley Ann Harris, a 31-year-old apartment complex resident, was the target of a brutal and deliberate attack. The sequence of events on that fateful day raised disturbing questions about the motivation behind this heinous act. The incident began with a 911 call from a concerned resident of the same apartment complex. They reported a fire in one of the units, which prompted emergency personnel to rush to the scene. They had no idea that this would escalate into a murder investigation. Ashley and Harris were the tenants of the apartment that caught fire. At first, no one could tell whether Ashley was inside the burning apartment or not. Firefighters bravely battled the blaze and eventually brought it under control. Only after the fire was extinguished did the horrifying truth become apparent. Ashley Harris had been inside her apartment the entire time, and her body led police to believe that the fire was not an accident. Ashley's lifeless body was covered in a pool of blood, indicating that she had been brutally beaten. Her hands and ankles were bound with duct tape, leaving her defenseless. The signs of violence did not end there. Her body was covered in burn marks, and she had gone through the agony of strangulation. To make matters even worse, there were knife wounds in the throat. As investigators dug deeper into the case, it became clear that this was no ordinary tragic accident or random act of violence. It was a meticulously planned and horrifically carried out murder. The evidence indicated that someone intentionally set fire to the apartment after committing this heinous crime. The perpetrator had poured rubbing alcohol throughout Ashley's apartment, including her bed, in an attempt to erase any evidence of their actions. The fire, however, had failed to conceal the gruesome truth. One perplexing aspect of this case was the apparent lack of any motivation. Ashley's keys were the only thing missing from her apartment, leaving investigators perplexed. What could motivate someone to commit such a heinous and merciless attack on an innocent woman? The investigation into Ashley and Harrison murders would undoubtedly be difficult and heartbreaking, as law enforcement sought answers, justice, and closure for her bereaved family members. The police went on a search for answers. Their journey started with interviews with Ashley's neighbors. Among them was Stephen Lee, a man who lived in the next apartment. He described a peculiar sighting at around 6:30 a.m. the fateful morning. While having a cigarette on his balcony, he noticed an unfamiliar car parked nearby. The vehicle in question was a sleek black Infiniti Gay 35, a rarity in their quiet neighborhood. This observation would prove to be a critical clue in the ongoing mystery. However, Stephen Lee's account was not the only piece of the puzzle. Another neighbor, Patrick Sweet, lived directly below Ashley's apartment. He made a chilling revelation to the police. At around 7:30 a.m., Patrick was startled out of his morning routine by a blood-curdling scream from above. Alarmed and disturbed, he heard a series of unsettling noises, including what appeared to be a heavy thud and frantic gasping breaths. Fear gripped him, but the blaring alarm of his carbon monoxide detector jolted him into action. He realized there was a fire going on, so he called 911 right away to solve the mystery surrounding Ashley's death. The police meticulously tracked her movements on the day in question. Ashley worked as an assistant manager at an American Eagle store inside the Hulan Mall. Their investigation revealed that on Thanksgiving Day, She dined with her close friend Alexis Torres and a group of acquaintances in one of their complex's apartments. Ashley left for work after finishing his meal. The Black Friday sales frenzy made for a long and demanding night. During Ashley's work shift, Alexis graciously took on the responsibility of caring for his beloved dog, Null Ashley. Ashley returned home in the early hours of the morning. Around 3:15 a.m., Alexis paid a brief visit before leaving after 4 a.m. It was at this point that the timeline became crucial to the investigation. Ashley's untimely death was believed to have occurred between 4:15 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. Given the urgency of the situation, authorities were eager to find and speak with the owner of the mysterious black Infiniti D35. I hope to shed light on what occurred during those fateful hours. The search for answers had only just begun, and the peace of the small towns was at stake. When the police learned about the black Infiniti D35, they decided to question Alexis Ashley's friend, who claimed she didn't know who owned the vehicle. However, a tip from Ashley's boss, Christopher "Chris" Gravy, piqued their curiosity. He told the cops he knew someone who drove such a car, a woman named Carol Cervantes. Carter had previously worked at the same American Eagle store as Ashley, but was let go in August. With this lead in hand, the police began surveillance on Carter's home. Their patience paid off the following Saturday at 8 a.m. when they saw Carter leave her apartment and get into her Infiniti 35, accompanied by a man. The man then drove her to Hulen Mall, where he dropped her off at the entrance before parking. The police approached him for questioning and discovered that he was Clarence David Mallory Carter's boyfriend and a former employee of the same American Eagle store. Clarence was arrested after failing to produce his driver's license upon request. Officers at the police station noticed unusual details about him. He was wearing a brand new ski mask with no visible wear, and the plastic price tag fastener was still attached. Furthermore, there appeared to be a recent injury to his lower lip, which was visibly swollen. Despite their arrest, Clarence and Carter were not found inside the mall. Despite being seen entering, she was later located at her apartment complex, where she appeared to be doing laundry. Taken in for questioning, she initially claimed not to have left the apartment complex that day. Surveillance footage, however, contradicted her statement by clearly showing her leaving the mall and heading home. The police suspected that she had seen them talking to Clarence in the mall parking lot and then decided to walk the 2 miles home. Notably, they found superficial scratches on her arms. As the pieces of this puzzling story fell into place, the police faced the daunting task of determining whether Carter and Clarence were involved in Ashley's tragic death. And if so, determining the motive for the tragic events that had occurred. The ongoing investigation into Ashley's tragic death took a chilling turn as new evidence surfaced, painting a disturbing picture of the events leading up to the crime. The discovery of Ashley's missing keys was a watershed moment in the investigation, as it was revealed that these keys also provided access to the American Eagle store where she worked. This revelation led the police to believe that Carter and Clarence had planned to kill Ashley because they knew her keys could open the store's safe. Their sinister plan appeared to involve stealing tens or thousands of dollars, most likely from Black Friday sales. On a fateful Saturday morning, they carried out their plan with Ashley's keys. However, when they arrived at the store, they discovered an unexpected obstacle. The locks had already been changed. The wording of the robbery attempt, as well as the search of Carter and Clarence's apartment, turned up additional incriminating evidence. They discovered a plastic tub filled with bungee cords and a rope. A kitchen drawer contained a lock, a TASR box, and discarded duct tape strands. They also discovered a damaged deadbolt lock on other locks, which appeared to have been used for practice. Each is labeled as a lock-picking practice lock, with the black Infiniti D35. A vehicle central to the investigation also harbored sinister secrets. Inside the car, police discovered a plastic bag hidden within a black trash bag, as well as a sharpening stone, most likely used for a knife, a 9mm cartridge, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, and a buck knife with a sheath. Notably, they discovered a toboggan with a hole cut in it, an unopened tarp, and a kitchen knife. Perhaps most concerning was the discovery of a loaded Glock 19 with a bullet in the chamber concealed beneath the driver's seat. These compelling pieces of evidence painted a troubling picture of Carter and Clarence's roles in Ashley's murder. Both individuals were charged with capital murder, and the state chose not to pursue the death penalty, instead seeking life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for both defendants. Despite the overwhelming evidence against them, Carter and Clarence maintained their pleas of not guilty, setting the stage for a tense legal battle that would determine their fate. The legal proceedings in the cases of Carter Cervantes and David Mallory were conducted separately, but the prosecution presented a largely consistent narrative for each defendant. However, since Carter's case was heard first, the emphasis was on establishing her as the alleged mastermind behind the crime. In the eyes of the prosecution, Carter and Clarence had multiple reasons for wanting to harm Ashley. For starters, they assumed the pair wanted Ashley's keys, which would grant them access to the store safe and the large sum of money they assumed was inside, especially after the lucrative Black Friday sales. Furthermore, the prosecution claimed that Carter and Clarence sought vengeance on Ashley. They blamed her for their job terminations, adding to the personal animosity in the situation. The court proceedings delved into the backgrounds of the parties involved. In June 2014, Ashley had been appointed to manage the store temporarily while Chris was on medical leave. Her supervisor, Carter, and the store's assistant manager had all played important roles in the operation. Significantly, she had also hired her boyfriend to work with her at the same establishment. On August 24, 2014, a sum of $18,000 mysteriously vanished from the safe at the American Eagle store. Carter became suspicious when Ashley, who was in charge of locking up the store that night, discovered that the back door had been left unlocked. Clarence was identified as the person who accessed the safe and stole the money, according to surveillance footage. This discovery sparked a series of events that would eventually lead to a tragic outcome. Chris, Ashley's supervisor, found out after the theft that Carter had hired Clarence. Surprisingly, Clarence had previous experience with the American Eagle brand, having worked at an Amarillo location. However, his record in the American Eagle system was marked as non-rehirable, indicating that he should not be employed at any of the brand's locations. Chris made a startling discovery. Carter had manipulated the clearance personnel file by changing his social security number and name in the system to avoid detection and red flags. This revelation indicated a disturbing level of collusion between Carter and Clarence. As tensions rose, it became clear that Carter and Clarence had planned to kidnap Ashley and take her keys. Their cell phones held incriminating evidence, including photos of Ashley's apartment door, and vehicle. Furthermore, police found latitude and longitude coordinates on their cell phones. Detective Cedillo's testimony added to the chilling story. He revealed that one of the clearance text messages contained coordinates that, when entered into Google Earth, led to a location near Looters, Texas. Detective Cedillo made a chilling discovery at this location: a 6-foot-long, 2.5-foot-wide, 3-foot-deep hole. The prosecution claimed that the initial plan was to kidnap Ashley, threaten her with a pistol, and then kill her in a different location. However, their intentions changed when Ashley refused to allow them into her apartment, resulting in her tragic death on the premises. More unsettling evidence emerged. When police searched Clarence's and Cadillac, they discovered 2 shovels, a box of plastic sheeting, and a box of Craftsman sockets, indicating a sinister and premeditated intent. These revelations painted a disturbing picture of a well-planned crime, with Carter and Clarence allegedly motivated by both financial gain and vengeance. The prosecution called witnesses to shed more light on the tragic events leading up to Ashley's death. One such witness was Jeff Kaiser, Ashley's close neighbor and friend. Jeff described the terrifying morning when he was jolted awake by the blaring sound of fire alarms. When he realized Ashley's apartment was in danger and saw her car still parked outside, he sprang into action. He rushed upstairs without hesitation and bravely kicked down Ashley's apartment door. When Jeff entered, he was met with a scene of chaos. The apartment was filled with smoke, and water poured from the sprinkler system, creating a dangerous and disorienting environment. Despite the perilous conditions, Jeff attempted to crawl toward the kitchen to reach Ashley. However, the thick smoke quickly overwhelmed him, forcing him to retreat for some fresh air. Undeterred, he made 2 more valiant attempts, but the smoke was too dense to navigate. Fortunately, firefighters had arrived on the scene to take over the rescue efforts, and an arson investigator provided crucial information about the cause of the fire. He testified that he identified several points of origin for the fire, including the bed, Ashley's body, and the closet. A particularly disturbing discovery was that the smoke detector had been purposefully removed and was hidden beneath the mattress. These findings suggested a sinister and deliberate act aimed at concealing the fire and complicating Ashley's chances of survival. The courtroom drama continues with a string of compelling events and testimonies. The prosecution presented surveillance footage from the front of the American Eagle store, which showed a mysterious figure attempting to manipulate the gate lock around 2 a.m. On November 29, the person's face was concealed, but the prosecution claimed it was Carter. It was clear they were attempting to unlock and raise the gate, but their efforts were futile because the locks had been changed. This suggested that Carter's intentions were related to the store or the crime. The court heard that Carter and Clarence returned to the mall at 8 a.m. On the same day, they were unknowingly under police surveillance. This raised questions about their actions and intentions, especially given their previous unsuccessful attempt to enter the store. Clarence was arrested in the mall's parking lot and during his interaction with police. He claimed Carter had entered the mall to get some documents. However, when the police searched the mall, Carter was nowhere to be found. She was eventually found at her apartment complex, raising questions about her whereabouts and movements. Dr. Richard Fries, a deputy medical examiner with the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, provided crucial information about Ashley's injuries. The autopsy revealed a harrowing picture of her physical injuries. Ashley suffered numerous injuries, including lacerations to her scalp, cheeks, and the left side of her face. Her right side was marked by a patterned bruise, and there were other bruises between her eyes and around her left eye. She had scrapes and laceration marks on her lip, as well as a chin scrape. Perhaps most disturbingly, there was a star-shaped laceration with a bruise behind her left ear, which the medical examiner determined was caused by a pistol blow. The testimony painted a bleak picture of Ashley's ordeal, implying that she had been brutally beaten. Ashley sustained several injuries, including a knife wound to her neck, as well as bruises and abrasions on her neck, chest, and right arm. Dr. Fries, a witness in the case, testified that Ashley's facial injuries were caused by multiple blows. He also mentioned the presence of paddock A in Ashley's eyes, implying asphyxia or strangulation. He concluded that Ashley died from asphyxiation and blunt force trauma to the head and neck, ruling her death a homicide. The courtroom drama surrounding Carter's trial was both captivating and heartbreaking. Her defense strategy was based on the claim that she had no role in Ashley's tragic death. In a courageous move, she took the stand to testify in her own defense, revealing the layers of fear and manipulation that had shrouded her life. Carter's testimony painted a disturbing picture of her relationship with Clarence, describing him as controlling and menacing. She revealed that he had chilling control over her daily life, even dictating when she could eat and drink. The courtroom hung on her every word, as she admitted to attempting to rob the American Eagle store, but she insisted that the crime was coerced by clearances and menacing threats. She described a terrifying moment in which he brandished a gun and ordered her to commit the theft. To add to her anguish, he claimed that there was a lurking danger outside her parents' house, threatening their lives if she refused to steal the money. Carter's story became darker when she described a horrific incident in which she claimed to have been raped by two unknown men. Clarence, she claimed, allowed these assailants into her apartment, and she was subjected to unspeakable brutality. Carter maintained her innocence on the night Ashley was murdered. She testified that she was in her bed, sound asleep, and had no knowledge of Clarence's whereabouts at the time. She vehemently denied any involvement in Ashley's death and insisted that she had no role in the tragic event. Despite Carter's compelling testimony, the jury remained skeptical in a remarkably swift decision. They arrived at a guilty verdict after only 2 hours. Carter was sentenced to life without parole. The case did not end there. Clarence will appear in court, maintaining his innocence in Ashley's murder. His claims, however, were met with similar silence. The jury, clearly unconvinced by his claims, found him guilty as charged. Like Carter, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Irene Cortez case, a tragic accident or a planned murder of a mother of many. A scorned woman is said to be capable of unpredictable and desperate acts, the most fearsome of which is cold and cruel revenge. But what about the scorned man? Many people believe that an offended man will either resort to physical violence, drown his sorrows in alcohol, or combine the two. Men, on the other hand, tend to hold fewer grudges and can be more inventive when it comes to vengeance. The case of Irene Cortez, a Spanish citizen who died mysteriously during a trip to Colombia, is complex and ambiguous. While her assailants were apprehended, convicted, and are currently serving lengthy sentences, the deceased woman's family claims the true perpetrator is still at large and portraying himself as a victim. Let us begin by delving into this complex story and determining whether a third party was involved or if the murder was unintentional. It's worth noting that each party is still attempting to prove their version of the truth. Who was Irene Cortez? Irene Cortez, born Lucas, was born in 1980 in the sunny city of Granada, Spain, which is the capital of the same province. She grew up in a wealthy family with a brother and sister. Her parents operated a small but profitable business. According to some reports, her father died young, but her mother, Maria Lucas, took over the business, expanded it, and made sure her children had everything they needed. Maria's older brother, Uncle Pedro Lucas, was also very helpful. Irene was the oldest of the three children. A beautiful and sociable girl, she enjoyed being the center of attention and was drawn to boys from a young age. She married shortly after finishing school and was already pregnant. She gave birth to her first child at the age of 17, and 2 years later, she had her second. Despite being a young mother, her mother and uncle provided her with significant support, allowing her to continue her education. Irene relocated to Malaga, a resort city, with her husband and 2 children in early 2000. She opened an entertainment venue, which quickly became popular and profitable. Originally a small disco bar, it grew into a full-fledged nightclub in Malaga. The couple had their third child, and life appeared prosperous and stable. At the age of 25, Irene's husband was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison for trafficking illegal substances. Tragically, he died in prison under mysterious circumstances. Irene was solely responsible for raising her children. Irene was determined to persevere after witnessing her mother raising 3 children on her own. She ran her business successfully, made good money, and had big plans for the future. Relationship with Farid Linus Ariza. Farid Linus Ariza, a native of Barranquilla, Colombia, was born in 1976. He grew up in a large, impoverished family as the youngest of 6 siblings. His parents divorced in the early 1990s when he was still a teenager. His older siblings had become self-sufficient by then, so Farid remained with his mother. Farid moved to Spain with his elderly mother in 2001 at the age of 25 in search of a better life. They settled in Malaga, and Farid worked any job he could to support himself and his mother. In 2005, he began working as a waiter at a nightclub owned by Irene. Irene immediately recognized Farid's dedication and dependability. She was also attracted to him, and Farid did his best to please her. Irene's husband was incarcerated at the time, and she had planned to file for divorce, but was unable to do so before his untimely death. Irene and Farid's employee relationship quickly developed into romance. Farid was not put off by Irene's 3 children from previous relationships, nor was Irene concerned about Farid's humble background as a waiter whose salary she paid. Within months of starting their relationship, the couple decided to live together. They moved into Irene's spacious apartment, and soon after, Irene became pregnant with Farid's child. They had 2 children together. It's unclear whether they were legally married, but Irene retained her first husband's surname, while Farid's children took the surname Linus Ariza. Surname: imprisonment and infidelity. In 2009, Irene's past appeared to repeat itself. Farid, like her first husband, was arrested for distributing illegal substances and sentenced to prison. Irene was once again left alone, but this time with 5 children. Farid was sentenced to 3 years, but served only 1.5, being released early due to good behavior and cooperation with the investigation. However, shortly after Farid's imprisonment, Irene found solace in the arms of another man and lived with him for 1.5 years. Farid learned of her infidelity only after he was released. Understandably enraged, he threatened Irene and her lover and nearly assaulted the man, narrowly avoiding another legal scuffle. They eventually reached a peaceful resolution to the situation. Farid forgave Irene for the sake of their children, and they resumed their relationship as if the imprisonment and infidelity had never happened. Irene's relatives were always skeptical of Farid. Her mother and uncle disapproved of their relationship, believing Farid was only interested in Irene's money. Furthermore, Iran's older children from her first marriage rejected Farid, whereas the youngest, whom Farid had raised since the child was 2, saw him as a father figure. A fateful trip to Colombia. Farid, Irene's husband, expressed a desire to return to Colombia due to his father's serious illness in early 2011. According to reports, Farid's estranged father has been diagnosed with advanced cancer, and his sister in Barranquilla informed him of the dire situation. Irene, who had long wanted to visit Farid's homeland, agreed to accompany him. She was excited to meet Farid's father, whom she had never met before, as well as participate in the legendary Barranquilla Carnival, which takes place in late February. Furthermore, Irene, who had not taken a vacation in years, due to her commitment to her job and raising her 5 children, saw this trip as an opportunity for a much-needed break. The couple planned a 10-day trip across the ocean, with Irene's mother and younger sister agreeing to look after her children during this time. Despite her mother Maria Lucas's attempts to dissuade her from the journey due to a bad omen, Irene ignored her fears. At the same time, the family was experiencing financial difficulties due to a seasonal downturn in their business. Despite this, Irene had personal savings of $3,000 in cash hidden at home, but on the eve of their trip, she discovered the money had mysteriously vanished, nearly derailing their plans. Irene quickly borrowed the money from her uncle and close friends. She also reserved their flight tickets in a hotel in the city center, thoroughly preparing for what would tragically be her final journey. Mysterious murder. On February 27th of 2011, the couple arrived in Colombia. The flight was uneventful, and they immediately checked into their hotel. Irene called home to reassure her mom. However, 2 days later, Farid informed Irene's eldest son, 14, that his mother had died. Farid initially claimed an accident, but it was later discovered that Irene was murdered during a robbery at a Barranquilla entertainment venue. The case quickly became a major headline in Colombia. The story was that Irene, a Spanish tourist, was murdered by robbers who fled the scene, sparking a citywide police manhunt. However, the circumstances surrounding the robbery and murder appeared unusual and suspicious. The attackers did not appear to be attempting to steal anything. Instead, they shot Irene in the heart and fled quickly. Police and local media representatives arrived quickly. Despite the fact that Farid witnessed his partner's shooting during an interview with journalists, he appeared calm, not like a grieving widower. The Spanish embassy in Bogotá confirmed the murder and stated that Irene's remains would be repatriated following the necessary investigations. Investigators are still determining the exact events of the night of March 2nd. In the meantime, authorities are actively pursuing the perpetrators of this senseless crime. Surveillance footage. The case of Irene Cortez's mysterious death appeared to be gaining clarity. After reviewing surveillance footage from cameras installed at the murder scene on March 1st, Irene and her partner Farid Alinas Ariza had arranged to meet Farid's brother, sister, and their spouses. The 6-person group attended the carnival, walked around town, and then went to a local bar for dinner and entertainment, as suggested by Farid. By 1 a.m., Irene, Farid, and his relatives were the only customers at the bar, according to surveillance footage. Around 2 a.m., 2 young men sitting away from the crowd entered the bar. They didn't order anything and didn't appear to be comfortable, which drew the bar manager's attention due to their suspicious behavior. Furthermore, their young appearance prompted the manager to inquire as to their legal age. The young men refused to show their IDs, and when asked to leave, one of them pulled out a gun and pointed it at the manager. His accomplice produced a knife, but quickly retreated out of the camera's view. The armed assailant pushed the manager aside and approached Irene's table, announcing the robbery and demanding mobile phones and cash. His knife-wielding partner reappeared, presumably to collect valuables, while the gunman continued to threaten the group. However, he did not have the opportunity to act, confronting Irene. The gunman instructed Farid to stand for a pocket search. As Irene reached for her purse, the assailant lunged at her while holding the gun. As he grabbed the purse, he fired a shot that struck Irene directly in the chest. She collapsed on the floor as the assailants fled without taking anything. Farid and his brother pursued them while his sister attempted to stop Irene's bleeding and his brother's wife requested emergency assistance. Unfortunately, the criminals were too quick to apprehend. The men returned to the bar and attempted to help Irene. But it was too late. Emergency personnel arrived quickly, but Irene died from her injuries en route to the hospital, leaving behind a perplexing case and a bereaved family. The manhunt for the perpetrators, arrest and trial. Following the robbery and homicide that claimed Irene Cortez's life, law enforcement deployed all available resources. The city was teeming with tourists for the carnival, so ensuring their safety was critical. A reward of $10 million, or approximately $3,500, was announced for information leading to the culprits. The first suspect, gunman Brian Dario, was apprehended the following day. He promptly implicated his accomplice, Juan Carlos. Juan, 18, surrendered to authorities, hoping for leniency. During interrogation, Dario claimed that dire financial straits, debts, and a sick child in need of costly treatment drove him to commit the crime, which his relatives later confirmed. He insisted that Irene's shooting was unintentional, occurring while attempting to steal her purse. Juan Carlos claimed he was an unwitting participant. He claimed Brian did not reveal his plans, but rather requested backup in a job for which he claimed to have only a small knife for intimidation, not harm, and fled the scene when he realized Brian's intentions. However, surveillance footage contradicted his claims, revealing that he returned to Brian with both perpetrators in custody and their confessions. With prison sentences looming, the court found Dario guilty of robbery and homicide in aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to 23 years. Carlos was sentenced to 17 years for complicity in these crimes. Farid is accused, and new details about the crime have emerged. The family of the deceased woman accused Farid of orchestrating his wife's murder from the start of the investigation. Irene's mother and uncle hired a detective to conduct an independent investigation, gathering additional materials and evidence to hold the man accountable and prove his role in the crime. Starting with the previously mentioned disappearance of year 3000 from Cortez's hiding place. According to Maria Lucas, Farid was the only one who knew about the money and could have discreetly taken it. The woman told her daughter about this from the start, but she refused to listen. Now, she believed her son-in-law used the money to pay Dario to murder his wife. Another compelling argument was the man's father's fabricated illness, which he was eager to see. The elderly parent was not diagnosed with cancer, and he appeared to be in good health for his age. Farid made up this story, which served as the main pretext for the trip to Colombia. Furthermore, it was Linus Arizo who initiated the visit to that fateful establishment. Furthermore, he insisted on continuing the feast late into the night, when all of the other visitors had left and their company was alone in the hall. Furthermore, the detective conducted a detailed analysis of the camera recordings, assessing what was going on and drawing his own conclusions. He noticed that the criminals behaved strangely. Juan was obviously terrified, and he most likely had no idea what was happening. While Brian approached, the company approached Farid and raised him without directly threatening him with a gun. It appeared that the men knew each other and acted together. Then Farid moved strangely behind Irene, who was sitting at the table, and reached into her bag for her wallet. The criminal with the gun stared at the man, as if waiting for a signal. It's unclear whether he received any kind of sign when the victim and her husband returned to the camera after the shot. The man chased the killer, but the expert believes he intentionally let him escape. However, the latter statement may be considered controversial because Brian was armed and Farid could reasonably fear for his life. The man's behavior was also called into question. After his chosen one was declared dead, he willingly gave interviews to the arriving correspondents, discussing the details of what happened while remaining composed and not appearing upset or depressed. Another important question is why, after the tragedy, Linus Ariza called her 14-year-old son rather than Irene's mother, uncle, or any other adult relative. According to Maria Lucas, he intended to personally inflict pain on the teenager, punishing him for failing to recognize the stepfather's authority and treating him disrespectfully. The woman's uncle was the first to give an interview to the press, openly discussing his suspicions and the findings of the investigation. Pedro Lucas was certain that Farid had planned the trip in advance, effectively luring Efrain into a trap. The money stolen from her was used to pay for the services of a hired killer, and after her death, he intended to establish guardianship over the children and take over his wife's business. Farid's mother did not stand silently by as her son was accused of a heinous crime. Instead, she openly defended her son. The woman claimed that her offspring adored Irene and her children and would never harm them. However, the parent inadvertently said that the chosen one did not have to cheat on Farid, which greatly offended his pride. In addition, an unpleasant detail emerged about Linus Ariza leaving Spain on fake documents because he was not permitted to leave the country after being released from prison on parole. The man denied this information, claiming that he left legally and Irene served as his guarantor. Funeral without the widower. Irene's body was returned to her native Spain 12 days after the tragedy occurred. The funeral was held with a closed casket because the remains had begun to decompose after such a long time. Hundreds attended the funeral. Family, friends, neighbors, and even those who didn't know Cortez but had heard the moving story wanted to send their condolences to the family. Farid was the only person who did not attend the farewell ceremony because he was afraid of retribution if he returned from Colombia. Farid claimed that his late wife's relatives had repeatedly threatened both him and his elderly mother. As a result, before flying back to Spain, he planned to appeal to the authorities to ensure his safety. He sought a protective order so that he could attend the funeral, but his request was denied, and Linus Ariza decided not to take the risk. In response, Farid filed a court complaint against his deceased wife's relatives, alleging that they obstructed his return home. Maria and Pedro Lucas, on the other hand, denied his claims, stating that their primary concern was his return to Spain to face trial. Additional court proceedings, with new circumstances and accusations against Farid, further investigation and court proceedings were launched. Dario and Carlos, who were already serving their sentences in a Colombian prison, were questioned about their relationship with Linus Ariza and a possible premeditated conspiracy. However, Brian categorically rejected this assumption. He insisted that the murder was an accident caused by a failed robbery attempt. He claimed he had never met Farid before, let alone hired him as a hitman for his wife. The accusations appeared to be grasping at straws, with no conclusive evidence of premeditation or a contract killing, only assumptions and interpretations of the events on the recording. Dario also admitted to being under the influence of alcohol and prohibited substances that evening, which explains his poor recollection of the events. Carlos insisted that his friend had not included him in his plans, and that everything that happened in the bar was as shocking to him as it was to those they assaulted. Juan appeared to be telling the truth, but Brian's statement about who fired the fatal shot raised some doubts. Consider this. He failed to commit the robbery, was imprisoned, and his sick child received the necessary expensive treatment. Brian claimed that when kind-hearted people discovered his motivation, they helped him. However, the Lucas family's lawyers attempted to show that the year 3000 stolen from Irene, which Farid paid for her murder, was spent on treatment. Brian allegedly agreed to sacrifice himself and go to prison to save his child while secretly passing the money to his wife. This version, however, was never verified. Returned to Spain. Linus Ariza only decided to return to Spain after obtaining a court order guaranteeing his safety. A few months had passed since the tragedy, and the media frenzy had subsided. When he returned, Linus Ariza claimed to have brought investigation materials that proved his innocence in his wife's murder. He stated that his main reason for returning was to care for the children he shared with Irene, who had been cared for by the deceased's relatives while he was away. 6 months later, Farid decided to give a major interview, in which he revealed that he had lost almost everything. He was unemployed, and his passport had been revoked, preventing him from leaving the country. To make matters worse, his friends abandoned him, and his late wife's mother and uncle forbade him from seeing his children. Linus Ariza confronted Maria and Pedro Lucas in court several times. He claimed they threatened him while trying to prove his involvement in Irene's murder. However, neither side could back up their claims. Finally, the children remained in the care of their grandmother and uncle, and the widower was unable to claim any of his late wife's belongings. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Where is the line that cannot be crossed again? How does an ordinary woman go from being a loving wife and mother to a cruel murderer capable of dividing a country into two opposing groups? And how did her name become a hot topic among locals and make newspaper headlines for years? Roxana Valdez could respond to this question. Murderers do not stand out in a crowd, are unrecognizable at dinner, and may even live under the same roof without revealing their true identity. They are indistinguishable from those who have never crossed the line. Thus, no one could have predicted what Roxana did on the spring evening of April 5, 2014. And when they found out, they couldn't believe it. But let us start at the beginning. Roxanne died, and little is known about her. Despite the efforts of numerous Chilean reporters who competed to tell her story, they were unable to find much information about her. Her criminal record provided little information beyond the fact that she was born in 1957 in a small village in Chile's Punta Arenas province. That was it. Perhaps the lack of information was due to journalistic ethics, as the locals, known for their fiery tempers and unique customs, may have retaliated against Roxana and his relatives for her crime, potentially turning their lives into a living hell. Valdez married a man whose name, for unknown reasons, is either unknown to the press or not disclosed. She had a son with him, but it's clear that her marriage was not the dream every girl hopes for, as the couple split up in 2011. As a single mother in a small village with few jobs, Roxana faced significant challenges. In such communities, the primary occupation was growing and selling fruits and vegetables, and even local educational institutions emphasized agriculture. Roxana found work at the Don Gregorio boarding school, where students were trained to become agricultural technicians. She worked as a night supervisor at the school, ensuring that students slept and did not engage in disruptive activities. Her responsibilities did not include the actual care of the children. Roxana's son also attended this boarding school because she worked in the fields during the day and was unable to give him the attention he required. Claudio Munoz Ramirez, who worked at the same boarding school as Roxana, was the head of grounds maintenance. His duties often required him to work at night, which is how he met Roxana. Despite being 14 years younger than her, they had a lot to talk about. Roxana would spend entire nights discussing school issues and her own failed marriage to Claudio. They also shared similar experiences in their personal lives. Claudio had 2 daughters that he adored, but he felt disconnected from their mother and considered divorce several times. However, he stayed in the marriage because of a promise he made to her late father. Claudio appears to have forgotten his promise and began spending his free time with Roxana, away from his family. Finally, he made a decisive move. He did not explain himself to his wife. Claudio gathered his belongings and left the house. He clearly went to Roxana, who gladly accepted him into her life. Their relationship developed quickly and effectively. Roxana invited a man she barely knew into her home, with whom she had only shared nighttime conversations. She seemed to overlook the fact that there were children nearby who required constant attention. Amid these enjoyable and heartfelt conversations, Roxana failed to notice his true personality. He was actually quite temperamental and sometimes even cruel. However, it was probably too early to say who was more cruel of the two. Claudio's first serious outburst of aggression occurred inside the boarding school. On a scheduled community cleanup day, students were given different areas to clean up. Brooms, buckets, dustpans, and rags were distributed to ensure a thorough cleaning. As is often the case, some students protested and refused to participate. Claudio, who was in charge of cleanliness but had no teaching experience, became enraged by these students and threatened to beat anyone who refused to participate in the absence of teachers at night. It is unclear whether he would have carried out this threat, but the students eventually began cleaning and later complained to the principal about Claudio's threats of physical violence. The principal was displeased and requested Claudio's voluntary resignation. It's worth noting that the Don Gregorio boarding school was practically the only place in the area that provided stable and reasonably paid employment. Claudio spent some time looking for work, fields, and fruit, but it became clear that his efforts had been in vain. He and Roxana decided to seek a better life elsewhere, leaving her son at the boarding school to complete his education. They thought it was too risky to go on this adventure with him. To avoid relying on employers after being burned once, the couple decided to start their own small business, a fruit kiosk, and relocated to a favorable location, the commune of Molina, a few hours' drive from Chile's capital. This region is well known for its vineyards, which produce renowned wine brands that are exported around the world. Roxana and Claudio bought a kiosk near their new home, found suppliers for vegetables and fruits, and began their small family business. Claudio oversaw the purchase and transportation of products from suppliers to the kiosk, while Roxana was in charge of sales throughout the day, Hiring an employee was not feasible due to the additional costs. Furthermore, they feared that an employee would fail to closely monitor the perishable goods, resulting in additional losses. Claudio was visibly upset and even angry when he learned that Roxana was expecting their first child together. Perhaps it was a moment for serious thought. But Roxana, perhaps blinded by her new relationship and their thriving business, did not oppose her husband's viewpoint. She agreed that once the child was born, they would quickly turn it over to her relatives for upbringing. Unfortunately, there was no child to give away. Cloudy's behavior has dramatically changed since then. He frequently yelled at his wife and occasionally resorted to physical violence. Neighbors from nearby houses, irritated by their noisy new neighbors, frequently called the Chilean police, the Carabineros, to intervene and settle domestic disputes. When the Carabineros arrived in response to a call, they saw Roxana in tears and nearly half-naked running out of the house, followed by Claudio. Roxana confessed to the officers that she had been the victim of systematic domestic violence, which had resulted in a miscarriage. She even required psychological assistance following the incident. However, as time passed, the grievances faded and the troubled couple resumed their normal lives together. Following the incident, Claudio should have faced criminal charges, but a compassionate Roxana decided to give him another chance after obtaining a promise that it would be a one-time occurrence. Claudio promised never to repeat such behavior. His previous actions with his ex-wife, however, suggested that his words may not be taken seriously. Unfortunately, history repeats itself. Claudio temporarily stopped physically abusing Roxana, but he developed the habit of leaving the house at night to binge drink in local bars. He spent a significant portion of their family budget not only on alcohol but also on local women of questionable character. Roxana tolerated her husband's behavior, believing that Claudio would calm down once they had a child together. In a sense, she was correct. After Roxana gave birth to a healthy child in 2013, Claudio stopped carousing and fully immersed himself in their business, which needed to expand. They purchased another kiosk in the surrounding area, as well as a vehicle for product transportation. Roxana also invested in firearms for protection because they lived and worked in dangerous areas. The family's wealth rose dramatically, but only on paper. Claudio reverted to his old ways, squandering money on drinking and committing domestic violence against Roxana. In her testimony, Roxanne described the escalating abuse in her relationship with Claudio. Claudio's drinking was infrequent at first, but it quickly became more frequent. He would return home and accuse Roxana of imagined infidelities, resulting in physical and sexual abuse. Despite her pregnancy, Claudia's actions appeared deliberate, culminating in a miscarriage in August 2012 that sent Roxana into a deep depression. Claudio went out to a local bar one night and did not return home until the following morning, as is his usual routine. Roxana was used to his behavior but still worried about him. Claudio had stolen 5 million Chilean pesos, approximately $6,000, from Roxana's sale of her mother's house to spend on alcohol and brothels. This betrayal shocked Roxana because the money was for their joint business and was hidden in their daughter's room. Claudio eventually returned home late that evening. Roxana confronted him over the missing money. Claudio, uninterested in discussing the matter, hit her and admitted to squandering all of the money. This was the final straw for Roxana. Without saying anything, she went into their bedroom, retrieved a revolver meant for protection against local criminals, and shot Claudio in the chest. He died instantly, stunned by her drastic action. Roxana, equally shocked by her own actions, attempted to stop the bleeding from the fatal gunshot wound, but it was too late. The close, range shot with a .38 caliber bullet was fatal. Roxanne's desperate act was a tragic culmination of ongoing domestic turmoil. Roxanne's testimony reveals her deep regret and awareness of the immorality of her actions. She admits that when she reached for the revolver, her intention was not to intimidate Claudio, but to kill him. She recalls Claudio abusing and assaulting her numerous times, as well as her failure to report him to authorities or retract her complaint due to fear. She dreaded being alone even before they had a child together. After shooting Claudio, Roxana's immediate concern was the potential impact on their daughter, particularly if Roxana was imprisoned and the child was placed in an institution. That night, Roxana determined that the best way to handle the situation was to dispose of the body and report Claudio missing. He was aware that the police knew about his frequent disappearances during drinking binges. Disposing of the body was a difficult task for Roxana, a delicate woman who decided to remove it piece by piece. She began by severing the limbs and head with kitchen knives designed for cutting meat. This process required 5 knives because they kept doubling. Then she boiled the dismembered parts in the largest pots she had, all while playing with her young daughter, who was completely unaware of her mother's actions and her father's fate. Roxanne's calculated approach to disposing of the body while maintaining a sense of normalcy for her daughter exemplifies the complexities and desperation of her situation. The day following cooking and cooling of the body parts, Roxana organized them into plastic containers by hand, leg, head, and torso. The containers were then placed in garbage bags. She loaded the bags into her car and drove to St. Lucia, where she scattered them on a vacant lot. Before leaving, she thoroughly cleaned her home with bleach. Despite finding a suitable location, she lacked the courage to dispose of the bags from her car once she arrived in St. Lucia. Roxana's testimony revealed her internal conflict. "It's strange that I had the courage to commit such a heinous crime and dismember a human body like it was a piglet. But I couldn't bring myself to get rid of the evidence. I was nervous the entire drive, fearing that police would stop and search my car at any turn. This fear caused panic, despite the fact that I had a backup plan in place, which involved my daughter pretending to rush her to the hospital if she was stopped. I even considered pinching her to make her cry more loudly." Unable to discard the remains, Roxana returned home with them and hid the bags in the garage. She cleaned the interior of her car with bleach again and went to see Claudia's relatives, claiming that he had stolen a large sum of money and hadn't been home in days. They simply shrugged in response. She then went to see her mother and brother. Her mother was extremely concerned about Roxanne's behavior. She was not eating, had a glassy-eyed expression, and kept asking the same questions. The only question she promptly answered was about Claudio's absence, stating that he had gone to buy goods for their store, but was delayed due to a flat tire. Returning home, alone with her thoughts and the hidden evidence, Roxana broke down and called her brother for assistance. When he arrived, she confessed all and showed him the containers. Her brother was understandably shocked. Roxana called her brother to vent and share the nightmare years she had with Claudio, but most importantly, she needed his assistance in disposing of the containers containing the body. However, her brother refused, fearing police involvement and being charged as an accomplice. He urged her to confess to the Caribou Narrows, with Chilean police insisting he would do it if she refused. She was disappointed but realized she had no other option. Roxana complied. That night, Roxana went to the 4th police station and announced her intention to make a significant statement. Officers who knew her assumed she wanted to report her troublesome husband. However, they were taken aback by her confession. Roxana was immediately arrested. The news quickly spread throughout the area, attracting a large number of journalists to the station. They waited eagerly to photograph Roxana as she lay down, hoping to capture a few images, and if they were lucky, ask her some questions in front of the officers. As the journalists waited, Roxana was eventually brought out handcuffed and in distress. She stated, "I'm afraid he'll kill me one day," before being led into a police car. The case appeared straightforward. Roxana had confessed, provided evidence, and voluntarily surrendered. However, prosecutor Monica Ballesteros requested a more thorough investigation. She was skeptical of Roxanne's easy confession and requested an extended arrest to conduct a forensic examination. Ballesteros wants to prove that Claudio was still alive during the dismemberment, which would significantly increase Roxana's sentence. The judge authorized a 60-day detention for further investigation. Meanwhile, Roxanne's attorney, Carolina Gutierrez, claimed that Roxana acted out of extreme emotional distress, which was likely exacerbated by postpartum depression and chronic domestic abuse. She highlighted Roxanne's cooperation and voluntary confession as mitigating factors. However, the prosecution's theory that Claudio was alive during dismemberment crumbled when forensic results revealed that Claudio died from a gunshot wound to the chest. The bullet from the .38 caliber revolver ruptured the heart and damaged vital organs, disproving the prosecution's initial hypothesis. Given the developments, the aggravating circumstances were dismissed. Another lawyer, Juan Pablo Cardenas, who sought to make a name for himself in this high-profile case, stated that the firearm used in the murder was legally registered. He also mentioned that Roxanne's first report of domestic violence to the police was filed only 20 days after the couple began living together. Following a medical examination, psychologist Rodrigo Valenzuela presented documents to the court indicating that Roxana was severely mentally unstable at the time of the crime. This meant she wasn't fully aware of her actions, and her emotional instability was linked to the deaths of 2 children, one in August 2012 and the other only 3 weeks before the crime. Furthermore, a forensic examination requested by the prosecutor revealed that Claudio had a high blood alcohol level of 3 grams per liter at the time of his death on April 17, 2015. Following a year of various examinations, investigations, and evidence gathering, Roxanne's trial began. The media frequently sensationalizes tragedies and dubbed the case the Molina Cooks case, alluding to Roxanne's dismemberment and boiling of her former husband. Some unscrupulous journalists, seeking to draw attention to their publications, even made up stories that Roxana had eaten a portion of the remains, despite the fact that this was purely a product of their imaginations. Roxana refused to make any statements during the trial, citing her awareness of the media portrayal and her deep distress over it. The prosecutors attempted to persuade the judge that Roxana committed a serious crime under Chilean law and patricide standards. However, they were unable to prove that the murder was premeditated. The defense attorney argued that his client acted in self-defense, protecting herself from a brute who had brutally mistreated her for years. The court hearing lasted several weeks, and the entire Chilean population followed the case closely. Prosecutor Monica sought a 15-year prison sentence for the accused. However, after carefully listening to the defense and the jury's opinions, the judge sentenced Roxana to 6 years in a lenient correctional facility. Claudia's relatives, who had already protested when they heard the prosecutor's request for only 15 years, were utterly disappointed by the final court decision. They attempted to deny any family violence and claimed that Claudio, as a businessman and financially independent, could not have stolen $6,000 from Roxana. They also claimed that Claudio had admitted to them that Roxana frequently took out the revolver from the closet and told her husband that she would kill him someday. In an interview with the press, Claudio's sister attempted to blame Chile as a state, claiming that there is no justice and that the judicial system is completely corrupt, given that such brutal criminals receive such short sentences, equivalent to minor robberies. Even Giselle Claudio, his first wife, defended her ex-husband, assuring everyone that there could not have been any violence on Claudio's part. She had lived with him for years, and he had never dared to touch her. Meanwhile, Roxana frequently instigates arguments out of jealousy and possessiveness. Regarding Roxanne's subsequent imprisonment, she served only 2/3 of her sentence in the colony before being transferred to a semi-open education center in Tulsa due to good behavior. Roxana was able to communicate with her daughter and was eventually released early. The press, of course, became interested in this case again, and the public was outraged that the cook from Molina was released so early. However, there were those who, while considering Roxana a murderer, justified her actions by viewing her as a victim in the overall situation. The case is still being debated in the country today. Overall, this story highlights the serious consequences that can occur if domestic violence is not addressed early on. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Nolan Buchanan, 16, remembers Monday, September 14, 2015 as the best day of his life. The day before, he had spent Sunday with his girlfriend, doing traditional morning math with her family, followed by a social gathering with friends and a wonderfully romantic evening. When the teenager awoke on Monday morning next to his favorite girl, he felt like a free, successful, and influential businessman with the entire world in front of him. After all, he now owned Buchanan Construction. The young man was about to inherit cars, a house, land, and monetary assets, and he planned to manage the family business on his own, and certainly better than his father, who had brought the company to bankruptcy. It appears that what could go wrong? The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office arrested Nolan Keith Buchanan on October 1, 2015, at Bonita High School in Bonita, California. Nolan was held at the Juvenile Treatment Center JATS in South Lake Tahoe until June 13, 2018, when an El Dorado County jury of 7 men and 5 women found Buchanan guilty of 3 charges. The jury took only 2 hours to reach a decision. The young man was sentenced to 150 years in prison, with the possibility of parole starting in the 25th year. This is how his attempt to take over the family business failed. Nolan was praised by neighbors and classmates as a model student. As far as I know, he was a good kid, but as a high school student, Campbell Ruxton would later say in an interview, he was always concerned about school. He appeared to be very kind, and he was even surprised he was arrested. But what exactly happened in the Buchanan family? Let's go over this horrific case in detail. Molly first met Adam when she applied for a position as an office manager at his firm. By the time they met, Adam was already divorced and raising his son Nolan from a previous marriage by himself. The cheerful, sociable, and cheerful blonde immediately caught the attention of the company's owner. The interest was mutual. Molly fell in love, began a romance that evolved into a serious relationship, and moved to Adam. Molly wished for a loving, friendly family and worked hard to foster a positive relationship with her stepson. She soon became pregnant. Gavin was born. People who knew the Buchanans said they were a close-knit family of 4. The family's head, who owned a construction company, made enough money to live comfortably. The family also purchased vacation property in El Dorado County, California. A small cabin sat on 19 acres in Greenwood with no electricity, water, sewer, or gas. Adam, who worked in construction, took an active role in remodeling the house, and the family began visiting their office on September 13, 2015. At 10 a.m., members of the Garden Valley Fire Department responded to a wildfire in Greenwood Township, western El Dorado County, on Highway 193 between Cool and Georgetown. Upon arrival, they discovered that the fire had destroyed 10 acres of the property. A cabin on the property was still smoldering, but had burned down. The fire department personnel discovered charred remains among the assets. The fire scene remained intact. At 11 a.m., firefighters called the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Nobody had realized what was going on. Firefighters were almost certain that the wildfire killed a pet trapped inside the house. The arriving coroner faced a daunting task. The remains of the house were still smoldering, and there was no way to examine the inside of the house without waiting for the flame to die down and the temperature to drop slightly. As the coroner examined the house, he detected the sweet odor of burnt flesh and discovered a human skull and a burned chest. It appeared that the tragedy had taken someone's life. The officer requested backup, and officers from the sheriff's office arrived to conduct a thorough investigation of the scene. The conclusion was obvious. The small, secluded, and remote cabin was not the owner's primary residence. It was more likely a country cabin where people came to vacation. A Dodge truck and trailer were discovered on the property next to the cabin. It was possible to run the license plates and determine who owned the car. The owner may have been a victim of the wildfire. It didn't take long to discover that the vehicle and trailer belonged to Buchanan Construction, which is owned by Adam Buchanan. The man in question lived in Bonita, California, 160 miles from the accident scene and about 3 hours away. This information confirmed the police's assumption that the house was simply a country retreat for those who wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It remains to be seen whether Mr. Buchanan or someone else was inside. The name of the company's owner provided the detective with their first clue, prompting them to begin their investigation. The Bonita police officers were tasked with checking to ensure that all of Buchanan's family members were safe and at home. They went to the correct address and soon arrived in the Buchanan's driveway, where they noticed a white Ford pickup truck and a knock on the door. Adam's 16-year-old son from his first marriage has come out. He greeted the uniformed officers with surprise and inquired as to why they had come to him. To avoid frightening the family, the officer decided to first determine who was present in the house. Perhaps the company car was taken by someone from the company rather than the owner. Nolan Buchanan stated that his father Adam had gone away for the weekend to his country estate 160 miles away with Molly and their 8-year-old son Gavin, and that they were expected back in the evening. According to him, his father had left him to care for the house. Investigators did not have enough evidence to believe the remains in the cabin belonged to the Buchanans, but the information they received and the discovery of the remains led them to believe they belonged to 2 people. By the evening of September 13, it was sufficient to report the family missing in the El Dorado County fire. The following day, September 14, El Dorado County Police went to Nolan's house to speak with him further and determine who had died in the fire. Howard and Susan Buchanan, Adam's parents, met with the officers. They stated that their son, the owner of the burned-out cabin, performs his own home repairs and thus travels there frequently. The parents were extremely concerned because they had been unable to contact their son or daughter-in-law until now. The officers learned from the story that the house is powered by generators. However, there was no electricity at the time of the tragedy. There were gas cylinders inside this Cave 2 series, so the fire could have been accidental or intentional. By September 15, the fire had subsided, allowing investigators to collect evidence, including debris from a nearby fire pit. According to Denton James Peterson of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, new remains were discovered, which changed the course of the investigation. Police discovered a piece of skull with a bullet hole. At that point, we all realized there had been a homicide. According to the sheriff, the fire was not an accident. The remains were collected and sent for forensic DNA analysis. In the first set of remains, the bullet was lodged in the victim's thigh. The skull with the bullet hole, based on its size, belonged to a child. The version of a fatal accident dropped on its own. Murder became the dominant narrative. No one doubted that the fire was intended to destroy the evidence of the crime. It remained to determine under what circumstances the crime had occurred. Was this a botched burglary? Or did the family deliberately end their lives? But who committed the crime and why? Could it be related to Buchanan Construction, where Adam Buchanan was president and chief operating officer, and someone held a grudge against him because of a working relationship? Initially, investigators focused solely on the latter theory. They also investigated Molly's life to see if she had any enemies capable of the crime. When those lines of inquiry stalled, officers turned their attention to issues in Molly and Adam's marriage. There were plenty of them. Investigators discovered that Molly and Adam's relationship deteriorated over time, and at the time of the crime, they had been sleeping separately for quite some time. Molly's diary was discovered, in which she described abuse from Adam. Witnesses interviewed reported rough treatment and abuse. They claim Adam was rude not only to Molly, but also to the children. Molly's mother, Susie Flankers, admitted to investigators that there were times when she was afraid they'd kill each other during an argument. Molly did not end her relationship with Adam, but would occasionally take her son and leave to go to her parents' house, returning a few days later until their next fight. It also turned out that the couple enjoyed hunting in the area surrounding their country house. Since everyone was armed, the investigators assumed that during another argument, one of the spouses grabbed a gun and shot, and when he realized what he had done, he committed suicide. However, there was an inconsistency. If the tragedy occurred as a result of a conflict between husband and wife, the instrument of crime must have been near the remains of one of them, which it was not. Investigators speculated that the weapon may have been damaged in the fire and did not appear as obvious as anticipated. Over the course of 5 days, the forensic team members took turns removing assets from the house. The search was conducted with surgical precision, but the results were not as expected. There were no weapons found in the house. By this time, the forensic examination data had arrived. The DNA found in the bodies belonged to Adam Buchanan, Molly McAfee, and their 8-year-old son. All 3 victims had suffered gunshot wounds prior to the fire, and the angle of the bullet wounds ruled out the possibility that someone committed suicide. The lack of firearms indicated that there was another person in the house. A 4th person was found to have shot the Buchanans, and the investigation had to restart. Police had no choice but to turn to the deceased 16-year-old son. Nolan told officers that the family left in an old Dodge truck. According to the son, his father chose to use the company vehicle over his personal Ford, which was parked in the driveway because he had loaded the truck and trailer with rocks to decorate the area near his country cabin. Police discovered this truck near the burned structure. When asked why Nolan did not take a vacation with his relatives, as in the first interview, the young man stated that he was responsible for the house and garden, while his father and stepmother were away. Nolan also stated that they had a neighbor growing forbidden grass on the Buchanan property, which caused his father to have frequent disagreements with his neighbor, demanding that he stop planting the grass and threatening to call the police. When discussing the family business, Nolan stated that things were not going well. The company was downsizing, and the number of employees was reduced to 5. According to his father, the number of deaths associated with the business was rapidly increasing. So now the investigation had a wealth of useful information, and the detectives had a suspect, a neighbor, which was especially important given that violent crime in that area was frequently associated with illegal herb cultivation. Detectives believed that the threat of going to the police could have resulted in the murder of Buchanan and his family. The problem was that no one knew which neighbor they were talking about. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing all of the homeowners in succession. The tactic was successful. They discovered a man who confirmed the story of a fight with Adam over growing a forbidden crop. However, he stated that the conflict had been resolved following a heated discussion. The neighbor had an alibi, and another version proved to be untenable. What remained to be addressed was the financial crisis that had affected the family's business. On September 18, police officers went to Adam's company and interviewed the employees. Nolan's words were correct. The company was in a sorry state. It was threatened with bankruptcy because the debt exceeded $30,000. As a result, several employees were fired. It turned out that some of the former employees were extremely dissatisfied with the reduction and thus could have been involved in the crime. And that's where the investigators got lucky. Over the weekend, the local high school organized a community cleanup day, with students clearing debris from a business park less than a mile from Adam's construction company. It was present on September 19. A small purse containing a wallet and identification cards belonging to Molly McAfee and Adam Buchanan was discovered under one of the bushes. A .22 caliber rifle was lying nearby. Detectives rushed to the scene of the discovery. The county sheriff's office made a new assumption. The perpetrator used the found rifle to murder the Buchanan family and then stole their documents from the crime scene to cover his tracks. The discovery was significant because it indicated that someone had traveled all the way to Greenwood to murder the family and then returned to Bonita, dispose of the bag and murder weapon. It appeared to be a Bonita resident. The evidence found near the Buchanan construction site strengthened the theory that the boss was murdered by one of the disgruntled employees. Detectives placed the firearm in the bag of documents for examination and requested a warrant to search the company's records and premises. The investigators got lucky again. During the search, they gained access to a video surveillance camera located on the firm's premises. By happy coincidence, the camera's lens was pointed at the center of the parking lot rather than the company's territory. Following this discovery, the case was only days away from being solved. Because it was already known that the family had left town on Friday, investigators examined Friday's footage and were surprised to discover that Adam had attached a trailer loaded with rocks to a Ford F-150. It was not a Dodge truck, as Nolan had told them. Detectives discovered that the young man had deliberately manipulated the investigation. If the white Ford towed the rock trailer to the cabin, it must have been driven back and parked in the Buchanan family's driveway. Investigators interviewed Nolan to keep him safe while gathering as much information as possible. Nolan recounted his weekend, where he went and who he saw. But this time, they asked him what movie they had seen at the cinema, how he had paid for his mall shopping, and how he had paid for dessert on a date. Nolan, who had no idea, responded with his father's credit card number. The officers then applied for a warrant to search Buchanan's Bonita home, vehicles, and financial records. The Ford automobile remained parked in the driveway. It was thoroughly inspected, and they discovered reddish soil stuck to the wheels. This is similar to what happens in Greenwood. If the Ford had been used for a trip last weekend or earlier, traces of soil might have remained, but they would not have been as visible. Unfortunately, the fire destroyed the wheel tread marks near the country house. However, the dirt buildup indicated that the car had most likely been in Greenwood recently. Detectives tracked the bank card payments and discovered that Adam Buchanan used his credit card on Friday, September 11. He stopped at Taco Bell on his way to Greenwood. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed he stayed at home, did not accompany his parents, and had the credit card in his possession. Detectives went to the diner to check the security cameras. They saw exactly what they were expecting: a white Ford instead of a truck. When detectives searched the Ford, they discovered a Taco Bell receipt dated September 11 that included not 3, but 4 beverages. 4 drink cups were also identified and evidence collected at the fire scene, so Nolan was inside the car. The next credit card transaction occurred on Saturday, September 12, at the Valencia Club Bar in Penryn, about 30 minutes from the cabin. Adam's parents had previously informed detectives about the bar. They stated that their son and daughter-in-law frequently visit after the cabin has been renovated. Security cameras recorded when the couple left the bar, and traffic cameras on the highway assisted in tracking the couple's route. On the day of the fire, a Ford F-150 drove toward the Buchanan cabin around 2:30 a.m., then reversed direction at 3:30 a.m. In the first instance, the camera captured Adam and Molly in the vehicle, while in the second, it only captured Nolan. Several hours later, on Sunday morning, September 13th, Adam's credit card was used to pay at 3 of Benitez's locations: Starbucks, McDonald's, and a gas station. The bank confirmed to investigators that you can only have one bank card, which contradicted Nolan's claims. By this time, the forensic results had been returned. Nolan's fingerprints were found on the gun. He was arrested while in the middle of a high school class. Nolan Buchanan has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. He attempted to distort the story by claiming that his father shot the family, after which he pointed a rifle at him and, in self-defense, took away the weapon. After accidentally shooting his father, Nolan claimed it was self-defense, blaming the fire and subsequent lie on panic and extreme fear. That's why he used gasoline to set fire to the house, making it appear as if nothing had happened. The defense repeatedly focused the jury's attention on Adam's abuse of his own son and other family members. The medical examiner questioned the verdict because the bullet wound mark on a piece of Gavin's skull corresponded to a shot fired at nearly a 90-degree angle. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed that his and his brother's beds were next to each other and that the noise and screaming had woken them up simultaneously. Nolan claims to have seen someone enter the bedroom and shoot Gavin just as he awoke. The shooter then pointed the rifle at Nolan, who miraculously pushed the attacker away. Under this scenario, the shot would have been fired at about a 45-degree angle, which contradicted forensic findings. The prosecution concluded that Nolan shot his brother when they were alone in the house while their parents were at a bar. After waiting for his father and stepmother to return, Nolan shot them as well. According to where the bodies were discovered, Adam was killed first, followed by Molly Nolan, who took the rifle. His parents burned their papers, doused the bodies in gasoline, and set fire to the house. Then he went home, met his girlfriend, and spent the day with her, establishing an alibi for himself. On July 13, 2018, a jury convicted Nolan of 3 counts of first-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 150 years in prison, with the option of parole after 25 years. Judge Kingsbury. The sentence announcement reflected on verbal and physical abuse. Nolan testified that he massacred his brother because he did not want him to experience the same horror or be forced to live with what his father had already done to him. However, as he did so, he also listed facts about the premeditation of the crime and subsequent arson, the creation of alibis, and Nolan's plans to run the family business, which he had discussed with family members. The judge cited Nolan's failure to follow rules and deviant behavior as observed by staff at the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Treatment Center, where he went after being arrested. Everyone has the ability to change. Judge Kingsbury told Nolan, "I hope he will do everything in his power to do so, if you behave properly. According to the Senate bill and Supreme Court rulings, you will be eligible for parole after 25 years in prison. You decide whether or not to take that chance." Nolan continues to insist that he is innocent. If he is ever released on parole, he will be required to pay significant compensation to the victims. The payout amount is currently unknown. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Today, we will examine a case that unfolded in Minnesota in 2013. Kira Steger, a 30-year-old store clerk at a clothing store in the Mall of America, was known for her dedication to her job. She had never missed a shift. So when she didn't show up for work on February 23, 2013, her coworkers grew concerned. They attempted to reach Kira, but received no response to calls or text messages. Consequently, they alerted the police that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982, in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was the daughter of Marcy and Jay Steger, who lovingly described her as a lively, dedicated, and sweet daughter. Kira had been employed at the Mall of America, working at 2 stores, Wet Seal, and more recently, Delia's. Her co-workers were not just colleagues, she considered them family. Kira had a unique ability to recognize people's strengths, even when they didn't notice them themselves. She had ambitious plans and dreams for a bright and serene future. Tragically, all those dreams vanished in an instant when Kira mysteriously disappeared on Thursday, February 21st, 2013. On that day, she had a shift at work, and her coworkers reported that she seemed in good spirits, planning to enjoy a nice dinner with her husband after her shift. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino had met 3 years prior and had ignited a spark, leading to a romantic relationship and ultimately a wedding. Overall, they appeared to be a happy and stable married couple. Although they had occasional disagreements, these seemed minor and were kept within their private circle. Neither their relatives, friends, nor co-workers were aware of any serious issues. However, 2 days after Kira failed to come to work, on Saturday, February 23rd, her co-workers grew increasingly concerned as her behavior was atypical for her. She was known for her punctuality and strict adherence to her schedule. Unable to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Jeffrey explained that Kira had left their home the previous morning and hadn't returned. He didn't find it particularly concerning since Kira had a history of occasionally disappearing for a day or two, staying at a friend's or relative's place unannounced. One possible cause for concern was the heavy snowfall that day, which could have resulted in difficulties on the road, such as her car getting stuck or her phone battery dying. Receiving no news from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. This mysterious disappearance shocked Kira's loved ones profoundly. Detectives immediately started working on Kira Steger's missing persons case upon receiving the report. Typically, investigations in such cases begin by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate vicinity. This case was no exception, and detectives visited Jeffrey's residence to speak with him. Jeffrey told the detectives that on Thursday, he and Kira had spent time together after work, having dinner, playing bowling, and eventually leaving the mall. According to Jeffrey, they went straight home as Kira intended to watch a movie. Jeffrey also mentioned that his wife left their house the next morning, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m., as she had a work event that required her presence. He didn't find her absence unusual, given her history of occasional disappearances. Jeffrey, however, did admit to some relationship problems over the past few months. He considered these disagreements to be minor, typical of any family. When the detectives asked if Kira might have had a lover or been staying with someone else, Jeffrey denied this possibility. He claimed to trust his wife and love her deeply. The investigators gathered information about Kira and her car, and they personally visited the Mall of America to verify Jeffrey's account. The mall, one of the largest in the world, is located in Bloomington, boasting 520 stores, theme parks, an oceanarium, movie theaters, a golf course, and more. Given its size, it had numerous security cameras. After reviewing the surveillance footage, detectives confirmed that Jeffrey's account held true. They observed that he met Kira after work, and they spent time together at the mall before heading to the parking lot and leaving. There were no signs of any arguments, and the evening seemed ordinary. However, the anxiety of not knowing Kira's whereabouts weighed heavily on her loved ones as each day passed without any news. Unable to bear the uncertainty, Kira's family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They distributed flyers with her pictures in an effort to raise awareness and garner public help. While Kira's family distributed flyers, investigators continued their efforts. During interviews with neighbors, officers noticed a surveillance camera at one neighbor's house, which partially captured the area around Kira and Jeffrey's home. They asked the homeowner to provide them with the camera footage in hopes of finding clues. Meanwhile, cell phone records provided a new lead. Kira had another man in her life besides Jeffrey, Ryan Wendt, who managed one of the stores she worked at. They had a significant and ongoing romantic relationship, as evidenced by frequent correspondence. Ryan was out of state at the time of Kira's disappearance, traveling towards Colorado. This raised questions for investigators. Was it a mere coincidence, or was there more to Ryan's sudden move? They had to find the answer, but they eventually cleared him of suspicion, as the timing of their text messages indicated he was not involved in her disappearance. Examining the video footage from the neighbor's surveillance camera, became crucial for investigators. The camera's rapid rotation made it challenging to observe anything carefully. Still, they managed to capture a few seconds of Kyra and Jeffrey's house. Jeffrey's account of their evening appeared to align with the footage. However, upon closer examination, they noticed Kyra's car reversing into their yard shortly after 2 a.m., although the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant motion made it hard to discern details. Nonetheless, the car soon left the property. Jeffrey explained that he drove to a gas station because Kyra had asked him to fill up her car before her morning commute. Surveillance footage confirmed his trip to the gas station around 3:30 a.m. Surprisingly, after leaving the gas station, Jeffrey didn't return home but instead headed towards the highway. The neighbor's camera didn't capture his return, but this could have been due to the camera's constant rotation. Investigators considered the possibility that Jeffrey might have returned home later when the camera was facing another direction. Further analysis of the footage showed Kyra's Chevrolet leaving at 9:21 a.m., but it was impossible to determine the driver. A missing persons report had been filed on Saturday, February 23rd. On Monday, February 25th, the police received a call about a suspicious vehicle near the shopping center where Kyra worked. Security guards at the multi-story parking lots had noticed a car parked there for several days and called a tow truck. Upon closer inspection, the tow truck driver found red smudges on the trunk lid and reported it to the police. It turned out to be Kyra's white Chevy, containing a few small bloodstains. Inside her purse, they discovered divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. Additionally, a rolled-up trunk mat found in the snow behind the car was stained with Kyra's blood, confirmed through DNA testing. This grim discovery suggested that Kyra was likely no longer alive. It devastated her family and friends, as her last hope of seeing her again had faded. Many questions remained unanswered. How had she died? Had she suffered? And who could have harbored such resentment as to take her life? The absence of Kyra's body made the situation even more difficult to bear for her loved ones. The detectives' top priority became identifying the person who abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m., and the mall's cameras captured it shortly after. Although there were no cameras in the parking lot where the car was found, one camera pointed towards the path leading to the car. This camera captured the arrival of the car, followed by the appearance of a hooded man. Given the cold weather, the hooded attire wasn't unusual. The man crossed the street, had a brief conversation with a taxi driver at a nearby stand, and then got into the cab. The police identified the taxi company based on the timing of the interaction and the license plate number. All the taxis in the parking lot were equipped with GPS tracking devices, allowing the police to determine that the hooded man's journey ended near Kyra and Jeffrey's house. He paid cash and left the neighborhood, passing by the same camera that partially recorded the couple's home. 2 minutes later, another hooded man entered the frame. Although the footage had low resolution, they noticed a white logo on his hoodie. As they continued watching, the hooded man entered the house where Kyra and Jeffrey lived. Kyra was still missing at this point, making it highly likely that the hooded man was Jeffrey. With a search warrant secured, law enforcement officers headed to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary home, but upon closer inspection, forensic experts discovered dark red stains in the bedroom. Stains were found on the wall next to the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. Luminol revealed more hidden bloodstains on the carpet that extended from the bedroom into other areas of the house. Forensic analysis confirmed that it was Kyra's blood, strengthening the investigators' belief that she was no longer alive. The police also examined Jeffrey's car but found no blood or signs of a struggle. However, they did discover something interesting. A gas station receipt in Jeffrey's car, issued an hour and 40 minutes before Kyra's car was discovered in the mall's parking lot. The receipt showed that Jeffrey had used his card to make a purchase at the gas station, followed by a cash withdrawal from an ATM. To gather more evidence, detectives reviewed the gas station's security footage, which showed Jeffrey filling his car with gas, going inside the station, and withdrawing cash from the ATM. The footage briefly revealed his face, as well as a logo on his jacket that resembled the logo on the man seen in the earlier surveillance footage. Based on this new information and the evidence found in the house, Jeffrey Trevino, 39 years old, was arrested. He was taken to the police station for questioning and became the prime and only suspect in the case. During questioning, Jeffrey immediately invoked his right to remain silent, seeking advice from his attorney. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but locating Kira's body was crucial to further cementing his guilt. Everyone believed Kira was no longer alive. As the police, Kira's family, and volunteers conducted extensive searches, they made a disturbing discovery in late March. Near Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's house, volunteers found a peculiar bag by the roadside and contacted the police. Inside the bag were a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra, all linked to Kira through DNA analysis. Although divers searched the lake, they found no remains in the water. The area around the lake was also scoured multiple times using search dogs specifically trained to find bodies, yet their efforts yielded no results. After 2.5 months, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a troubling call. A caller reported seeing what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. Police retrieved the body, and dental records confirmed it was Kira Steger. Kira had suffered severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the exact cause of death could not be determined. With this new evidence, investigators sought to reconstruct the timeline of events leading to Kira's death and its aftermath. It was speculated that upon returning home and discovering Kira's romantic correspondence with someone else, Jeffrey grew increasingly angry. When Kira refused to show him the messages, he forcibly took her phone, resulting in a broken finger. As his rage intensified, he tragically took Kira's life and attempted to hide the evidence. Using Kira's car, he transported her body to the house, then later used the car to dispose of her remains in the river. He made a stop at a gas station and withdrew cash, knowing he would need to pay for a taxi after abandoning Kira's car at the mall. Returning home, Jeffrey attempted to create the impression that Kira had left on her own that morning and was fine. However, surveillance cameras foiled his plan. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino. His defense argued that the act was not premeditated and resulted from a heated and sudden argument sparked by the discovery of his wife's infidelity. Before sentencing, Kira's family members made statements in court. Her sister, Carrie Ann Steger, referred to Jeffrey as a calculated criminal and expressed that he deserved no mercy. Marcy, Kira's mother, pointed out that Jeffrey had shown her daughter no mercy and had discarded her like trash in a polluted river. Jay, Kira's father, emphasized that no punishment could ever compensate for the pain Jeffrey had caused their family. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino was sentenced to 27.5 years in prison. He became eligible for parole in 2031. The Vaughn family case. What happened on a deserted road on June 14, 2007? Kimberly Vaughn, 34, and her 3 children, 12-year-old Abigail, 11-year-old Sandra, and 8-year-old Blake, were found dead on a highway near Bluff Road. Bluff Road. They all died as a result of close-range gunshot wounds. Christopher Vaughn, the family's head, was the only survivor and suffered only minor injuries. He claimed he was shot by his wife, who he believes killed their children to settle the score. Christopher, on the other hand, was unable to provide specific information because he allegedly had a memory lapse. The case was investigated for 5 years before a final verdict was reached. However, some people continue to question the justice of the verdict. The story has remained a hot topic on popular television talk shows, prompting numerous questions. We'll try to get to the bottom of things from the start. Kimberly Phillips and Christopher Vaughn have been together for over a decade, have 3 children, and appear to be a happy and friendly family on the outside. Kimberly Vaughn, real name Phillips, was born in the small town of St. Charles, Missouri in December 1972. She grew up in a relatively affluent family with 2 daughters, Jennifer and Elizabeth. By the way, Jennifer was our heroine's twin sister. The Phillips did not take shortcuts when it came to their daughter's education and development. Kimberly, like her sisters, attended a prestigious school and participated in sports. She had many friends who described the girl as outgoing and friendly. Christopher Vaughn was born in September 1974 in St. Louis, Missouri, a nearby city. He was one of 3 sons in a modest yet welcoming family. During his school years, the young man was very interested in soccer and also enjoyed hiking, camping, and family vacations out of town. The couple met in the early 1990s. They quickly developed a romantic relationship. Kimberly's parents opposed the union from the beginning because the chosen daughter was a few years younger than her and did not yet have a stable job. Furthermore, as previously stated, I grew up in a modest, if not impoverished, household. However, the young people were so in love with one another that they refused to listen to anyone else. Kimberly soon became pregnant, and the couple got married in the summer of 1994. The groom was not yet 20 years old when the wedding took place, and the bride was only a few years older. They both seemed to be well prepared for family life, however. Their daughter Abigail was born 4 months after the wedding, in October of that year. Just a year later, the couple welcomed their second daughter, Cassandra. 3 years later, their youngest son, Blake, was born. The spouses' early years of family life were peaceful and happy. Young people fell in love, made big plans for the future, raised their families, and organized their homes. All of their children were gifted, grew well, participated in a variety of sports, loved music, and performed in the school drama theater. Kimberly, a homemaker, was constantly raising her voice. She oversaw her school's PT. The young woman also led the scouting group, which included all of her children. In the meantime, the family patriarch founded and expanded his own small cybersecurity company. A few years after their wedding, the family moved to Washington State, and in early 2000, they settled in a small town in Illinois, where they could afford to buy their own large home. Kimberly then decided to pursue a law degree and enrolled in one of the local universities. She received her diploma just a month before the tragedy. At first glance, this family appears to be happy and strong. However, few people were aware that the couple's relationship deteriorated soon after the relocation. Christopher frequently traveled to another state for work, and he developed an affair with a woman named Jill. This relationship lasted approximately a year, and Kimberly eventually became aware of it. A serious scandal erupted within the family. The husband and wife had separated and were getting divorced. However, after weighing all of the pros and cons, the couple decided to stay married for the sake of their children. Husband and wife did their best to pretend that everything was fine, but the tension between them gradually grew. Kim lost trust in her chosen one because she was jealous of him and suspected him of cheating, which proved to be reasonable. On the nervous ground, the young woman began to have health problems. She suffered from anxiety, migraines, insomnia, and blood pressure problems. Kimberly was forced to seek medical attention and was given several medications to treat her condition. She took them for a year and also saw a psychologist with whom she discussed her family's issues. Despite this, Kimberly remained social, friendly, and energetic. Others described her husband as a withdrawn introvert who rarely showed emotion during a fateful trip in June 2007. On the eve of their 13th wedding anniversary, the couple planned a family trip to an amusement park in Springfield, Illinois. Christopher selected the location, and the rest of the family supported his decision. So, in the early hours of June 14, after settling into their SUV, the entire family set out. A few hours later, a passing vehicle picked up the Vaughn family's bloodied head as it drove down the highway. Christopher was wounded in the leg. He calmly reported that he had been shot by his wife, but he couldn't go any further because he allegedly had a sudden memory loss. The victim stated that he and his family were driving to an amusement park when his wife became carsick and asked him to pull over. He pulled over to the side of the road and exited the passenger seat to inspect the roof rack. Then he heard a gunshot. Following that, everything unfolded like a horror film. Christopher realized his wife had fired, saw blood running down his leg, and fled, unconscious and unaware of the children in the cabin, only to be picked up by a random car. Christopher was unable to locate his SUV, but police discovered it almost immediately. They found 4 bodies in the car with gunshot wounds. Except for Kimberly, who was killed with a single shot to the head, everyone had been shot twice previously. Christopher admitted that he had a gun at home, which was probably loaded and carried by his wife. Christopher believes she murdered their children, shot him, and then took her own life. While telling this, he did not show much emotion, and even when the police showed him pictures of the deceased family members' bodies during the station interrogation, Bond remained remarkably calm, which could only raise suspicions. Kimberly's parents learned of their daughter and grandchildren's deaths from an impolite reporter who called them at home to inquire about their son-in-law and whether he had harmed their loved ones. During the initial interrogation, everyone insisted that Christopher could not have killed his own family and that the crime was most likely committed by someone else on the road. However, the police officers who witnessed the crime scene had a different perspective from the beginning. They stated that the crime was entirely domestic in nature, with only family members suspected of involvement. Initially, no specific suspect names were given. In subsequent interrogations, the family's surviving head could not recall any new information, but he was confident that his wife could have done it all, killing the children, wounding him, and then shooting herself. Christopher blamed the pills she'd been taking for a year, as well as the crisis in their relationship caused by his infidelity, which they couldn't overcome. Vaughn dismissed the loss of memory caused by being shot, and for the same reason, he did not immediately contact the police or emergency services, instead rushing away, oblivious to the pain in his injured leg. His words sounded unconvincing, but they were insufficient to get Christopher arrested. The family's home was searched, and a couple of laptop computers were taken for inspection. While the preliminary investigation was underway, Christopher remained at large, busy planning his wife's and children's funerals. The funeral was scheduled for June 23 and would take place at one of the city's funeral homes. A large crowd gathered to pay their final respects, and nearly everyone noticed the conflict between the Vaughn and Phillips families. Soon, a police car approached the building. Christopher was arrested shortly before the funeral service began, accused of murdering his family. He remained calm and walked silently with the police. However, his parents were furious about what was going on. They expressed disappointment that their son was not even allowed to say goodbye to his wife and children. While his guilt had yet to be proven, this difficult case had already received widespread media attention. Members of the Vaughn family speculated that Christopher's arrest at the funeral was intended to draw even more public attention. At the same time, the Phillips family was pleased with the results. In an interview, Kimberly's mother expressed relief that her daughter had been cleared of a crime against her children. The investigation questioned Christopher's words from the start, but he stubbornly blamed everything on a lapse in memory, claiming that he couldn't reconstruct the timeline. But he was certain his wife had committed this heinous crime. He was simply fortunate that the bullet struck only the thigh's soft tissues, avoiding the larger vessels. During the investigation, it was discovered that Christopher had his wife's insurance policy, which included a $1 million payout in the event of her death. As the investigation into this case progressed, the police became more convinced that the husband was the primary perpetrator of this terrible tragedy. The investigation lasted more than 5 years, and Christopher was held in custody throughout. Despite his continued efforts to prove his innocence, Vaughn was charged with several serious offenses, and if convicted, he faced death. As a result, under state law, he was entitled to attorneys paid for by a special fund established to protect people facing the death penalty. Christopher's defense attorneys were thorough in their efforts to shift blame for what happened to his late wife. They discovered that Kimberly had a number of mental disorders that she developed during the marital crisis caused by her husband's infidelity and the resulting health problems. And the drugs she was taking allegedly worsened her condition rather than improving it. Lawyers nearly succeeded in proving that the wife took a loaded gun from home on a family vacation, massacred the children, injured her husband, and then shot herself in the head. The evidence and materials presented appeared to support this version, so the case was left to be decided. However, the state is currently implementing reforms to abolish the death penalty, and as a result, Chris has lost his lawyers whose work had been funded by the foundation. They requested $250,000 to complete the case, but Vaughn didn't have much money. Christopher was assigned a public defender who had to handle the case from the start and devise a new line of defense. This time, the attempts to exonerate the defendant seemed far less credible. The defendant's personal laptop, which was seized during a home search, contained an unusual and lengthy correspondence with a Canadian resident named Steve Weiland. The two had met on a social networking site about 10 months prior to the tragedy and began corresponding almost daily. Christopher told his new friend that he was deeply unhappy and that his marriage and family life were dragging him down. The men talked about the advantages of living in the wilderness, away from civilization, like hiking, camping, and survival skills in the forest, deserts, and mountains. Vaughn eventually persuaded his new friend to help him fake his own death in order to flee his family. Steve, on the other hand, was opposed to the idea and declined to participate. Chris then stated that he would still abandon his family and city life to flee to a Canadian province where no one could find him. About a month before the tragedy, the accused started writing about a girl named Maya, who he planned to take with him and allegedly loved. The police were able to easily find and bring Maya in as a witness. She turned out to be a dancer at Christopher's favorite strip club, and the two dated for several months. Throughout this time, Christopher complained about his unhappy family life. He once offered to run away with her. But Maya saw this plan as a foolish adventure, so she refused. Vaughn also had an affair with another young dancer to whom he falsely claimed to be single and child-free. I want to impress the girl. He spent a lot of money on her in a short amount of time, and even offered to take her to another country with him. The two girls and their pen pal were called as witnesses at the trial. Their testimony revealed that the defendant intended to flee with one of his mistresses rather than preserving his marriage. Christopher Vaughn's trial began in the fall of 2012, and it received extensive media coverage. Evidence revealed that he had purchased a gun shortly before the tragedy and had gone to shooting ranges several times to practice using it. Notably, the last time he fired at targets was the evening before his family's trip. Experts also discovered that the shot in Christopher's thigh was fired almost at point-blank range, contradicting his claim that his wife shot him when he got out of the car while Kimberly remained inside. Furthermore, the bullet holes in Christopher's jacket prompted numerous questions. According to the prosecutors, such a trace could have been caused by a single bullet fired while he was wearing his jacket. However, this assumption could not be validated. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was Kimberly's bloodstains on her husband's clothing. If Christopher, as he claimed, left the car while his family was still alive, how did his wife's blood, which he claimed she shot herself after he ran for help, get on his clothes and shoes? Furthermore, Kimberly's blood was not found on the murder weapon or on her hands, which would be impossible if she had shot herself in the head with a gun to her chin. However, a drop of her husband's blood was found on her thumb. In addition, Christopher's work computer was used to perform several searches for detailed staging of the crime scene. Kimberly's doctor also testified at the trial, claiming that the young woman suffered from insomnia, headaches, and high blood pressure, for which she was given a variety of medications, but that she had no negative thoughts or intentions to harm herself or others. The defendant was found guilty of all counts associated with such a heinous crime. Christopher received 4 life sentences, one for each family member, with no chance of ever being released. Shortly after receiving such a harsh sentence, Vaughn unexpectedly stated that he remembered everything from that day in great detail and had not forgotten anything. According to him, shots rang out after he exited the vehicle, but he had no idea what was going on. He then noticed the children's bodies, and then his wife shot him in the leg. She shouted that it was all his fault before shooting him in the head. The convict's new testimony had no bearing on the verdict because it sounded so ridiculous. However, Christopher's parents have actively sought to defend their son in front of the public. For several years, they have appeared on various talk shows, given interviews, and written blogs and social media posts about their dissatisfaction with life and how marriage has altered it. They also consistently blame all of the problems on the Phillips family, claiming that their members refused to accept their son-in-law from the start and did everything they could to make his life miserable. The Bond family had filed several clemency petitions, hoping that Chris would be acquitted or his sentence commuted. Several such petitions were delivered to the governor of the state. However, after reviewing the case file, he stated that he had no reason to question the court's decision. He advocated for the murder of a whole family. Furthermore, he committed the most heinous crime imaginable, leaving no room for leniency or justification in this case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Beautiful, wealthy, famous, and successful women can be deeply unhappy in their personal lives. The Turkish arabesque performer Belgian Cyril Miser, also known as Bergen, was tortured by her husband for many years. She is a well-known figure in Turkey and around the world. He beat her, disfigured her face with acid, and eventually shot her. Our heroine today is Edith Rosario Bermeo Cisneros, an Ecuadorian performer, television actress, music producer, and lingerie designer also known as Sharon La Hechiquera, or simply Sharon, through her own hard work, perseverance, and talent. She has risen to heights beyond imagination, becoming one of Ecuador's and Latin America's top stars. Karen wished for simple female happiness, family comfort, and a peaceful harbor to which she could return every evening and simply be herself. But the man she loved, her husband and the father of her child, saw in her only an endless source of funds for his trouble, free and carefree existence. This man was ultimately responsible for the death of the nation's favorite in 2015. However, despite widespread publicity, the final point in this high-profile case has yet to be resolved. Sharon lacks a biography from her early years. The future star was born on March 28, 1974, in Santiago de Guayaquil, a large metropolis. Located on the Guayas River in Ecuador's province, the girl's full name was given at birth. Sounds like Edith Rosario Bermeo Cisneros. She grew up in a simple, modest family with 2 other children. Soon after her daughter's birth, the entire family relocated to Duran, where the future queen of techno, cumbia, spent her childhood and youth. Edith was a bright, active, and artistic girl from a young age. At home, she was affectionately known as Charo or Cherito, and this nickname later became part of her stage name. Edith grew up watching the popular American comedy television show B with another name, My Wife Bewitched Me. Her idol and object of imitation was the show's main star, cult actress Elizabeth Montgomery. Then the same girl changed her name to Charo, Enchantress, and aspired to replicate her favorite actress's success. She has always been interested in music and enjoys singing. She had a good musical ear and decent vocal data, but calling them outstanding was difficult. Nonetheless, the girl won over everyone with her natural charm, artistry, and ability to reincarnate. At the age of 8, she won the City Children's Festival by performing Foxing Taiko compositions in Los Angeles. By the time she graduated from high school, she had won numerous awards in local and regional music competitions. She aspired to be a famous singer and perform on stage, but her parents were skeptical. They believed that the heiress lacked the talent to become a star, and that because their family had no connections in the entertainment industry, a career as a performer was not worth pursuing. Edith, following the advice of her family, decided to attend university, pursuing a more practical and down-to-earth career as a public relations specialist at the State University of Guayaquil's Faculty of Communication Sciences. Her dream of becoming a singer, however, remained unfulfilled. He believes that everything has a time and that she should wait a little before pursuing the most appropriate path to fame. While attending university, Edith worked as an assistant teacher and kindergarten teacher, a seller of sweets and Morocco, a traditional Ecuadorian drink, and a dancer in the local creative team, performing as a warm-up act for visiting popular artists and musical groups. But all of this was just to save money, which he later used to record her debut music album, Braveheart, which was released in 1998. In 2005, the singer released her 3rd studio album and received the prestigious award for being the first solo techno-cumbia artist in the country to top the music charts. In 2010, she released her 4th album, Poco a Poco. 2 years later, her 5th album was released, which unfortunately became the last in her life and career from the early 2000s until her untimely death in 2015. Sharon was the author, host, and co-host of numerous entertainment programs and TV shows broadcast on TV channels in Ecuador and other Latin American countries. She has appeared in several television series and has worked as a public relations specialist for Canela TV. In addition to a successful career in music and television, he has decided to try her hand as a fashion designer, creating seductive lingerie from her own sketches. And in this case, she waited for success, and the brand she created quickly gained popularity among women across America. Sharon was not interested in doing whatever business. She was successful in every way, reaching new heights and receiving recognition. Personal life of the performer. Despite her dizzying success on stage, television, and in the fashion industry, one of Ecuador's most prominent stars had a less than idyllic personal life. She disliked discussing this topic with the press and avoided answering such questions from journalists at all costs. However, Sharon La Haxera was constantly in the crosshairs of numerous photo and video cameras, making hiding anything from prying eyes impossible. It is known that in the mid-1990s, the aspiring performer was romantically involved with Eduardo Gray, an entrepreneur and music producer. The couple had been officially engaged for several years, but the wedding did not take place. Although Edith gave birth to a daughter from her lover, whom she named Samantha, the daughter inherited her mother's entrepreneurial spirit and artistry, becoming a well-known performer and actress. Despite her best efforts and connections, she was unable to surpass her mother. Sharon began a new romance shortly after her breakup with Eduardo. This time, her chosen one was a little-known television operator, whom she met while working on a telenovela. Their relationship grew quickly, and after a brief engagement, the couple held a modest wedding, attempting to conceal the event from others. However, the information quickly became public, and the marriage itself lasted only a short time. The performer preferred to remain silent on the reasons for his sudden divorce. Later on, the artist had romantic relationships with a well-known impresario named Pedro Francisco, a young ballet dancer who performed with her on stage, and some of her star colleagues. Unfortunately, none of these romances progressed to a serious level, and Sharon ended her relationship with her boyfriend for various reasons. The performer declined to comment on the events in her personal life. She raised a career-oriented daughter, but still hopes to find a worthy, loving man in her life. Relationship with Giovanni Lopez. In 2009, the performer met Giovanni Lopez, a young man who was more than 10 years her junior. He was born in Ecuador but moved to the United States with his parents when he was a young child. The family settled in New York City, where Giovanni spent most of her childhood and adolescence. They first met during the singer's large tour in the United States. But at the time, their communication was limited to work, and Lopez assisted in the organization of Sharon's performance. Even so, these two have most likely developed some sympathy for one another. Furthermore, it turned out that the young man was a longtime fan of the Queen of Technocumbia, and he was thrilled to have the opportunity to work with her directly. A year later, Giovanni decided to return to his native Ecuador. He brought with him designs he had created for artists, including one for Sharon specifically. So began their collaboration, and almost immediately a stormy romance developed between them. At the start of this relationship, the performer was already 36 years old, while Giovanni was only 24. However, the 12-year age difference did not embarrass them, and the couple was unconcerned about what others would think of them or how the media would write about them. Almost immediately, the lovers moved in and decided to live together. However, it should be noted that the performer's parents and daughter treated her new chosen one with caution, and Giovanni immediately disliked it, and they concluded that the young man's twisted romance with the star was solely for selfish reasons, and that he did not love her at all, but only wanted to use her. Sharon ignored the warnings of loved ones because he believed he had met the most important man in his life, with whom he would share many happy years. Soon after the couple married, they began to consider the birth of a common heir. However, they encountered a problem because the performer was unable to become pregnant. As a result, she decided to use in vitro fertilization, and in May 2012, the 38-year-old celebrity gave birth to a boy named Brian Giovanni Lopez. The abusive relationship Giovanni, they only tried to be a caring and loving man on whom you could rely on everything. However, as soon as the couple married and the performer became pregnant, the young husband's behavior began to change dramatically, and he literally transformed into a domestic tyrant. He no longer sought to earn money independently, and he was content with his position as an Alphonse. He willingly spent his wife's money on his own needs, entertainment, expensive clothes, and personal grooming. Lopez also began to abuse alcohol and appeared less and less frequently at home, preferring to spend time with friends and mistresses. To all of this, Giovanni began to openly insult his wife, pointing to her age and fading beauty. According to some reports, as a result of his offensive statements and remarks, Sharon decided to undergo a number of plastic surgeries in order to maintain her youth and resemble her husband. In particular, the performer enlarged her breasts and performed a number of cosmetic manipulations. However, all of her efforts were in vain and did not contribute to the restoration of family peace and harmony. The Queen of Techno Cumbia continued to work actively, starring in TV series, hosting entertainment shows, and preparing material for a new album. She tried to smile in public, claiming that she was finally content in her personal life. However, only people close to her knew about how things were really going in her family. In early 2014, when little Brian was not yet 2 years old, the artist made the first serious attempt to end the relationship with Giovanni, but he said that he would agree to give a divorce only if Sharon would give him half of his property and funds in her bank accounts so that he could continue to lead an idle and carefree lifestyle to which he was used. Sharon could not agree to these terms, so she began consulting with lawyers about how to end the marriage while keeping the property and full custody of their joint young son. By the end of the year, family life had become unbearable, but the couple continued to appear happy in public. One final family trip. On the eve of the New Year 2015, the performer gave a number of festive concerts, and she also starred alongside her star colleagues in several dedicated Christmas and New Year's events. After that, exhausted by her work, the young woman decided to take a small vacation to the warm coast with her friends, husband and son, to relax a little and try to gather her thoughts before deciding what she should do next. On the evening of January 3, 2015, the entire company decided to return. Because the journey was going to be long and they were driving, the friends decided to follow each other and stay in constant contact in case anyone needed assistance. They decided to pre-plan all of their stops along the way. Sharon had to drive the car that evening because her husband had consumed alcoholic beverages throughout the day. After a few hours, the company stopped at a gas station and decided to eat dinner in a roadside cafe. During the meal, the singer and her young husband got into a heated argument because Giovanni ordered another drink. Despite his earlier promise not to drink and drive, he allowed Sharon to rest and spend time with the child. The couple argued for about 30 minutes and couldn't agree on who would drive the car. Finally, their friends couldn't take it and asked if they could go on their way. The singer stated that she did not want to delay them due to family issues, so they could continue, and he and Giovanni would need to stay a little longer. The friends reluctantly agreed, and after another half hour, drove away, leaving the couple at a roadside cafe. They had no idea Sharon would die before they saw her again. Strange accident. On January 4, around 2:30 a.m., the friends received a phone call from an agitated Giovanni who asked them to return because there had been an accident and Sharon might have died. His words were shocking because he did not provide specifics, making it impossible to determine what had occurred on the night road. By the time they returned, emergency services were already on the scene, attempting to assist the victim and reconstruct the sequence of events. According to Giovanni, at around 1:15 a.m., on the highway to Del Spondilis, near the Ecuadorian province of Santa Elena, his wife got out of the car to comfort her crying son and change his diaper. At that point, another car smashed into her at high speed. Without stopping, this car sped away from the accident scene. The young woman was thrown a few dozen meters to the side of the road by the impact. When the ambulance arrives, she was still alive. She's been taken to the hospital. Despite the doctor's best efforts, Sharon died of massive injuries and internal bleeding. Giovanni was still drunk and confused during his testimony, and his story sounded strange and illogical. As a result, the police decided to detain him until the morning so that they could question him thoroughly. When he had come to his senses, Lopez confirmed the words of friends that he and his wife argued all evening and admitted that, despite his wife's promises and prohibitions, he defiantly drank alcohol in order not to drive and piss off Sharon. Giovanni's testimony: he did not see the license plate number of the car that hit his wife. He didn't remember the mate and only mentioned that the car was white. There were no CCTV cameras along that stretch of road. No witnesses could be found, and the accident itself appeared suspicious because Sharon did not even turn to the side of the road before leaving the cabin and did not ensure her safety. Although any vehicle on a straight, deserted road can be seen and heard from afar even at night, the longer the police tried to correlate all of the facts with Lopez's story, the more it resembled a premeditated murder. Giovanni was confused about the timing and chronology of events and could not recall details. Most interestingly, he couldn't explain why their car was facing the opposite direction of the road they were on. Following another interrogation, the deceased singer's husband was arrested as the primary suspect in her death, the autopsy results, and Sharon's funeral. The autopsy revealed that the deceased woman's body had numerous injuries consistent with a traffic accident. However, experts discovered a clear and fairly deep mark on Sharon's chest that could have been caused by a seatbelt. This fact raised additional questions and suspicions. Samantha, who spent the New Year's holidays with her boyfriend, was stunned when she learned about the tragedy from singer Sonia Ramos, a close friend and colleague of her mother. She called her father, Eduardo Gray, and asked him to come to her as soon as possible so that they could go to Sharon's house together and start planning the funeral. After making all the necessary preparations, the celebrity's body was transported to the Coliseum Voltaire Paladins Polo in the province of Guayaquil. Thousands of Ecuadorian friends, colleagues, and fans gathered to say goodbye to one of the brightest stars. Furthermore, this sad event was covered in all of the country's leading publications, and it was even announced on television one morning. Samantha, overcome with grief, sobbed on her father's shoulder, surrounded by her grandmother, grandfather, uncle, and aunt. The deceased celebrity's family refused to comment on what had occurred. None of them directly accused Giovanni of what happened, but they all demonstrated their disapproval of him through an investigation and a surprising court decision. The case was among the most high-profile in Ecuador's history. It received extensive media coverage and jeopardized the reputation of the country's judicial system. The initial verdict literally shocked the celebrity's relatives and fans, and the case's revision was so delayed that the final point in this matter has yet to be resolved. So the white car, which presumably hit the artist, was discovered a few days later. The car had characteristic damage, which experts have determined could have resulted from an accident. If you hit someone at high speed, the owner of the vehicle is a young woman named Tatiana Chavez, who has categorically denied any involvement in the accident. However, the prosecutor's office has opened criminal cases against Tatiana for negligent homicide and Giovanni Lopez for premeditated murder. His story sounded extremely unconvincing. He was confused and contradicted himself before recognizing the car and even claiming to have seen the driver, only to doubt his own words by referring to alcohol intoxication. In parallel, the deceased's daughter and parents issued a statement blaming the singer's husband for the incident. They believe he never loved Sharon and committed the murder to seize her money and custody of the child. Samantha stated that her mother had discussed the dissolution of their marriage with lawyers shortly before the tragedy. Samantha also stated that her younger brother, who was the only witness to the incident, cries all the time and repeats, "Daddy is bad." However, they did not involve the child as a witness in order to spare the boy further psychological trauma. After a detailed reconstruction of the events of that evening, Tatiana was ruled out as a suspect. By comparing the times and locations where Tatiana had been seen before and after the accident, it was determined that she could not have been physically near the accident site at that time, and her car had been damaged in another accident. The other car was soon identified as the one that struck Sharon. Luis Carrillo, the owner and driver that night, was arrested. By that point, he had already replaced the broken headlight and repaired other body damage. However, experts were able to determine that at the scene of the accident, shards of glass from his car were discovered. Luis admitted to everything and stated that Sharon literally fell under the wheels of his car, and he was so scared of what had happened that he simply drove away. Giovanni was convicted of manslaughter against his wife in June 2015. Experts determined that the woman's chest injury from the seatbelt was caused by her attempting to protect herself before her husband pushed her out of the car, directly under the wheels of another vehicle. However, Sharon's relatives and fans were taken aback by the court decision. Because her killer was only sentenced to 3 years in prison, he is seeking a retrial and appealing the new verdict. Such a lenient sentence sparked a media frenzy and prompted widespread protests across the country. People demanded just punishment for the murder of a celebrity and national favorite. Already in July of that year, the judges involved in the case were suspended and later dismissed. The new judicial staff overturned the previous verdict, citing a number of administrative and bureaucratic errors. All defense lawyers' attempts to challenge the reversal of the verdict were unsuccessful. Luis Carrillo was cleared of any responsibility for the singer's death, but he was charged with fleeing the scene and attempting to conceal evidence. But Giovanni Lopez was brought to every court session under heavy security to avoid attacks on him by Sharon fans. In October 2015, the singer's husband was found guilty of her death and sentenced to 26 years in prison. The court also considered Samantha's evidence of Giovanni's cruel treatment of her mother, as well as the fact that he blackmailed his wife by demanding a large sum of money in exchange for her consent to divorce. A few months later, 2 appeals were filed simultaneously. The prosecution demanded that the sentence be increased to the maximum of 35 years, while the lawyers argued that the new sentence was legal. However, both complaints were dismissed. In 2021, Lopez attempted to appeal the court's decision. In addition, he claimed that he was mistreated in prison and that his rights were violated severely. The prisoner even went on hunger strike to persuade the court to release him. He claimed that he was wrongfully convicted, while the primary perpetrator of the tragedy, Luis Guerrero, remained free. Giovanni appealed again in 2023, this time with a new lawyer, in the hopes of securing his release. It is worth noting that in this difficult case, the judge's composition was changed once more due to the revealed abuse of power. As a result, Lopez's defense team hopes to not only challenge the verdict, but also seek compensation for the years he spent in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The tragic story of Laci Peterson, a young schoolteacher, not only shocked the public with its unimaginable cruelty and inhumanity, but it also set the stage for the passage of the Laci and Connor Act. Connor was the name of her unborn son, who died alongside his mother, and the law was intended to protect children from violence before birth and punish those who endanger their lives and health. The case is far from unique, but the fact that a pregnant woman was abused by someone close to her, who was supposed to protect and care for her, is shocking and puzzling. Several television documentaries have been produced about the case. Despite circumstantial and controversial evidence, no one questioned the defendant's guilt. And he, in all of his appearances, demonstrated that he is not sorry or repentant for what he did. This is one of those stories that gives you chills all over. But let's try to figure out how the guy who was considered a model family man decided to commit such an atrocity. Who was Laci Peterson? Laci Denise Peterson, maiden name Rocha, was born in May 1975 in Modesto, a small town in the central part of California. Dennis Rocha and Sharon Anderson had known each other since high school, and their teenage romance resulted in marriage and the birth of 2 children, Brandon, the eldest, and Laci, the daughter. Curiously, the mother named her daughter after a local beauty queen that she admired. The family owned their own farm, so the children learned to work in the fields and care for animals from a young age. The girl was extremely close to her mother. They worked together to create a beautiful garden filled with flowers and fruit trees. Then Laci considered connecting her future life to this occupation and pursuing a specialized profession. When the kids were still small, the family faced a crisis, and no matter how hard the spouse tried, they were unable to save the marriage and soon divorced. By mutual agreement, the children continued to live with their mother in their hometown. 2 years later, Sharon remarried. Her chosen one was a childhood friend named Ron Grant Ski. Ron treated his wife's children as his own, and in fact replaced their birth father, who was uninterested in the heirs' lives following the divorce. The girl even started calling him Daddy. A few years later, the couple had a daughter named Emily Laci, who grew up to be a kind, sociable, and open girl. She always had a large group of friends. She did well in school and was a member of the cheerleading team. After graduating from high school, the dark-haired beauty passed her exams and was accepted into the prestigious California State University. She decided to pursue her childhood dream of becoming a landscape designer. Laci has always been a creative person who enjoys drawing, so she found her chosen profession, which is Scott Peterson. Scott Lee Peterson is also a California native, but he was born on October 24, 1972, in the large metropolis of San Diego, in the southwest of the state, to Jacqueline Helen Latham and Arthur Lee Peterson. The boy grew up in a fairly well-to-do family, and from a young age, He knew nothing to refuse. His father owned a business that produced packaging materials, and his mother ran a designer clothing store. By the way, her boutique was located in Hollywood. Among the regular customers were several celebrities. Scott's difficult personality began to emerge in childhood. He enjoyed being the center of attention, did not tolerate bans or refusals, and was described as a spoiled, capricious, and even arrogant child in school. The boy began playing golf at a young age and considered pursuing a professional career in the sport. He was friends with Philip Mickelson, also known as Lefty, the future professional golfer who was ranked second in the world in 2012. As a teenager, Scott was one of San Diego's best athletes. Following graduation, the young man enrolled in one of Arizona's universities, where a promising athlete paid for half of his education. However, Peterson was unable to receive a diploma because he was expelled for inappropriate behavior following a raucous potluck, already consuming strong alcohol in the presence of other students. After months of deliberation and searching for a suitable location, the young man applied to the University of California, where he initially intended to study economics but later changed his mind and transferred to the Faculty of Agriculture. By the way, Scott took the educational process very seriously and responsibly this time, becoming an exemplary student, because his parents threatened to leave him without a job if he was expelled again. Scott and Lacey, a love story. Young people met while studying at university. Scott began working part-time in one of the local coffee shops, where he also worked as a waitress alongside a former classmate and close friend of Lacey. Lacey frequently stopped by to eat and see her friend, and when she noticed the handsome young man, Scott noticed the smiling petite brunette and began to give her his full attention. One day, Lacey went to the coffee shop but didn't see her friend. She decided to ask Scott what was wrong. They quickly started talking. However, because Scott had to work, Lacey wrote her phone number on a napkin so they could contact each other later. Scott called her back that evening, and Lacey was thrilled. After speaking with him, he informed her mother that she had contacted her future husband. A few days later, he asked his new acquaintance out on a first date, and Lacey readily agreed. It's worth noting that Peterson had another passion besides golf, fishing, so he invited Lacey to go deep-sea fishing in an open body of water. She accepted the offer, but she became seasick on the boat, forcing the couple to quickly return to shore and family life. Nonetheless, after that not-so-great first date, the couple began to meet, and a few years later, they decided to move in together. Scott had finally abandoned his dreams of a professional sports career and decided to start his own small business. In the summer of 1997, he used the startup capital to help his parents. After Lacey received her diploma, the couple held a traditional wedding with a white dress veil and vows at the altar. They only invited family and close friends to the celebration. And as a venue, they chose the popular Sycamore Mineral Springs Resort, which is located on the ocean in Western California. Following their wedding, the couple moved to San Luis Obispo, a small resort town between Los Angeles and San Francisco. They decided to open their own sports bar, but the idea was doomed from the beginning. There were rumors that Scott's parents once again assisted with the execution of the business plan. However, they later denied it, claiming that their son was a poor businessman who they discovered while he was still attending university. Anyway, the couple's business was not very successful. They initially had constant problems, first with the institution itself, then with the management, but they eventually managed to spin the number of visitors up over time, and by 2000, when the Petersons decided to sell the institution, it was already a well-known and popular destination. The couple decided to settle in Lacey, their hometown, and start a family. They bought a small, cozy house in a good neighborhood, a car, and a dog. And about a year later, the young woman told her husband the happy news that they would soon be parents. Lacey had already decided to change her career path and accepted a position as an art teacher at a local school. Her husband was having difficulty finding work and was forced to accept a position with a fertilizer and organic fertilizer company. Lacey tried to be the perfect wife in order to bring comfort and peace into her and her husband's new home. She kept everything in perfect order, loved cooking, entertaining guests, and had a lovely flower garden on the lawn. Scott appeared to be supportive of his wife in all aspects, and from the outside they appeared to be the perfect couple. He accepted the news of the upcoming addition to the family with joy. When the couple discovered they would have a boy, They actively began to choose a name for him. The future parents chose the name Connor for their son, and everyone was sure that they were looking forward to the child's birth as a pregnant teacher. Lacey, who was 8 months pregnant at the time, mysteriously disappeared on December 24, 2002. Lacey's mother and stepfather, who had been unable to contact her throughout the day, raised the first alarms. She did not answer the phone or return calls, which was unusual for her. As it turned out, the husband had been unaware of his wife's whereabouts the day before. She had visited her parents as well as the beauty salon where her sister Amelia worked. She was cheerful as she prepared for the Christmas and New Year's Eve celebrations. Lacey allegedly went for a morning walk with her dog, but a few hours later, neighbors discovered the Petersons' dog wandering down the street, dragging a dirty leash behind him. At the time, no one suspected anything wrong. The neighbor, he said, simply thought the dog had escaped, so we took him to the owner's backyard. For the evening, the concerned parents called the police and reported him missing, requesting that they begin searching immediately because Lacey was pregnant, and if she was in trouble, she required assistance as soon as possible. However, she was never found that day or the next. A day later, word of the missing teacher spread throughout town, prompting hundreds of volunteers to join the search. People combed the area, pasting flyers with portraits of the girl and organizing search pages and social networks where they posted detailed information about the missing mother and stepfather. The older brother and younger sister appealed to all concerned on television, requesting assistance in the search and sharing any useful information for which a reward was even announced, except that Scott behaved strangely and even suspiciously, refusing to participate in press conferences, showing little interest in the search results, and appearing unconcerned. Mr. Peterson's behavior, according to the investigator in charge of the case, raised suspicions from the start. He was frighteningly calm, and the police officer's questions annoyed him. He asked no questions, acted arrogantly, and, most interestingly, confused his statements by changing them multiple times. Scott was the last person to see his spouse on the day she went missing. He went to the golf course in the morning to get some exercise and play while his wife stayed at home, intending to walk the dog and do some cleaning later. When he got home, he found the dog in the backyard, but Lacey was nowhere to be found. Scott did not go to the police because he believed his wife was visiting her parents. However, when she still did not show up, he became concerned and called his mother-in-law's house, where he was informed that Lacey had not arrived, and that's when the first inconsistencies in Scott's testimony became apparent. First, no one could confirm his alibi because he hadn't been seen on the golf course. Second, the father-in-law claimed, as confirmed by the taped conversations, that he had called Scott himself while looking for his stepdaughter, but he replied that he had no idea where she could be. Peterson then abruptly changed tactics, stating that he had changed his mind about playing golf and instead planned to go fishing at a secluded location in Berkeley Harbor. He explained the confusion over the phone calls by stating that all of the relatives were on edge and couldn't remember who had called whom or when during the inspection of the couple's home. A strange and frightening detail was discovered. Lacey's purse, which contained her house keys, phone, and some cash, had gone missing. She wouldn't have left the house without at least taking her dog for a walk to the nearby park. How would she lock the front door? This nuance was alarming, raising suspicions that Lacey had not vanished on the street, but rather from her own home. A grisly discovery. On April 13, nearly 4 months after the pregnant teacher went missing, local fishermen noticed something strange on the rocky shores of San Francisco Bay and decided to investigate further. As it turned out, their attention was drawn to the body of an infant that had washed up on shore. The boy's body had hardly decomposed, but it was severely disfigured, apparently as a result of the body being battered by the waves against the rocks for quite some time. His umbilical cord appeared to have been torn rather than cut. A day later, in a different part of the bay, a few kilometers from where the infant was discovered, a severely decomposed body of a young woman was discovered. The corpse was so disfigured that it wasn't immediately identifiable as human remains. But the most gruesome aspect was that the body was missing its head and most of its limbs. There were only a few fragments of clothing left on the body, including a special maternity bra. It was simply impossible to identify the body, so only DNA testing could determine that it belonged to the missing teacher. According to criminalists, the baby was well preserved because he was in the womb the entire time, but the body rejected the fetus during the decomposition process. According to eyewitnesses who discovered the boy, something strange resembling a ribbon or rope was wrapped around his neck, and he had a large cut on his body. Although the autopsy results were never officially released, the experts claimed that the cut was caused by a wave hitting the body against a sharp rock, and that the noose around his neck was simply trash. Scott evaded capture during the investigation and search. Furthermore, Lacey's parents actively defended their son-in-law for the first few days, describing him as an ideal husband and their marriage as happy and built on love and trust. But the more the police learned about this man, the more suspicious he appeared to them. Peterson began cheating on his wife almost immediately after the wedding, even before the couple moved to Modesto. Later, he had numerous mistresses with whom he lied about not being married or recently widowed. Thus, in the fall of 2002, Scott went on a blind date with a lovely blonde named Amber Frey. The girl worked as a seuse and raised her young daughter alone. She was looking for a life partner who would love and accept her and her child, and Scott was handsome and polite. She knew the feelings were mutual. Scott almost immediately admitted that he had recently been widowed, and that the upcoming Christmas would be the first without his beloved deceased wife. Amber consoled him as best she could, and from that point forward, they communicated almost daily. Scott soon told his mistress that they could move in together after the holidays, and the couple began to plan their future together. True, Scott stated that he has never wanted to have his own children and plans to undergo a sterilization procedure known as a vasectomy, but he was also prepared to raise daughter Amber as his own. Everything was fine until Amber happened to see a TV report about the disappearance of a pregnant local teacher. Despite the fact that the missing woman's husband did not give an interview or appear in front of the cameras, the broadcast featured photos of her and Lacey together, and Amber recognized her lover. Another intriguing feature was Scott's drastic change in appearance following his wife's disappearance, which included growing a beard and bleaching his naturally dark hair on his head and face. Amber couldn't believe what she was seeing and hoped it was all a dream. However, she soon realized that she was dating the same guy. She went straight to the police and told them everything, even agreeing to record their phone conversations. Amber wondered why Scott had told her he was a widower a couple of weeks before his wife vanished, but he must have sensed something was wrong. Despite his evasiveness, as soon as the bodies of the deceased mother and child were found, the question of immediately arresting Scott as the main suspect arose. Despite the fact that the investigation lacked hard evidence, there was a good chance Scott would try to leave the country. In fact, that was exactly what he planned to do. But, fortunately, he did not have time. On April 18, 2003, the widower was taken into custody, but he refused to admit his guilt. Simultaneously, his house, garage, and car were thoroughly searched, yielding frightening results. Microparticles of Lacey's dried blood were discovered on tools in the garage, the trunk of the car, and the bottom of the fishing boat. Experts discovered several hairs from the deceased woman. The clothes Scott was wearing on that fateful day had long since been discarded. The house had undergone several general cleanings with the assistance of cleaning services, and the building itself had already been listed for sale. But the most difficult aspect of the investigation was the inability to determine the exact date of Lacey's death, which made it impossible to verify the suspect's alibi. Traces of cement were discovered in the garage, trunk, and Peterson's boat, further complicating the investigation. The material was thought to be the foundation for a homemade anchor, with which he intended to dispose of the body so that it would never be discovered. However, there was no direct evidence against Scott. He was found guilty of 2 counts of first and second-degree murder. Despite the lawyer's vigorous and confident defense, almost no one doubted Scott's guilt. His actions were the most obvious indication of this. He was neither excited nor upset. He took no part in the search. He was in a hurry to get rid of the evidence, selling his wife's house and car almost immediately after her disappearance, changing his image, and leaving the country with his mistress. Investigator Jonathan Bueller, who had been working on the case since Lacey's disappearance, stated in court that he had no doubts about Peterson's guilt from the beginning. He realized this after his initial conversation with him. The court first imposed the death penalty as a punishment. However, after an impressive number of appeals, the sentence was changed in 2021 to life in prison with no chance of parole. In addition, The court redirected the deceased's mother to receive $250,000 in life insurance for Lacey, which was originally assigned to Scott. This high-profile case horrified the public and highlighted the importance of protecting unborn children from violence, as they may become victims of similar crimes. Thus, in the spring of 2004, the Lacey and Connor Act was signed in the presence of the deceased woman's parents and sister. 3 years after the tragedy, Sharon Rocha wrote a biographical book called In Memory of Lacey, a mother's story of love, loss, and justice, in honor of her daughter and grandson. All proceeds from the sale of the publication were donated to charity. The book was one of the top bestsellers in American nonfiction. Lacey, Sharon's husband and stepfather, died of a heart attack in the spring of 2018, just before another court hearing. He was buried next to his beloved stepdaughter and grandson. By the way, Lacey's father died in December of the same year. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Domestic violence was not uncommon at all times, and victims frequently choose to silently tolerate this attitude toward themselves and the domestic tyrant, believing his impunity allows him to cross any boundaries. The worst thing about such situations is that children may become victims. The case of young T.L.A. Palmer made headlines across Australia a few years ago due to its extraordinary cruelty and monstrous coincidence of circumstances. When a child from one dysfunctional family moved to another, the situation became even more terrible and cruel. The girl's birth mother, in an effort to protect her only daughter from her tyrant husband, gave her to another family with the best intentions. However, as it turned out, she placed T.L.A. in the hands of death itself. The case in question is quite complex and ambiguous. There were several criminals, all from the same family. At the same time, the investigation determined that nearly all of them were victims of domestic tyranny. And now I'll tell you everything in order. T.L.A. Alyssa Rose Palmer, a girl from a dysfunctional family, was born in a small Australian town, Logan City, Queensland, in April 2003. Unfortunately, the girl grew up in less than ideal conditions. The family's head abused hot drinks, and the man was hot-tempered and aggressive. He repeatedly beat his wife in front of the child and, on occasion, the daughter herself. The girl was constantly stressed and lived in a state of fear and depression. It is not surprising that she began to flee from home on a regular basis in order to avoid hearing the endless scandals of her parents and coming under the hot hand of the father. We can only speculate as to why the girl's mother, Cynthia Palmer, did not leave the man who abused her and her daughter. However, the young woman decided to give her only child to another family, believing that this would be better. Cynthia later stated that it was a forced measure and that she was deeply sorry for it. However, she was unable to do so at the time because she was held hostage by the circumstances. However, the dysfunctional family's neighbors have a different story. According to some reports, Cynthia is an alcoholic. She attempted treatment, but overcoming addiction was not easy, and after another escape from home, when she was discovered wandering the streets on the other side of the city, the Palmer family became very interested in child protection services. Representatives from the service came to the family home and offered assistance, and Cynthia did not refuse to have her daughter temporarily placed in a foster home, given the environment in which the girl was raised. It's no surprise that she grew up to be a difficult teenager with a difficult personality. As a result, finding her a foster family proved difficult. She was always running away, loitering and begging on the streets. She disobeyed her guardians and did everything her own way. T.L.A. did not stay with her first two families for long because her foster parents simply couldn't handle her. She didn't commit any serious crimes, but she was frequently accused of lying. The girl desired the comfort of home, but had no idea what it should be, and any disagreement with the household inevitably resulted in the child's escape from the Thorburn family in early 2015. Kylie appeared to have found her ideal foster family, who were eager to welcome her. Rick and Julia Thorburn, along with their spouses, made up the Thorburn family. We were raising two sons, Josh, who was 19 years old at the time, and Trent, who was barely 18. The family lived in a spacious two-story home with a swimming pool, located in a small country town in Brisbane's suburbs. They had their own horse farm, and Julian started a private kindergarten at home that was very popular and local parents trusted the Thorburns with their children. The family was considered well off and prosperous, respected in their home state, and trustworthy. Furthermore, they had demonstrated a willingness to accept a troubled teenager into their care, which was unusual. Tiale was placed in a new home in January after Child Protective Services determined that this was the best option for her. At first, everything went as usual. The girl rebelled, refused to live with her guardians, and ran away several times. But each time, the Child Welfare Service found her and returned her. But as the months passed, Kylie appeared to calm down, accept her new family, and get along with them. In reality, however, the outward well-being was hit by a real drama that quickly turned tragic: Tiale's mysterious disappearance. The girl attended a local school, which was a few kilometers from her guardian's home, so Kylie's foster father drove her to school every day, and after school she made a lot of new friends who described her as a kind, cheerful, and happy girl. She continued to dream of returning home and maintained contact with her biological mother and grandmother. Tiale occasionally complained of discomfort and even fear without specifying what she was afraid of. On October 30, 2015, Rick drove to school as usual and then returned home to do chores. But he soon received a phone call informing him that his adopted daughter had not shown up for class. No one was particularly concerned because the girl had previously run away, but she usually returned in the evening or the next day. The guardians reported the incident to the police, and the search for Tiale began almost immediately. All members of the family willingly cooperated with the investigation and claimed that there had been no conflicts between them that could have resulted in a runaway for a long time. Instead, the girl was in good spirits and appeared to be quite happy. According to the family's head, he drove his daughter to school as usual, then returned home and cared for the horses until he received a call from a teacher reporting the girl's disappearance. His wife and sons confirmed these statements. The next day, the Thorburns set up a social media page dedicated to the search for Tiale. They posted information about her photos, the time and circumstances of her disappearance, and a description of what she was wearing that day. The couple asked anyone with information about Tiale's whereabouts to contact them or the police, but no one called. Police also searched the family's home in the state but discovered nothing suspicious. Although the foster parents' behavior appeared to be calm, they had essentially nothing to charge. Soon, many concerned people joined the search operation, genuinely concerned about the girl's fate. They combed the area using flyers with her photos and interviewed local residents in the hopes of gathering some useful information, a discovery on the riverbank. After a week of unsuccessful searches, the fishermen contact the police and report a terrible find. According to the men, they went to the Pimpama River in the morning of November 5. However, after barely casting their fishing rods, they noticed something unusual in the swampy, shallow water. As they came closer, the fishermen were horrified when they realized their discovery was nothing but human remains. The police officers who responded to the call reported that the body was that of a short man, but it was so disfigured that it was impossible to determine the deceased's gender. He had no clothes on, and no personal belongings could be found nearby. The body had numerous injuries that were initially thought to be caused by wild animals in the area. Furthermore, it decomposed rapidly due to heat, moisture, and a large number of insects drawn to the distinctive odor. The gruesome discovery was sent for examination, and it was determined that it was a girl aged between 12 and 16 years old. The police then gathered information on all missing young people recently, and the corpse was quickly identified. It was Tiale Palmer, whom the entire city had been searching for nearly a week. The cause of death was impossible to determine because the body had been in the water for so long. However, experts speculated that Tiale died from asphyxiation after discovering that her hyoid bone had been crushed. The most horrifying aspect, however, was that the injuries, which were initially thought to be animal bites, could have been caused by a person prior to Tiale's death. Tiale's death was clearly criminal in nature, so a criminal case was opened and a murder investigation was initiated. However, the investigation was moving very slowly because no serious leads have been found yet. This meant that the process could take months, if not years, and result in another unsolved crime. The case quickly became public, and nearly a quarter of the city's population came to say goodbye to the deceased girl. People brought flowers, soft toys, and balloons to the memorial service, on November 14, young Tiale's body was cremated. Tiale's birth mother gave a series of interviews to reporters in which he openly accused Child Protective Services of criminal negligence that resulted in the tragic store fires. The Foster family willingly cooperated with the investigation from the start, but their behavior raised some concerns. Rick was supposedly the last person to see the girl alive, but no one could confirm that he actually drove his foster daughter to school on October 30. Spouse and sons claimed to have seen Tiale enter the car. Surveillance cameras along the school route also captured the car driving in that direction. However, no footage of Tiale leaving her guardian's car could be found anywhere. No teachers or classmates saw the girl that day, either at school or on the school grounds. Tiale appeared to have vanished. Investigators had growing doubts that Palmer was even in the car. Family members occasionally aired in their testimony about the events of that day, but insisted that everything was as it had always been, and there was nothing to suggest trouble with the children's secrets. As part of the investigation, dozens of children and teenagers were interviewed, including the deceased's classmates and friends. Everyone spoke highly of her, but they did mention that Tiale had recently been concerned about something but was unable or unwilling to discuss it. Tiale requested temporary shelter from a classmate a few days prior to the tragedy. She claimed she was in trouble and that the guardians would kill her. These statements were not taken seriously, and, despite feeling sorry for her, the friend was unable to invite someone to her house for a sleepover without parental permission. The other girl mentioned that Palmer had told her secret. Trent, the youngest of the Thorburn brothers, was her 18-year-old love interest. Furthermore, she boasted that they were romantically involved and would be together in the future. The latter revelation sounded strange because Tiale was only 12 years old, and a relationship with an older brother, even an adopted one, seemed unlikely, like a childhood fantasy. Nonetheless, the information she received was definitely something she needed to look into. The Thorburn family members categorically denied all suspicions. They referred to their deceased adopted daughter as a liar who wanted to draw attention to herself, and they suggested that the girl's school friends may have made up something or fantasized. There was no solid evidence to suggest that the guardians had committed a crime against Hailey, so they remained at large and went about their business as usual. Their private kindergarten continued to accept children, the farm thrived, and they did not have to deal with the pain of loss. For several months, the investigation was essentially on the same ground. Local residents with prior convictions were questioned, and those suspected of crimes were investigated. However, the search returned no results, and no new leads appeared. Even the announced high reward for any information about the case did not expedite the process. A parallel search was carried out in the area where Tiale's body was discovered. And a month later, under a layer of silt, a backpack and a shoe presumably belonging to the deceased were discovered 150 meters away from where the body was. These items were obviously intended to be discarded so that they would never be discovered. The entire story drew a large public response. The search and investigation results were broadcast on television and published in the press, and city residents organized pickets to demand that the killer or killers be found and punished. The biological mother of the deceased Tiale organized some of the tickets. Eventually, the police appealed to potential accomplices of the perpetrator, promising them protection and immunity if they identified the perpetrator or provided any significant information. However, this appeal also went unanswered. In 6 months, no new clues or avenues of investigation have emerged, despite an anonymous call and a wiretap at the Thorburn residence. It wasn't until the summer of 2016 that police received an anonymous call that altered the course of the investigation. The anonymous caller claimed that the Thorburns were looking for a troubled teen for a reason. They were motivated by a mercantilist interest, as custody of troubled children is compensated with increased allowance. Anonymous also stated that their youngest son most likely had an intimate relationship with Tiale, which he had mentioned in passing prior to the tragedy. Of course, this information could have been false. However, detectives remembered that they had previously heard from the deceased's high school friend that Tiale and her named brother may have had an affair. The investigators decided not only to take a closer look at Trent, but also to examine him thoroughly. The interrogations yielded no results because the guy and his family members insisted on their involvement, claiming that the girl fled and then got into trouble. The family's social media pages were quietly examined, and one of the chat rooms in Trant's profile revealed an unusual correspondence. Approximately a month and a half before the tragedy, he told his cousin that he had an intimate relationship with a girl much younger than him, but he did not reveal her name. Of course, the dialogue on social media could not become incontrovertible evidence, but it did allow the police to obtain permission to install listening devices in the Thorburn house, albeit without their knowledge. The wiretaps yielded shocking results within the first few days. On the recordings, family members could be heard meticulously rehearsing their versions of events, ensuring that their stories matched in every detail. The family had taught his household what to say and how to behave, and from the mother's mouth came such phrases as "Dad made this decision to save, we'll have to live with it. Never, ever tell anyone or anything, regardless of what happens." Rick threatened his family members several times, and while it was clear that they were afraid of him because they knew his father could turn words into action at any time, there was still insufficient direct evidence. However, the Thorburn Blue Card, which granted them permission to work with children, was revoked almost immediately, forcing the private kindergarten to close. The wiretap quickly confirmed that the youngest of the brothers had been intimate with Tiale. In fact, it had been happening on a regular basis for several months before he informed his mother in October that Tiale was pregnant. If Trent's suspicions had been correct, he would have been sentenced to prison for having an affair with Tiale. Julia told her husband everything, and Rick decided to take action. Julia and her sons arrived in Brisbane early on the day of the tragedy, ostensibly for business. It was supposed to serve as an alibi for them, so Rick stayed at home with his adopted daughter. When the mother and heirs returned home in the evening, it was already known that the girl had gone missing, and the family's head claimed to have solved the problem without providing any details, including arrest and investigation. Based on the information obtained, all members of the family decided to re-interview, and the police decided to search Rick's car, in which he allegedly drove his adopted daughter to school on the day she vanished. And it turned out that the car was sold almost immediately following the tragedy. The vehicle was located, and a thorough inspection revealed old, washed-out traces of blood in the trunk. DNA analysis revealed that the blood belonged to Tiale, who had been murdered. After that, any remaining doubts were dispelled, and the Thorburns were taken into custody. They were questioned separately, with Trent being the first to speak. It turned out that he had duped Tiale into seducing him by telling her about his feelings and promising that they would always be together. She fell completely in love with him, believed him, and even boasted to her school friends that she was in a real relationship. However, when she became suspicious of the pregnancy, she realized that the foster father could literally kill her and began to ask her classmates to take her in. At least for a while. Rick fought the longest, but was put under pressure by evidence and testimony from his family members. He confessed to killing his foster daughter, claiming he was only trying to protect his family. He had strangled her severely and disfigured her body in the hopes that no one would ever identify him. Rick didn't consider the possibility of DNA testing when the head of the family was formally charged with first-degree murder. He collapsed and was rushed to the hospital with a heart attack. Their doctors concluded that he had caused the attack himself by taking a large dose of powerful drugs. They fought for his life for several days so that the perpetrator could face trial and receive a just punishment. The entire country followed each family member's trial and sentencing, as well as the investigation and trial, because the Tiale Palmer case became one of the most publicized and cruel in the last decade. Each member of the Thorburn family was found guilty, but many believe their sentences were too lenient. For example, Josh, the eldest son, was sentenced to just 3 months in prison for perjury and attempting to obstruct the investigation. The court considered his genuine remorse and the fact that he was a key witness against his father and younger brother during the trial. Julia Thorburn was sentenced to 1.5 years in prison for perjury and harboring her husband and son. At trial, she admitted that she was terrified of her husband and believed he could murder her and her son. The youngest of the brothers was sentenced to 4 years in prison, which many children believe is too light a punishment for seducing Tiale. Perjury and obstruction of the investigation. In fact, the young man served just over a year before being released early. The head of the family who treated Tiale the most brutally was sentenced to life in prison. He pleaded guilty to all counts and expressed deep regret for his actions. Rick repeatedly stated that he was motivated by the desire to protect his family, but he does not understand how he could commit such a crime. Following the final verdict, Tiali's birth mother gave an interview in which she stated that none of the punishments for her daughter's killers were harsh enough. However, the day of the verdict signals the end of her quest for justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Nobuyuki, who abducted Fusako Sano, a schoolgirl, and kept her as a pet in his house, eventually realizing that the perpetrator was a maniac, is possible due to the nature of his actions. As a rule, maniacs abuse, torture, and then brutally take the lives of their victims. However, sometimes such abuse lasts for years or even decades. If the account of a maniac has more than 2 victims, criminalists call it a series, and the criminal himself is a serial maniac. The history of world criminalistics knows many cases when maniacs did not kill their victims, but held them captive in their own homes, basements, or specially created bunkers. It is enough to remember Natasha Kush, or Elizabeth Fritzl, who was kept by her own father in the basement of their house for 24 years. Alas, there are many such stories. And what is most curious is that in most cases, the hostages were, one might say, in full view of everyone, and the kidnappers had previously come to the attention of the police. Fusako Sano was held captive for nearly 10 years in an unlocked room, allegedly to serve as an inspiration to Natasha Kush's kidnapper. Although by the time this tragedy became publicized, Austrian schoolgirl Natasha had already spent over 1 year living under captivity. But let us explore this complicated case known as the Niigata girl captivity incident thoroughly from its inception. Fusako Sano was born in Nagata Prefecture's small Japanese town of Mitsuke on November 28, 1980, and quickly became one of the favorite children within her household, with average incomes and regular attendance at local schools, as well as cheering for local teams, such as baseball. Unfortunately, however, on December 7, 1986, she fell prey to her attackers while walking home alone from school on that fateful November day in 1980. Fusako was in 4th grade at the time and returning home after staying to watch her school's baseball game on November 13, 1990, 2 weeks before her 10th birthday. Due to this sporting event, her parents weren't too concerned when she took her regular route home that evening. As it got darker quickly, almost no passers-by were around, and passing cars quickly vanished from view. Unexpectedly, one car suddenly overtook Fusako and then abruptly braked and swerved to avoid her. A loud squeal of brakes split Fusako's life in two. Nobuyuki Sato was born on July 15, 1962, in Nagata Prefecture, Japan, into a wealthy family. His father ran his own successful passenger transportation business, and his mother was 37. At his birth, his parents were aged 62 and 37 respectively, and no ties between Nobuyuki and any of his 5 siblings from his father's previous marriage existed between them and Nobuyuki himself. The boy became a particularly capricious and spoilt child who displayed no restraints or inhibitions in his behavior. Yet, at times he could become very emotional or even aggressive if his demands weren't immediately fulfilled, sometimes throwing tantrums or even attacking his mother with fists during store visits when she refused to buy him the toys he demanded. At school, Nobuyuki had few friends due to his unique blend of complex personalities, strange habits, and sometimes inappropriate behavior. Furthermore, his height had caused embarrassment so much that he often slouched when embarrassed, leading him to acquire offensive nicknames. On one of the city's central streets was built a luxurious 2-story European-style house for Nobuyuki, where most of the second floor was dedicated to his children's room, which Nobuyuki frequently detested and said was too scary and did not like spending time alone in there alone. At first, his anxiety and unreasonable fears prompted a visit to a regular hospital, followed by a referral to a psychiatrist for evaluation. There he was diagnosed with several disorders such as nyctophobia, fear of darkness, misophobia, fear of germs and dirt, autophobia, fear of loneliness, and sociophobia, anxiety disorder related to social interaction, as he avoided both solitude and contact with others equally well. Nobuyuki had always been an outcast, neither with a girlfriend nor with friends. In high school, he became an outcast due to peer disdain. When his anger and displeasure with himself or others surfaced, He could only vent it on his elderly parents, who gave gifts or money in an attempt to placate their son. As an adult, Nobuyuki never held down any jobs for long. He frequently caused trouble and caused conflict among colleagues, while also neglecting direct duties that made others unwilling to work with him. At times he would leave midday just because it rained, or because it made him sad. Once, however, due to misguided sympathy, he intentionally injured a female coworker, which resulted in immediate termination from employment. Since then, he has lived off of parental funds alone. Gradually, Sato began leaving his room less frequently, leading him to increasingly become estranged from both parents. Following one particularly heated argument between himself and one parent, he set fire to his home, nearly destroying its inhabitants as well. Subsequently, Sato was ordered into compulsory treatment at a psychiatric clinic where they diagnosed him with manic depressive disorder, outbursts of uncontrolled aggression, and signs of misogyny, an intense dislike or hatred towards females. Nobuyuki spent approximately 1 month in the hospital before being released as a threat to others. For some time after his release from care, Nobuyuki appeared relatively calm, even starting to rebuild the partially burned house by adding additional rooms. But soon afterwards, he simply gave up this endeavor, abandoning construction altogether. Sato was increasingly unsociable and sullen, spending most of his time watching television in his room. Soon thereafter, he refused to permit either his mother or father into either his room or upstairs at all. Any violation would lead to violent attacks against their elderly parents, with fists, shouts of abuse, and threats of death from Sato. Nobuyuki started taking walks near one of the local schools, where he would observe girls closely. At first, he behaved appropriately by not approaching or making contact with anyone nearby, until one day, when he grabbed one of the girls from right outside her school gate, threw her over his shoulder, ran to his car parked nearby, grabbed another girl at random from among those already inside, and ran back out again before getting into his own vehicle, before shouting for help and retrieving both girls and the suspect within minutes. In response, a school security guard and some bystanders quickly intervened to rescue both girls, while also detaining the kidnapper before any further harm could come their way. Sato tried to kidnap a girl who was only 9 years old and could offer no plausible excuse for why he attacked the schoolgirl. Therefore, police charged Sato with attempted unlawful acts of violence against minors. Nobuyuki faced an intense prison sentence at his trial held in August of that same year, yet was released with only a year's probationary period instead. Some reports state that Nobuyuki's father provided help by using connections and paying substantial sums in order to reduce Nobuyuki's sentence to only 1 year's probationary time. Nobuyuki suddenly disappeared from the database of criminals who were prosecuted, likely under his father's influence. Yet after spending hours cleaning up Nobuyuki's reputation in an effort to restore it, his elderly father suffered a heart attack and died. Sato felt profound shame and guilt over raising such an evil monster. Nobuyuki returned a year and a half later with another attempt, behaving more subtly this time to try to abduct 9-year-old Fusako Sano from school on November 13, 1990, yet again acting with ease and unnoticed by police or media alike. On that evening, as it began getting dark, he drove onto an otherwise deserted road, where soon he saw Fusako Sano from school returning home, unfortunately delayed at a sporting event earlier in the day, due to her being late and getting stuck behind traffic on her journey home. Fusako Sano was directly in front of Sato when he abruptly braked, swerved, and got out. He grabbed her tightly and warned her that if she tried to scream or run away, he would cut open her throat. After this confrontation was concluded, he shoved Fusako Sano back into the trunk before driving for some distance before turning onto an abandoned lot. Nobuyuki used his trunk again to tie Fusako's hands and feet together and tape her mouth shut before driving home and transporting her through an unfinished part of his dwelling to reach his room, entering through an unfinished part in order to remain undetected, as always through the front door. Once there, Nobuyuki ordered Fusako to remain quiet while brandishing a knife threateningly, and tied her securely onto his bed before warning that any time she tried leaving, looking out the window screaming or crying, she would be killed, and her body would end up somewhere far off, somewhere that no one would ever find it again. The schoolgirl was terrified and did everything the kidnapper asked, hoping, against hope, he would feel sorry for her and let her go. Fusako Sano had not come home from school as expected, and her parents became worried. Knowing she would stay after class to watch a baseball game, but it had been getting dark outside, she should have arrived home long ago. At first, her parents tried searching on their own, following her route between home and school. However, their efforts proved futile. As darkness fell, her parents made an emergency appeal to the police, hoping their daughter would be quickly located. Given that only hours had passed since her disappearance, police squads quickly started the search operation, with local volunteers joining by morning. On the third day, over 200 individuals participated, combing through REs, pasting flyers with photographs of the missing girl, and questioning passers-by for witnesses who may know something about what had happened. Nobuyuki lived close to both the girls' school and police station, as well as having come under suspicion for trying to kidnap another female student in the past. Yet despite all this, Nobuyuki was not considered suspect due to the efforts of his late father to ensure his name would not appear on criminal databases. Similarly, this likely played into Nobuyuki's non-prosecution in this instance. Search efforts lasted many months and involved searching many vacant buildings, trailers, and railroad cars, searching suspicious vehicles, combing vacant lots, and inspecting interstate highways for clues to Fusako Sano's whereabouts. However, none could be found despite all efforts being put forth. Various theories were explored, such as North Korean special services abducting her, but this proved fruitless. Fusako Sano was still considered missing at that point in time. Fusako was captured by a psycho. Fusako later admitted that at first she was terrified and did everything her captor asked of her in hopes that Nobuyuki might take pity on her and free her. Unfortunately for Fusako, though, Nobuyuki never considered freeing his captive. For several months, he bound her hands and feet tightly, inhibiting blood flow to her extremities and leading to sensory losses in them. As soon as Fusako disobeyed or violated her silence, Nobuyuki used a stun gun as punishment. Otherwise, he beat her on both head and body with his fists, or threatened her with a knife. Nobuyuki never once exploited Fusako sexually, instead treating her more like something between an innocent toy and a pet while imprisoning her. Nobuyuki fed Fusako once or twice daily, with food prepared by his mother, who lived on the first floor. Due to this meager diet, the girl became weaker and malnourished. Nobuyuki forbade her from leaving bed. Instead, she would need to use plastic bags when going to the bathroom, and she was brought back inside plastic bags by Nobuyuki for transport back out into his unfinished part of the house after. Once every month, Nobuyuki bathed Fusako in his basin before cutting her hair and nails himself and dressing her in his own shabby clothes while practicing various fighting techniques with her. Even when acting quietly and not breaking his rules regularly for fun, Nobuyuki would beat her regularly for fun and would practice various fighting techniques on her. Over time, Fusako became psychologically broken. She began obeying all the demands of her tormentor and no longer attempted to run, look out of windows, or run away from him. When Sato went elsewhere, he stopped tying Fusako up. Instead, he simply made his bed with Fusako laying there, layering some blankets or towels on top so it would look as if nothing were there underneath at first glance. Nobuyuki gradually began turning Fuso's radio on periodically and allowed her to watch television with him. Though their viewing consisted only of scotchy or sports matches that interested Nobuyuki himself, the comic books he brought her were her sole source of reading material during her incarceration. For almost 10 years, Fusako had seen no one other than Nobuyuki alone. No one spoke to her. She never ventured beyond her room's confinement and barely moved. Instead, she remained still while Nobuyuki mistreated her. Eventually, she gave up resisting escape or making herself known, despite abuse by police indifference or her captors. She accepted her fate with grace and did not attempt escape or make herself known or resist despite abuse from Nobuyuki or anyone else. ultimately accepting her fate with resignation without resistance or effort on her part, or making herself known, or resist making herself known, accepting her fate without making herself known or resisting escape, or making herself known even after experiencing abuse or police indifference. Nobuyuki's mother lived on the first floor, and for years she had not entered his room due to threats from Nobuyuki of physical punishment if she intruded upon his personal space. Knowing Nobuyuki well, she followed his rules without question. Once Nobuyuki placed a prisoner in his room, however, even going up the stairs became forbidden, and when she attempted it once, he simply shoved her back down again. Although she tried her hardest not to be at home too much when working, she retired at age 73 when her life became unbearable due to abuse from Nobuyuki, who regularly beat her up while demanding she obey a set of rules made up by him alone. At last, Mrs. Sato could no longer take it. In the spring of 1996, she went to the police to file a statement alleging domestic violence by her son. Unfortunately, however, no action was taken, and Mrs. Sato was persuaded by officers not to withdraw her statement and deal with family problems on her own. Additionally, twice she applied for consultation at a public health center, complaining of her son's inadequate and aggressive behavior while seeking hospitalization at a psychiatric hospital. Both times this request was refused, considering that her plea was not serious enough. Instead, advice was given by staff that persuaded her son himself to seek help at said clinic, rather than trying to persuade his mother to seek treatment themselves. After another beating in January 2000, an exhausted elderly woman called the hospital and requested that a medical team and law enforcement officials visit her house, as her son Nobuyuki had tied her up and tasered her several times. These officials eventually responded to her requests and attended. When the ambulance and police car arrived at Nobuyuki's address, he immediately began acting aggressively toward them before resisting and trying to fight against them. Due to this inappropriate behavior, he had to be handcuffed by medics before receiving large doses of sedatives. The elderly woman admitted she was terrified of her son, whose behavior had grown increasingly aggressive and uncontrolled over the past several months. Additionally, he forbade her from visiting the second floor for years, with threats that he would kill her if she did so. Police officers decided to inspect Nobuyuki's room on the second floor. When they entered, they noticed a pile of blankets laid across Nobuyuki's bed, which suddenly moved slightly when touched. Police officers were stunned to see an extremely thin, pale, and exhausted girl lying underneath them. She reluctantly gave her name when they questioned her about who she was and how she ended up there, and said she had been a hostage for a long time on her way home from school. After discovering Nayuki had been captured, her mother was brought into the room. But the woman seemed very surprised and said that no other people lived in their house other than herself and her son. Also, Nayuki confirmed she had never seen this woman before. Nuki was brought into the station the same day for questioning, and his responses shocked the police officers. He vividly recounted a day when he saw Fusako driving along the road and remembered everything about that day, as well as their conversation that day. Sato claimed he found the girl extremely cute and wanted to bring her home with him. Sato claimed he took excellent care in feeding, washing, and dressing her while reading comic books aloud to her, punishing her only for disobedience. He admitted he loved his captive as a friend, and she seemed to care about him too. He had no plans of ever parting ways and hoped she would remain his lifelong companion. He enjoyed spending time with Fusako and could talk for hours about soccer, music, and his favorite comic book characters, while she silently listened in. Additionally, he never locked his bedroom door, yet she never tried escaping, which led him to believe she liked living with him. Consequences, trial, and sentence. Following an exhaustive medical examination, doctors determined that Sato was capable of understanding his actions despite his mental disorder and could stand trial. His mother may be considered an accomplice since she regularly purchased feminine hygiene products from supermarkets at her son's request, yet her attempts at reaching police or medical institutions went ignored, as did her request to visit family home. Before trial commenced, this case received widespread coverage in media and public forums, and the city police came under heavy criticism due to Nobuki having previously been prosecuted for attempted kidnapping of a schoolgirl and then failing to follow through with his plan as planned. Upon the conclusion of his plan, however, he remained free of suspicion, thus leading them to remove both the local police chief and the head of the regional police department, who both made numerous mistakes along the way from their positions. Nobuyuki Sato was brought before trial for kidnapping in May 2000, and all his actions and offenses were studied carefully as the prosecution attempted to secure maximum punishment for him. Sato was found guilty and given 14 years imprisonment as punishment, this term being considered maximum at that time. Upon being released, he found his mother had long since passed away, leaving no living relatives for Nobuyuki. Eventually, Nobuyuki himself was found dead 1.5 years later in an undisclosed rented room with no apparent cause of his demise. How did Fusako fare? At the time of her discovery, Fusako was so weak that she could barely stand on her own. Doctors diagnosed her with exhaustion and dehydration. Her muscles had nearly atrophied. Additionally to stuttering, Fusako was afraid of sunlight and lost communication abilities completely. When her parents saw their daughter after 9 years apart for the first time, they didn't recognize her at first glance. Physical recovery took about 1 year, while mental well-being took much longer to repair itself. Fusako Sano suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder and avoided interaction with others. Her intelligence remained at that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Fusako's parents took their daughter away from town. Sachiko Yamada changed her name and flatly refused any contact from journalists. Over time, however, she made friends, took up photography, and eventually passed her GED exams. She eventually passed her driver's license test, but tragically, in 2007, her life was forever altered when her father drowned while on a family outing to a pond. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The exception was Cassandra and her twin brother Rob. When they were younger, they would often spend an entire day telling each other scary stories in a dark room. Rob considered himself to be a natural storyteller. Every time he told a scary story, Cassandra would scream and he would scatter on his bed, mumbling to himself, "You can't even scare the neighbors, little Joey, with stories like that. No, scary stories are not your thing." Together, they also watched the animated series Scooby-Doo, and during that time, they argued over which of the characters was really a vampire disguised as a ghost. Her brother was anxious because Cassandra's intuitive guesses were frequently more accurate than his. Even though Mary Smith did not have the twins' enthusiasm for reading, she nevertheless bought her kids' books by Robert Wall because she wanted them to grow up to be lifelong readers. The brother and sister's love of scary stories was a lifelong passion that they developed as children. Even as adults, they entertained the idea of launching a horror-themed store and even gathered figurines of villains. Cassandra joined the set in 2004 due to her interest in horror films, and she made a cameo in a scary film that, while not very successful, still caused a lot of jealous looks. "I'm ready to play anyone." "Rob, you must have made some acquaintances there, right?" "Cassandra, maybe we should talk." Rob's sister responded, "I'm pretty close with the head of the cast. Maybe something will come out of it, but no promises. I got the part by accident myself." Rob continued to beg his sister to broker a deal on his behalf. Rob was overjoyed, but even in an episodic role, he was unable to land a role. Colin Dudley was the leading man in that film, and chemistry blossomed between him and the newcomer on the set. None of them dared to take the first step, but that all changed at a Halloween party at the office. Colin dressed as Alex from A Clockwork Orange, and Cassandra dressed like Velma from Scooby-Doo. Colin perceived the cartoon character as more than just a costume, while Cassandra saw it as just that, a costume. Like his character in the movie, he strolled around with a glass of milk and gave everyone a glare. He read passages from the book as well. He would look at Cassandra and say, "Beauty invariably caused my only desire to destroy it, for it did not fit at all into our ugly world." Cassandra took this as a compliment, and they soon started dating, but their brief relationship lasted only a few months. Colin began dating Rebecca, another actress, after finding her. The pair eventually moved in together. 2020, August 25th, Cassandra Cannell vanished. Without giving anyone any notice, she took off from home in her car in an unknown direction and didn't pick up the phone. For a very long time, the police refused to accept her mother's report, attempting to console the distraught mother by explaining that kids grow up and don't always tell their parents when they go out with friends. But Mary Smith was certain that something horrible had occurred, and perhaps she could still see her daughter alive if the indolent police would finally get to work. It took 2 days for the police to start looking for Cassandra, and on the third day, they discovered her car in an undesirable location beneath a bridge. The bad news gets even worse. The keys were inside the unlocked car. It was hard to know what Cassandra was up to there. This area was thought to be a homeless community, and the police regularly discovered bodies there that had either overdosed on illegal drugs or been killed in domestic violence. The police had to patrol the neighborhood, questioning a large number of homeless people who attempted to flee when they saw them. All of them were unaware of the time the car appeared there, though, and none of them had seen Cassandra. It was difficult to have any higher expectations of the people who lived beneath the bridge and consumed alcohol all day. As directed, the detective working on Cassandra's case asked to see her cell phone bill, but he knew from past experience that this would not help him in any way, and so it did. The signal indicated that the phone was in the body of water closest to the bridge, making it impossible for the investigators to retrieve it and obtain the information they required. Still, a group of divers started combing the shoreline. To see how far they could throw the phone, they picked up rocks from the shore and tossed them into the water before doing so. Cassandra's mother claimed that since her daughter's phone case was adorned with rhinestones, it would be easy to locate. While it is true that the phone was located quickly, Cassandra's body was not in the water. Although her mother was told this was good news, she did not feel any better. Her daughter's death appeared to have become second nature to her, and all she wanted was for her body to be discovered and for this terrifying period of uncertainty to end. She replied, "I was looking forward to my granddaughter. I wanted to be a grandmother sooner, and I didn't even have time to give her a crib. It's just sitting in the garage in a box. What should I do with it now?" The mother was saddened to learn that this became crucial information for the inquiry. Pregnant women are frequently the victims of crimes committed by their partners, the expectant fathers, according to statistics. However, Mary Smith was unaware of the identity of her future granddaughter's father. Cassandra had not even met anyone and was single, even though her age was already apparent. It made sense that she had become pregnant through a male partner, but Mary was unaware of the child's possible father. Even so, according to her mother, her daughter frequently called and corresponded with someone. However, for some reason, her interlocutor's phone number was not entered in her daughter's book, and the mother, understandably, could not recall the numbers. She had just realized that it was kind of weird to talk to someone so frequently and not get his phone number down. It was common knowledge that girls could not maintain complete confidentiality in their relationships, so Cassandra should have at least one friend with whom she could share her secrets, particularly if those secrets involved a pregnancy. One found a friend like that. She disclosed that Cassandra had revived her romance with her ex-boyfriend Colin Dudley in a chat with law enforcement. Yes, their 2004 relationship was brief, and they had already broken up 15 years earlier. In general, it was odd that they could still recall one another after all this time. Colin, as it happened, contacted Cassandra in 2014. He discovered Cassandra on Facebook, wrote her some kind words, and revealed that he and his wife Rebecca had a tense relationship before his father's recent death. Thus, he had no one with whom to commiserate. Cassandra made the decision to get together purely out of friendship and speak with her ex-boyfriend to help him feel better. However, the cordial get-together evolved into something more. Colin started leading a double life in 2014, with Cassandra acting as his mistress. The young woman did not want to tell Colin Dudley that she was pregnant when she found out. She remembered their conversation, in which Colin declared emphatically that he wanted no children at all, and that he was delighted Rebecca was infertile, every time she felt the need to tell him so. Cassandra didn't want to hurt her lover, so she kept the possibility of his having a daughter or son a secret because she knew it could destroy a real family. In the meantime, her tummy continued to swell and protrude beyond the baggy sweaters. Cassandra stopped seeing him so that Colin couldn't figure out anything. But how can one go on? She knew that hiding it would not last long, and that lying to Colin about having another boyfriend would be hurtful and lead to their breakup. Cassandra told Colin over the phone that she was expecting a child with him after deciding that the bitter truth was preferable to a charming lie. After a long period of silence, Colin finally expressed his happiness at the news. Though it sounded very strange, Cassandra deduced that Colin was actually happy. When the detective knocked on Colin's door upon arriving at his residence, his wife answered. Resolving that discussing a missing mistress with Colin's legal wife wasn't entirely moral, the detective presented himself as a longtime friend of Dudley's. Colin emerged at once, closed the door behind him, and left the house accompanied by the detective, who had not even made an introduction. He appeared to have been anticipating this encounter. "Thank you for not making your credentials public in front of Rebecca. You're a man of honor, a true officer. My compliments to you," Colin said in brief phrases. "I heard Cassandra is missing. It's weird, bloody weird. I can't even guess where she might have gone. She told me she'd had a big fight with her brother and was really worried about it. I advised her to stop by and make up with him. I don't know if she listened to me or not." Rob had told him about the fight. As far as the detective knew, it was just a family dispute, nothing serious. Still, Cassandra's twin brother had been devastated by her disappearance because the day before, Cassandra had called him and asked to come talk to him. But now that his arrogant brother had declined, he held himself responsible. His sister would not have vanished if she had visited him that day. "You know, officer, I'm not the nicest person. I think you realize that, dating my ex-girlfriend in secret from my wife for such a long period of time. I'm sure I'll be punished for it in the next world. But the human heart doesn't decide who you fall in love with. In 2014, my father died. He literally hated Rebecca with all his soul, and the feeling was mutual. But he really liked Cassandra. He often remembered her, reproached me for the fact that we broke up with her almost immediately after Christmas. We often fight with our parents, accusing them of not understanding, and then it turns out that it's us, their children, who don't understand, and it hurts. My father was right, of course. And after he died, I just wanted to fulfill one of his wishes, and so I resumed my relationship with Cassandra. Rebecca needed to be broken up with. It was a conversation I kept putting off, you know. This family stuff sucks you dry, so I kept stalling. I've been living a double life for 5 years. It was hell. I had to make excuses for coming home late all the time, to hide it. I'd tell her about some fictitious business trips, and even bought a fishing rod, even though I hated fishing. A stupid pastime, and I'd tell Rebecca I was going to the lake while I went to Cassandra's. Before coming home, I'd buy fish at the supermarket for extra convincing, and Rebecca would bake it in the oven, and I'd eat it even though the smell of fish makes me sick. Did you know Cassandra was pregnant? What? Pregnant by whom? I don't have that information, but she told a close friend of hers that it was from you. That can't be true. She's been adamantly refusing to see me lately, and I guess I understand her, and can't blame her for that. Naturally, she was tired of being in the background and wanted a family, which unfortunately I couldn't give her. I guess that the reason she refused to see me was because she had found someone else. Detective asked, "When was the last time you saw her?" Honestly, I can't even remember. I think it was about 3 months ago, maybe 4, if you don't count the time we literally ran into her at the mall by chance. But that was fleeting because my wife was in the fitting room, and I just got tired of waiting for her and decided to take a walk to the coffee shop. Tell me, officer, is there any chance you'll find her alive? Dudley continued. We're doing everything we can, believe me. Colin had more interactions with the detective after this one. Despite the fact that Cassandra's phone was recovered from the bottom of the pond, the police still asked for the missing person's call logs. The unsigned number her mother had informed her about actually belonged to Colin Dudley. Cassandra called him most of the time, and they even spoke on the day she vanished. Furthermore, the CCTV footage from the train station near the bridge, where Cassandra's abandoned car had been discovered, was given to the police that day. A strange man who stood out among the other passengers on the platform was observed by them. He had on a long cloak, gloves, a scarf covering his face, and a hat with the sides pulled down over his eyes. The detective claimed that although he couldn't see the man's face, Colin Dudley's gait was strikingly similar to that of the man. Regarding the hat, it bore a striking resemblance to the one donned by Alex in A Clockwork Orange. The investigators noticed that the strange man actually entered the cafe for a short while before exiting and heading toward the parking lot, where he got into his car and drove off. After they kept tracking him down through the CCTV cameras, the stranger never revealed his face to them during this entire time, but they were able to see the car's licensee plate number, which belonged to Colin Dudley, that the stranger got into. A search warrant was used to send a unit to his home. It was the detectives' hope that Cassandra was still alive and in Dudley's home's basement. Initially, there was no proof of a homicide at Colin's residence. However, they discovered the exact hat Colin was attempting to conceal himself in the closet. After that, they descended to the basement, where they found no sign of the crime and no sign of Cassandra. But when the service dog sniffed the couch, it was trained to search for bloodstains. It barked, and that raised red flags right away. Colin affirmed that he hadn't broken any laws. The police were attempting to blame him, an innocent man, for the crime because they had no other leads and no evidence. When the detective spoke with his wife, she was naturally horrified to learn about the activities in their home, the charges against her spousey, and the years-long deception. She had a lot to say about her husband and her feelings, but after giving it some thought, she responded negatively when the detective asked if her husband was capable of murder. Rob and Mary Smith were furious that Colin could not be imprisoned despite the abundance of evidence against him, and the detective was simply raising his hands. Colin was brought in once more for interrogation. Considering that he had an alibi for every accusation, he gave the crime considerable thought. Colin visited a hardware store early on August 25th at 6:30 a.m. and bought trash bags and household cleaning supplies. The store's cameras did, in fact, verify this, but this whole thing was overshadowed by the big garbage bags. Then Cassandra texted Colin to let him know that she was almost at his house, but Colin quickly deleted the message. But it stayed in the cell phone carrier's memory, and the call-in message dump gave it to the police. Additionally, the couple did not leave the house for several hours that morning, based on their cell phone bill. Subsequently, Colin switched off his phone, but unintentionally left his mistress's phone on. This allowed the police to track Colin's entire path of movement, including his location as captured by the station's CCTV cameras. It was already known by the police that he had visited the cafe, likely using the restroom to clean up after the murder. Colin hopped in his car and headed to the pond where he had thrown Cassandra's phone, which was where the cell phone's last signal had come from. Now was the time to find Cassandra's body. The GPS tracker from Colin's car was taken by the police so they could follow the route precisely. The gadget accurately mimicked Cassandra's mobile signal movement. However, his actions the next day provided fresh evidence in the case. When the police followed his route through the woods, they came across a large trash can that was rope-tied in a ravine. Blood stained the entire area surrounding it, making it obvious what was inside the container. It was a month after the murder by that point, and the body was hard to identify. The description of Cassandra's tattoo in the search notes proved helpful to the police. The same day, Colin was arrested and accused of murder. After performing a forensic examination, forensics determined that blunt force trauma to the skull resulted in a fracture that caused death. The police discovered bloodstains in the basement of the Dudley house that were impossible to remove entirely. Rebecca was unaware of the homicide. She spent the entire day in a different area of the house where the sounds from the basement were muffled. She also stated that Colin's claim that she was infertile was untrue and that she had never desired children. This was seen by the police as the crime's motivation. The absence of witnesses and tangible evidence, like the murder weapon, made it impossible to persuade the jury that Colin Dudley was the murderer during the trial. The murderer was then offered a reduced sentence by the court in exchange for his guilty plea. Colin received a 26-year prison sentence. The fact that the murderer would probably live to see the day he could be freed caused great distress to Cassandra's mother and brother, who were still upset about his refusal to meet with his sister prior to her death. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.
Murder has a northwest Harris County neighborhood on edge this Christmas Eve. A couple celebrating a wedding anniversary found tied up in separate closets. The husband had been stabbed to death. Tonight, investigators have plenty of questions about this. And it happened, as we see on this map, at a home on Kelsey Meadows Court and Village Terrace. And that's where Local 2's Andy Sirota is joining us live with the latest on this story.
Jim and Sandra Melgar live in Houston, Texas. They celebrated being married for more than 30 years while living in a quiet neighborhood on Kelsey Meadows Court. Jim Melgar was born in Guatemala and moved to the United States when he was 3 years old. His family made the choice to move to Houston, where Sandra and her family also lived. Sandra said that Jim was funny, charming, and liked to make bad jokes and be a goofball. They met at school. He kept asking Sandra to go ice skating with him for weeks, and she finally said yes. As they say, the rest is history. In 1980, they got married. Jim went to work as a computer programmer, and Sandra ran a successful business doing medical billing and coding. Even though they were successful, they liked living a quiet life with their daughter Elizabeth, who went by the name Liz. Liz said that her parents were like best friends who were meant to be together. The three of them loved to travel and do outdoor activities like hiking and fishing, but their love of nature faded over time. Sandra endured various physical challenges, including lupus, epilepsy, hypothyroidism, and hip replacements. Liz recounted witnessing her mother suffer violent seizures, a terrifying experience for the entire family. Jim, desperate to help his wife, spent entire days researching her conditions in search of treatments and cures. On December 22, 2012, Jim and Sandra were out having fun to celebrate 32 years of marriage. They ate at their favorite Mexican restaurant, and then around 9:30 p.m., Jim stopped by CVS to get some candy for drinks. When they got home, they sat in their jacuzzi with drinks and snacks and talked about their plans for the future. Jim was excited to make plans for their time together because he was only 5 months away from retiring. Also, they talked about the small party that Jim's family was planning for their anniversary. The narrative takes a dark turn on December 23, 2012, at 7 a.m., when a neighbor noticed the Melgar's garage door open throughout the day, an unusual occurrence. Jim's family arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m., finding it eerily quiet. Despite Jim's black truck in the driveway and Sandra's silver car inside the garage, there was no response when they knocked on the door. Concerned, they entered through the garage, discovering a somber atmosphere inside. The house felt stuffy, blinds remained closed, and the couple's dogs were agitated. Herman, Jim's brother, heard Sandra's soft voice coming from upstairs while the family searched the house. Sandy was tied up with scarves in a small walk-in closet. Jim was found naked, badly beaten, and stabbed several times in another closet nearby. Jim Melgar, who was 52 years old, was pronounced dead just 2 minutes after the police arrived. He had over 50 injuries, including defensive wounds that showed he had been in a fierce fight. Sandra woke up to the horrifying truth, but she couldn't remember what had happened after 1 a.m. Open drawers, jewelry boxes that had been searched, and prescription pills that had been taken but not found were all signs of a crime scene. The police reports didn't say anything was missing or stolen, even though the house was in bad shape. They found a white blouse and a kitchen knife inside the jacuzzi, which they knew was the murder weapon. It was locked, but there was blood on the handle of Jim's loaded gun that was in the closet. When paramedics checked on Sandra, she showed signs of physical distress that reminded them of a seizure. However, There were no major cuts or scrapes on her hands or arms, which raises questions given how tightly she was tied up and for how long.
Bizarre murder has a Northwest Harris County neighborhood on edge this Christmas Eve. A couple celebrating a wedding anniversary found tied up in separate closets. The husband had been stabbed to death. Tonight, investigators have plenty of questions about this. And it happened, as we see on this map, at a home on Kelsey Meadows Court and Village Terrace. And that's where Local 2's Andy Sirota is joining us live with the latest on this story. Andy?
Bill, residents in this quiet community still baffled over a bizarre mystery involving two of their neighbors. Like police, they too have so many questions.
We're just trying to get a statement.
Sandra Melgar sought comfort today in the arms of a friend in the wake of her husband's bizarre murder. She was unable to speak from the back seat of this car where we saw her wrapped in a blanket laying down, still in shock after her 52-year-old husband was found dead and tied up in a closet. Relatives who arrived at the couple's home for Sunday dinner also found Sandra Melgar tied up in a separate closet.
32 years was the anniversary. They were celebrating it.
Distraught family members tell Local 2 the couple had been happily married for 32 years and recently celebrated their anniversary. Deputies say Melgar told them she can't remember who tied her up or who may have hurt her husband. His brother told us he'd been stabbed to death.
They were in the bathroom together, her and her husband, at approximately 1 a.m. this morning, and at some time she blacked out, and the next thing she remembers is waking up in the closet.
Relatives told us off camera the Melgars are devout Jehovah's Witnesses, own some rental properties, and insist there was nothing going on in the couple's lives to indicate trouble was on the horizon. Now tonight we're still not sure what caused Sandra Melgar to black out, but relatives tell us she does have a medical condition, and they say it appears that she may have been hit over the head with something. Investigators haven't released information on any possible suspects. They took Sandra Melgar to homicide headquarters to interview her.
Andy, thank you, sir. Relatives got to the Melgar house yesterday. They said they noticed that the garage door was open. Investigators haven't said anything yet about any possible signs of forced entry or about whether the couple's home had possibly been ransacked or if anything was missing.
She was taken to the hospital for more tests, but was quickly sent home. They then took her to the Harris County Sheriff's Office to question her. The police thought Sandra's account of what happened was not quite right because of how strange the scene was.
I need to do a statement from you, okay? That's why we're here. And I have a little recorder and do a little statement and get some questions from you. Answer.
After getting out of the jacuzzi, she had no idea what had happened and couldn't remember anything. She made it very clear that she had no idea what had happened to Jim and had seen or heard nothing that could have killed him.
And did you immediately get into the jacuzzi at that time when you got home?
We made drinks and went straight to the jacuzzi. He got out once to go get ice and then came back. And then said he was going to move the dogs because they were barking too much. He got out and said he was moving the dogs to the office because when they're too loud, we don't want the neighbors to complain. It was taking a while, so I got out and was going to get dressed or change in my closet. And I went in there and I started to change. And that's all I remember until I woke up. And then I remember I woke up and I thought I had a seizure because my muscles hurt and my head was just hurting real bad. Several hours later I woke up and realized I was tied up. That's all I remember. That's it. I mean, I would tell you more if I remembered more, I just don't.
So the
turn it on.
jacuzzi was making noise. It was pretty loud.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't hear anything over that.
I didn't hear any.
Hear anybody scream?
No.
Hear the dogs? Well, you could hear the dogs bark.
Yeah, because they were right outside our window.
So did he have to go outside to get them?
I don't think so. Usually he just calls them and they come.
They come in the doggy door?
Yeah.
So you don't have to open the door?
Sometimes, yeah. Because some of the little ones don't want to come in. They're not.
Now, if you opened the door last night, you would have heard that, right?
I don't think so. The front? No, you mean the back door.
She told the police that she went into her closet, put on some lotion, and then lost consciousness. She thought it was because she hit her head or was hit by someone. After an unknown amount of time, she woke up and saw that she was tied. When she called for help, she must have passed out again because she thought she was having another seizure. because her body always felt the same after having one. She said she felt this way. What she thought was the only strange thing about that day was that a car they didn't know had been following them home hours before.
I think when we left CVS, there was a car following us because when we came in our neighborhood, it was still behind us, and he was really close. And my husband, I'd get upset with him because he would drive slower when someone was tailgating him, and I'd tell him don't do that because, it's dangerous. But the guy turned left, and we turned right, and so we thought it was just coincidence. And I keep trying to remember.
But investigators were still dubious about her story. They couldn't understand how she hadn't seen or heard anything, especially given how violent the scene was and how loud Jim likely would have been while fighting off whoever the attacker or attackers were. Given his defensive wounds, the struggle must have lasted for a while, and it could not have been a quiet ordeal. They also couldn't fathom why someone would kill Jim, but leave her alive and virtually unscathed, with just a few bruises and small scratches. It was such a different scene in both closets.
Y'all had no disagreements?
No.
At all?
We got along very well.
You ever have any fights?
Usually they were because of my daughter, but she's been gone for 5 years now, so no.
Part of our job is what we do is we gather witness statements, okay? We also search for video cameras, okay? And a couple of your neighbors had video cameras and wanted to get your house pretty well, okay? Your front door was locked, your back door was locked. Nobody came in through the garage, okay? We work hundreds and hundreds of murders. Sometimes we work cold-blooded killers that just on the street that would just kill somebody for nothing. Then sometimes we work murders that they're in an argument and something happens. Okay, there's two different types of people.
At one point, Sandra mentioned that she thought she needed to talk to a lawyer, given the way the questions were going, but the interview continued.
Because if you argue with somebody and you lose it, your temper and an argument happens.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. And I think I'm going to stop talking now because I think I'm going to need a lawyer because I know how this works. I hurt all over and my head hurts.
How often do you have seizures like that?
And I'm not able to drive anymore.
How frequent?
At least once a month, maybe.
When was the last time you had one of those before today?
About a month ago.
No one in the neighborhood heard a noise or dogs barking. There was nothing strange about it for them. One neighbor worked in his garage until 1 a.m. and said he hadn't heard or seen anything odd near the house or on the streets. No noise, no cars, no dogs, nothing. He was shocked that someone had broken into his house right in front of him, since he thought he was the more likely target. As he worked on his things alone with the garage door wide open, he thought that if anyone was going to be robbed, it would probably be him. Officers said there were no signs of breaking in, and the drawers inside looked like they had been carefully taken out, emptied, and put back in their places, not like someone was searching quickly for valuables. They thought it was strange that the murder weapon, which came from the Melgar's kitchen, was left in the jacuzzi at the scene of the crime. Investigators also saw that Sandra could have easily used a bath mat or a pillowcase to push a chair against the door. It was interesting that neither Jim nor Sandra had any ligature marks, since that's what they would have seen if they had been tied down. This led them to believe that Jim had been tied up after he had died, not before he was killed. Even though Liz and Sandra said that things were missing, police and experts said that the evidence did not point to a home invasion and that Sandra had set up the scene. When Sandra was asked to take a voluntary polygraph test, she said no because she was scared that being cold and shaking might hurt her chances.
I'm not trying to cause you trouble or cause you pain. But we have a procedure. Are you familiar with a polygraph exam? We have a person that's going to come here. He's probably here now.
I can't do it now. I'm just a nervous wreck right now.
Okay, well, let me
I just
explain.
can't do
Let
it
me
now.
explain this.
And I'd rather talk to a lawyer about it because I already feel like, I know where this is going.
Okay, well, I want you to understand. Now, I understand that you're upset. I understand that you've been through a lot. This person that does this is a professional and is able to filter for that. And I want you to meet with him and talk to him, no matter if you take the exam or not. We're not trying to pin something on you. We're not trying to get you to say that you've done something that you haven't done. I'm asking you to also, try to dig deep. I understand that you said that you were struck and that you went unconscious. I understand that. But I'm asking you to really dig deep because, you were there.
I don't think I went unconscious.
Okay.
I mean, I think having a seizure is different from going. It's the same.
I understand.
It's the same.
You said that when you've had those experiences that you forget things, and we understand that. But, and I'm not a doctor, but I'm asking you, of course, for you and for us, for your husband's sake, if you can dig down and try to remember anything. How you feeling?
Freezing.
How did the meeting go?
Guess okay.
Did you take the polygraph?
No.
How come?
I needed to wait because I'm just too shaky right now.
Something I want you to understand is that we go to all extremes.
Mm-hmm.
We don't quit. You're going to see a lot of me. You're going to see a lot of my partner. We're going to learn everything.
But I hope you're looking somewhere else too, because it's not me.
We're processing this. You're seeing your house too. And we didn't just walk into this ball game yesterday. I did ask you to take a polygraph test.
Yes.
I did.
And I'm too shaken and I'm freezing. And
what's your explanation though? What's your excuse for not taking one? It's not holding water, Sandra. I'm just going to be honest with you.
I just don't want to take it and then it's used against me.
That's not possible.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Those are not even admissible in court.
What do you think should happen to the person that, if we catch that did this to your husband, what do you think his punishment or her punishment should be? Do you think they should get a second chance?
No.
What do you think should happen to him or her?
They should go to prison. Isn't that what they normally do? They go to prison.
Do you love your husband?
Yes, I love my husband.
Do you care about him?
Yes.
She wants to find the killer.
Of course.
I don't think you do.
Did you kill your husband?
No, I didn't.
Did you have anything to do with your husband's death?
No.
The detectives were sure of what had happened that night, so on December 24th, they called the office of the Harris County District Attorney to ask that Sandra Melgar be charged with murder. But the DA's office said no, because there wasn't enough proof. As tests from the scene started to come back, they showed that there was no blood other than Jim's, which was strange. An expert pointed out that someone might leave the house pretty clean. On some door handles, dresser drawer handles, the safe handle, and the scarves that were tied around Sandra. DNA profiles of men and women were found. These profiles didn't match any Melgar family members, but they weren't fully tested to find out where the DNA came from. Liz sent a message to the police saying she found a backpack in the garage with an Xbox inside. She thought someone had put it in a bag to steal it and then dropped or left it on their way out. This item also had the DNA profile of an unknown female. A tip came in a few days later about a man named Chad Sullivan who was acting strangely in the neighborhood that night. Sullivan, who was recently released from prison on assault charges after being convicted of theft, never answered when police tried to talk to him. Sandra later said that bits and pieces of her memory were starting to come back to her. She had a flashback of a young Hispanic woman talking to someone behind her in the closet. But investigators were still not sure. They kept building their case against Sandra over the next 18 months because they didn't think this was a failed robbery. Sandy Melgar was charged with first-degree murder in the summer of 2014, which was almost 2 years after Jim's death.
What a development here. A woman who once claimed to be the victim of a home invasion that ended up killing her husband is now charged with his murder. You may remember this story. Christmas Eve of 2012, Sandra Melgar claimed somebody broke into her Northwest Harris County home, tied her up in the closet, and murdered her husband. Well, now authorities say that was all an elaborate lie.
Ms. Melgar says that they were in the bathroom together, her and her husband, at approximately 1 a.m. this morning, and at some time she blacked out, and next thing she remembers is waking up in the closet tied up.
It just seemed like something was really strange with how it all came down, with them being tied up and just one person being killed.
A year and a half later, 54-year-old Sandra Melgar is charged with her husband's murder.
We were wondering, I mean, it was so weird that what happened and how it happened, didn't seem like we heard anything like anything had been stolen or anything like that.
Now curious neighbors want to know what information led investigators to charge Mrs. Melgar and why it took so long. They have, after all, been unnerved for over a year, thinking a home invasion on their street was the work of ruthless thieves.
Her defense team said that there was no physical evidence against her and that everyone was missing a very important point. She had no reason to do what she did. According to them, there was no way that something could have made her go crazy and hurt him over 50 times with blunt and sharp force. They said that someone or more than one person broke into the house from the back, and unfortunately, Robert and Jim were killed in the process. If the attack had been as bad as they said it was, they wanted to know why Sandra was found without any of Jim's blood on her. They said there had to be some proof on her, but her hands and nails were clean and her nails weren't broken. They also pointed out that she was only slightly hurt, with some bruises on her upper arms. They thought the injuries would be worse given the nature of the crime. They also called attention to Sandra's many health problems, saying she could not have physically beaten him and gotten away. The defense said that the fact that unknown male and female DNA had been found in the house and hadn't been fully tested should be enough to make the jury doubt the accused. They said that Sandra couldn't be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt if the jury had any reason to think that someone else might have done the crime. Lastly, they talked about how the lead investigator had to resign after changing the date on a search warrant for a murder case that had nothing to do with the current case. They said that the prosecution's case was poorly put together and based only on evidence that was already available. Defending Sandra, the prosecutor said her story didn't make any sense and gave two possible reasons for her murder. They told her that she wanted a divorce but was afraid of being shunned because they were both Jehovah's Witnesses. However, Sandra's family and friends said she had not said anything about wanting to leave her husband. Sandra would get money from Jim's $250,000 life insurance policy, which was the second reason. The prosecution said Sandra could have either tied Jim up before stabbing him, possibly to make it look like a sex game, or she could have stabbed and hit him with a rock before tying him up. So the knots might have been loose because they weren't needed to hold him down. They said Sandra set up the scene and then tied her hands and feet together at the end. Celestina Rossi, a researcher who looks at blood spatter and breaks down crime scenes, was called as a witness by the prosecution. She said in court that the crime scene did not look like a home invasion because there were no signs of forced entry and the dresser drawers were all over the place. Rossi also pointed out that the candle on Jim's nightstand was still lit, which would normally mean that there was a fight near the closet where Jim was killed. She agreed with the medical examiner that all of Jim's wounds were self-defense wounds and pointed out that his gun was still loaded and not touched, only a few inches from his body. The government said that since his wife was attacking him, he would probably defend himself by taking her gun away rather than killing her. They also didn't think it was someone else who put the chair in front of the door, because Sandra could have done it herself by putting a pillowcase under it to close herself in.
Closing arguments have just wrapped up in the case against a woman accused of murdering her husband and then trying to cover it up. Channel 2's Lee Ferlisi is joining us live downtown with what we're learning from the courtroom as we wait for a verdict in this case. Lee?
Yes, Bill. Well, the prosecutor arguing very strongly that Sandra Melgar did murder her husband. The defense saying there was shoddy detective work and the evidence just does not add up. Now it's up to the jury. Sandra Melgar's fate lies in their hands.
Thank you.
Closing arguments began this afternoon.
You guys saw the photos. You saw all the wounds that he had, the 13 stab wounds, all the other wounds that he had in his body and his head. Certainly that person intended to kill him, or that person certainly intended to cause serious bodily injury, which resulted in death. We've proven all of those things.
In the Sandra Melgar case,
there's no physical evidence in this case that points to her at all.
The prosecution graphically painting a picture from their case.
And while he isn't looking, she makes a strike straight up all the way to his neck. That's what that first strike is. Jamie, of course, gets up to try and defend himself, turns around, and that's when she gets him on the thumb. And that's when the blood starts spurting out onto the chair.
The defense criticizing shoddy detective work and saying the evidence is just not there.
Look at what remains. No broken nails, no problems with the hands, no bruising here where you would expect it if a knife was used.
So the jury is expected to deliberate for only a few more minutes until about 5:15. Then they'll be back at it again tomorrow morning. We're live at the Harris County Criminal Courthouse. Lee Ferlisi, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
In August 2017, the jury thought about the case for 8 hours. They couldn't agree on what to do on the first day, but by the second day they had made up their minds. Sandra Melgar killed her husband Jim and was found guilty. She was given 27 years in prison. Liz said that when the verdict was read, there was a gasp that could be heard throughout the courtroom. Sandra sobbed and almost passed out. She said that for a moment she thought about her mother killing her father, but now she didn't think that was possible. In court, no one really thought she would be found guilty. Jim's family and Sandra's family both believe her story and support her claims that she is innocent. Being fair about it is hard because these are my parents, but I tried to look at the evidence first. I still want justice for my dad in the end. It wasn't my mom who did this. I want to know. I'm sure she didn't do this. Liz said, "I'm going to keep fighting until we can prove that." The prosecution was pleased with the outcome and the sentence that was given. As later said by the jury foreman, they said Sandra told a story that didn't make sense or add up. The jury also didn't believe her.
Both mine and probably my fellow jurors' pendulum, guilt or innocence, swung back and forth throughout the entire trial.
What was your first impression of Sandra?
Was how could this diminutive-looking middle-aged lady possibly have committed this crime? It was frankly incredulous to see it at first. Didn't compute. I didn't think she could have done it at first. One, I'll say the prosecutor's testimony, right? It all made sense. Now, was it absolutely provable? No, but it's the only thing that made sense. During the trial, the prosecution had acquired all the medical records and showed and just listed the dates up there and everything else of her doctor's visits. No seizure, no seizure, no seizure, getting better, that kind of stuff. So we watched almost all the police video over again during deliberations, and that's what brought the other people over until we had a unanimous verdict.
A couple of months later, Sandra's team filed an appeal requesting a retrial. However, their request was denied.
New at 6, a celebrity defense attorney is taking on the case of a Houston woman convicted of murdering her husband, Kathleen Zellner, who was featured in the Netflix.
In 2018, well-known defense lawyer Kathleen Zellner said she would be taking on Sandra's case because she thought she was innocent. Kathleen Zellner has helped 19 people who were wrongfully convicted get their freedom. When she started working with Stephen Avery, after he was convicted of killing Teresa Halbach in 2005, the Netflix show Making a Murderer brought her a lot of attention.
We are ready to hear argument in cause number PD 024320, Sandra Jean Melgar versus the state of Texas.
Good morning to the court. I'm George McCall Seacrest Jr. from Houston, and along with Allison Seacrest, we represent Sandy Melgar on appeal and represented her at trial. The state did not prove Sandra Melgar's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and I contend, based upon a fair and full reading of the record in this case, and based upon its unique facts, the evidence is legally insufficient as a matter of law.
Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
So I know the state doesn't have to prove motive. They speculate about what your client's motive might have been. But if there's anything in the record or in the briefs I missed, is there any evidence of any, what would the motive to kill Jaime have been?
Zero. Let me
I mean,
tell you.
no, not for your client. I mean, for someone else to kill him.
Oh, we believe it was home invasion, and that would be the motive. We believe that, in fact, people entered the home. We think this business about no breaking and entering, the garage door was up. There was an unlockable interior door, and there was, contrary to the Court of Appeals opinion, there was evidence that property was missing. Opioids were missing, a television set, jewelry, cash. That is the motive for why someone else did it.
Why would they not have killed your client too?
I don't know. I'd have to speculate.
There was another appeal for Sandra, but it was turned down again. One of the judges said that there is enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every important part of the crime. The Innocence Project of Texas said they would also be working on Sandra's case in late 2022. The woman has talked from jail and keeps telling the same story she always has.
They got it wrong. They got it completely wrong.
Sandra, did you kill your husband?
No, I did not kill my husband. No.
And you have grandkids.
And my grandbabies, yeah.
You're missing out on.
I know. I know that really hurts me. I miss them so much. I mean, I'm just gonna keep fighting this until I'm out of here. That's all I can do.
People have had different opinions about this case from the start because it is so strange, tough, and sad. There are many people who think Sandra planned the whole crime and set up the scene to get away with murder, while others think she is just as much of a victim. From the start, the police were sure it was her. They made up the narrative, and the killer or killers are still out there. A lot of websites, podcasts, and groups are trying to get her released, but some are also trying to keep her in. It's easy to see how bitter this case and conviction have been. No matter what anyone thinks, that night still leaves a lot of questions unanswered. Does someone deserve to be in jail for murder, or is the real killer already there? Sandra Melgar will be eligible for parole in 2031. If she is not granted parole, her release date is August 2044. She will be 85 years old. Jim Melgar was a kind, hard-working, and thoughtful man with a great sense of humor and a big heart. He is missed dearly by everyone. With so many questions about what happened still lingering, family and friends say it only becomes harder to find closure when that was already so tough to get in the first place. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Parents can be very pushy, rude, and demanding in what they want. It's helpful sometimes and not so helpful other times. There are times when being so demanding can even be dangerous. Brett Ryan found himself in a just such case. He grew up in a wealthy and big Canadian family with 4 other sons. His parents were Bill and Susan. It might seem like having a lot of kids, especially boys, is a lot of hard work as a parent, but it wasn't for everyone. Their parents tried to show the younger Ryan the right way to do things. In addition to his well-known job at the Toronto Star Daily newspaper, his dad was interested in many things, like sports, yoga, and psychology. In terms of Susan, she worked very hard, and the whole family home depended on her. She spent all of her time with her husband and children and kept their huge house in a nice part of Toronto in perfect shape without any help from gardeners or craftsmen. As people walked by the family home, they would stop and look through the fence at the huge flowering garden. It's not fair to say that Brett was the family favorite, because Susan loved everyone the same. However, it might have looked like Brett got in the most trouble for disobeying. He was always able to get out of trouble, even when there was a lot of proof that he was involved. He found a way to show that he wasn't fully involved, and it's amazing how that skill helped him make a lot of friends. Brett was well liked at school, and everyone wanted to be friends with him or at least be able to handshake with him like his brothers. Brett went to college after high school. With the goal of being better than his brothers, he put an ad in the newspaper offering to paint people's homes and fences in Toronto. Things were going great at first, and the young man made his first dollar. Susan was so proud of her son that she used him as an example for other people. It's one thing to make this much money from a part-time job, though, and quite another to quit college and paint houses full-time instead of going to school. Brett stopped going to college after a while. In the beginning, Brett felt sure of himself around his older brothers. But once Christopher and Leland graduated and got jobs in their fields, Brett's authority started to slip. Christopher worked as a transit officer for the city of Toronto, and Leland became an artist and designer for the family. After school, they moved out of their parents' house. Brett stayed with his father, mother, and younger brother, who went to a school for gifted kids so he wouldn't have to spend some of his money on rent. Brett was getting more and more desperate as the years went by because he couldn't pay off his debts. He fell into depression. Brett owed more than $60,000 by 2007 when he was 26 years old. People thought Brett was smart, but he didn't know how to use his brain. He didn't show how bad he was either. He always had a smile on his face, helped everyone, and took part in volunteer work. His soul was such a huge black hole that no one could believe it. At last, the terrible moment arrived when there was no way out. At least, not legally. Brett did not have any work around the house or paint the house on October 28, 2007. In the fall, there were almost no orders because everyone who wanted to paint their house had already done so in the spring or summer. Winter was coming, so you shouldn't expect to make a lot of money. We couldn't wait for anything. Brett put on all the old clothes in his closet, like a hat, a long sweater that his older brother had given him, and a scarf that his mom had knitted. The scarf was way too long and Brett had never worn it before, but it came in handy in the end. It fit around his face just right, leaving a small opening for his eyes. He then walked to the bank on the edge of his neighborhood. He walked funny on his right foot while holding a thick folder. Brett waited his turn at the bank. When an employee finally called for him, he went up to her and told her in a low voice that he had a gun on him. Besides that, he told her to get all the cash from the bank register and give it to him. If she didn't, he said, he would shoot her and kill her first. He took all the cash from the register from the girl, whose hands were shaking. Brett then quietly left the building so as not to alert the security guards. As he ran down the street, he looked at the money he had stolen. A little over $1,000 wasn't much. He would have to rob about 60 banks to pay off his debts. It sounds great, but there was no other way out. The new thief didn't show up at home for a few days because he thought the police would still be able to catch him. He drove all night in his car because he had an order in a nearby town, which he told his mother. Brett would sneak up on his house every once in a while to see if there was a police car in the bushes. He wasn't being looked for because it was quiet. He was going in the right direction, which was good. After the first theft, there were 2 more, then 3 more, and finally 4. Every time, Brett changed clothes because he no longer wore his old ones. He either bought them used or found them in the trash. He burned the used clothes after each crime. A store that sold costumes for parties is where Brett also bought a beard. The bank workers he threatened always noticed his beard, and later said that the attacker was a man with a beard. Many articles were written about the bearded robber in Toronto newspapers, but the robber never made a lot of money from heists. $3,000 was the most that could be stolen. Brett finally made a mistake. He was followed all the way home by the police after seeing his car on surveillance footage. At that point, they still didn't have any direct proof that he was guilty. It was chosen to just keep going after the suspect. As if Brett knew he was being watched from outside, he didn't commit any more thefts for 15 days. Before that, He usually went 3 or 4 days without committing a crime. The police felt like they were going in the wrong direction and wasting time by suspecting someone who wasn't guilty. But finally, good luck came their way. After leaving the house, Brett got into a car and drove off. He got out of the car near the bank wearing a new, strange outfit. He went into the branch and stayed there for a while. When he came out, he was met by police who handcuffed him and said that the much-talked-about bearded robber had been caught. Brett was being looked into for 7 months. It was charged against him to rob with a gun. The bearded robber always came to the bank empty-handed, even though he had a gun permit. He didn't even have a knife with him in. He was told he was guilty on 19 counts and sent to prison. After that, Brett and his family filed several appeals. Only 8 of the 19 counts were upheld after this was done. Brett didn't stop there, though. As soon as he had the chance to ask for parole, he did so. Brett asked that the fact that he committed these crimes while he was deeply depressed from 2 failed relationships and having a lot of debt be taken into account in his petition. But he also said again that he didn't bring any weapons to the crimes and wasn't planning to hurt anyone. His comments were taken seriously, but he had to meet with a psychologist in order to get out of jail early. It was good for Brett that the sessions helped him. While he was in jail, he didn't talk to his family. Now that he was out, he had taken a step toward getting closer to them and fixing things with them. The commissioners saw the changes for the better. Brett was finally freed on November 24th, 2010. The young man had fought so hard for freedom, but it turned out to be even more bitter and hard than before. Brett, what was his name before? A painter who has a lot on his mind. What was he doing now? Brett, the thief. Brett is the former prisoner with such a bad past. He was never hired by a business, and people who hired him to paint houses turned him down as soon as they saw the suspicious beard. Even Susan's neighbors who used to visit and compliment her garden started to spread some bad rumors about her. The Ryan family sold their house quickly and moved to Scarborough. Susan got back to working in her new garden, and Brett did get a job with a trading company, but the pay wasn't great. His parents also gave him money to help pay for his college education again. Brett kept seeing a psychologist, and every time, the expert told him the same thing: don't cut ties with your family. Brett's advice from the psychologist really helped, but his money situation still needed a lot of work. It was September 2011 when he had his first lucky accident. His name is Kristen Bechter. Kristen was a really great girl. She had her own apartment with windows that looked out over the sea, so the young couple could enjoy the view. And most importantly, she didn't care about Brett's past. She played sports, which kept her body in shape. They also took trips together from time to time and had even been to Australia. While Brett was seeing the girl, his parents were very happy about his relationship with her. For another thing, they were sure that their son would finally grow up and find his place in society. Kristen would push him to do so. Brett thought things were getting better, but something bad happened that he couldn't change, which slowed down the start of a new phase. Brett was shocked when his father died. Brett started going to see a psychologist more often because his depression started to come back. He also had to help his mother with money, which he didn't have much of, and spend a lot of time with her. He had to build a long-term relationship with Kristen. The young people weren't teenagers, for whom it's enough to hang out and have fun. Brett decided to take a big step because he was deeply in love with this beautiful blonde. He had some money saved up and had told his mother that he wanted to start a family with Kristen. To do this, he knew he had to make her an offer she couldn't refuse. She would remember this day for the rest of her life. She understood what her son meant and gave him money to buy a ring. The couple had already talked about their plans for the future. And no, Kristen didn't need an expensive gift or anything like that. She only needed Brett to make a proposal for her to know that he was serious. He spent a lot of money, though, and got his love a gold ring with a big diamond. It was clear that Kristen would say yes. Then, as young people do, they started making plans for their wedding. Brett agreed with all of Kristen's choices and nodded his head. However, he was shocked by how much it cost and how much he had to think about his job. He looked on the internet for an engineering job opening at a big tech company, put together a resume, and sent it in. He did so well in the interview that they accepted him. At that time, Brett was glad. When he told his fiancée and mother about it, they were thrilled. He then asked his mother for money to buy an expensive suit for work. Once more, his mother did not say no to her son. Brett got a call from the company after the suit was already bought to say they had to turn him down because the security service knew about his criminal past. Brett felt like thunder hit him. Right away, his mood started to get worse and he finally gave up. Why go through all of these interviews and wait for answers when no one wants to hire a criminal, even if they have changed? The most important question is, why study? Brett thought that the money his mother and older brothers gave him for college should be used for his wedding to Kristen, so that's what he did. Brett was back in the situation he had just gotten away from. Not only did he not tell his counselor, but he also did not tell his family that he had quit college. He also didn't tell anyone that an engineering job had turned him down. He dressed up with a shirt, tie, and suit and went to paint houses. On the way, he changed his clothes. He told his family that he was at work in an office. Brett also constantly shared different photos from the office or business events on his social networks. Of course, these were downloaded from the web before. When he was with his family, he often pretended that his phone was ringing and that he had to get to work right away. No one would have thought Brett was just a normal painter because he was so good at getting dust in their eyes. Brett was going to get married in September 2016 after being with Kristen for 5 years. Even more, he agreed to rent a fancy restaurant where each guest would have to pay $100. Brett finally took matters into his own hands, got a great job, moved into a nice apartment, and married a beautiful woman. This made the whole Ariane family very happy. But they didn't know that Brett's lies had gone too far and there was no way out without getting hurt. That time the wedding was only a month away and it would cost a lot to put on. It happened over and over again. Our hero borrowed money from his mother. When he realized she could no longer help him, he told her she had to get a better paying job. Another thing he did was plan a bachelor party for August and invite all of his brothers and friends. Brett still chose to tell his counselor everything, even though the bombshell was about to go off. Brett had been telling his family lies for a year about being an engineer at a tech company. The psychologist felt bad that the client he had been working with for a long time had gone off track again. He told Brett that he had to tell his mom the truth. Brett put it off for a long time and thought about it for a long time. His mom was so mad because she had spent so much time telling everyone what a great son she had. Brett had to tell Kristen everything too, because she would keep quiet if he didn't. Her son was warned that his brothers already knew what was going on and were on her side. Brett was not able to do that. He had a hard time telling his mother the truth, and he couldn't tell Kristen the lies he told her. He did know that the wedding wouldn't happen because he lied about it being less than a month away. It would have been better for Kristen to know everything ahead of time, but he didn't say anything. Brett's plans weren't clear, and he couldn't help but worry that his mother would really tell his fiancée everything, which would mean that the scandal would have to happen. Brett shook every time Kristen's phone rang. He stopped breathing for a moment when he realized it wasn't his mother calling, but a friend of his future wife, asking about her wedding plans and giving her advice. He finally found a way to permanently shut up his mother. Brett was not allowed to have guns after being found guilty of robbery. That's why the boy chose to use a crossbow as the best way to carry out his plan. Also, it's a pretty quiet way to kill someone. Brett's late father liked to shoot crossbows at targets in the garden, and he taught Brett how to do it. He did hit the targets well, but his late father probably didn't think he would use that skill in that way. Brett got the crossbow and arrows at a sporting goods store. He then hid them in Susan's garage behind some construction waste. He planned what he thought was a clever way to make up an alibi. He put a timer on the fan and tied a spoon to it. The fan turned on when the timer went off, and the spoon moved across the keyboard, sending comments that had already been written to YouTube. It must have looked like Brett had been at home all day, watching videos and leaving comments on them. Early on August 25th, Brett put on some strange clothes that covered his face. He then left the house through the back door to avoid the security cameras and took the train to his parents' house to get rid of anyone who could hurt him and Kristen for good. Susan was shocked when her son showed up out of the blue. That day, she wasn't feeling well, but Brett started to convince her again, even though his mother was sick. He even told her not to tell his future wife anything. The mother flatly turned him down. He got angry, and Susan knew something was wrong when she saw her son's angry eyes. She told him that she had already called Christopher, and he was on his way to help them. Brett was crazy. He ran to the garage and got a crossbow, but he was so angry and pumped up with adrenaline that he couldn't even shoot. He just hit his mother over the head with the gun. When he was sure she was dead, he wrapped the rope around her neck and put plastic bags over her body. Brett put some arrows in the crossbow and hid in the bushes until his brother came. Christopher finally showed up after some time and began calling for his mother or brother. As he did this, he was shot in the back of the neck, killing him within minutes. Alexander, the youngest brother, was the next person killed. It turns out that Susan also called him. He was also shot in the neck, but the arrow either didn't go very deep or didn't hit any important arteries. Alexander didn't die right away. He started to scream and call for help. Leland was inside the house, sleeping in his room on the second floor. He had no idea that his brother was killing people in the garage and garden. Leland woke up to the sound of screams and found Brett trying to choke Alexander downstairs. When Leland and Brett got into a fight, Leland quickly got the upper hand and pushed Brett aside. He then ran to the neighbors and called the police. Brett stayed home. He could not run away. At this very moment, he realized he had messed up his whole life. There was not anything to do. I asked Kristen to forgive him in a letter that he wrote on his phone. When the police got to the scene of the crime, they saw Brett, who was badly hurt, sitting next to his brother Alexander, who was also badly hurt but still alive. Alexander would later die in the hospital. When the police officer put his hands on him, Brett told them to take him to the station and he would tell them everything. He also said that his mother's body was buried under boxes in the garage, but no one could help her at the police station or during the trial. Brett told Susan that he didn't mean to kill her. His plan was just to scare her. On the other hand, he did plan to kill Christopher and Alexander that day, but only as witnesses. If they hadn't shown up, they would still be alive. That's how he tried to explain everything almost 10 years ago. He was depressed, but that didn't change the outcome of his sentence. It was important to the judge that Brett admitted to everything and didn't cause any problems for the police, but the young man still got 3 life sentences, 1 for each murder, with the chance to get out in 2041. Leland isn't talking to reporters, but everyone in Toronto knows him as the only person who made it out of that horrible scene alive. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Limer Township, named after the first settler William Evans, is one of thousands of small and cozy towns scattered across the country in January 2023 in the state of Pennsylvania. A measured and quiet life flows here, and nothing appears to disturb this harmony. The inhabitants of such places know each other by sight, and their friendships unite many of them into one family. Jennifer and Blair's friendship began while they were working as business partners on joint projects. Even after Blair decided to become a simple chef, their bond remained strong. Their friendship developed beyond the confines of business and became more than just a working relationship. Jennifer's friendship with Noah, her autistic 8-year-old son, took on added significance. Blair had always shown his friend genuine concern and assistance in caring for Noah. Their children were friends as well. They frequently spent time together, and when the children's games ran late, Noah would spend the night at the Watts house. Jennifer Brown, born in 1979, was a vibrant and active woman. She was always smiling and exuded a positive energy that spread to everyone around her. Friends and family often wondered how she managed to do so much and be so active. Her true calling, however, was motherhood. Nothing was known about her son Noah's father, but this situation did not overshadow their lives. On the contrary, it strengthened Jennifer. Taking care of her young son, Jennifer became a reliable support and best friend for him, especially after Noah was diagnosed with autism in early childhood. Mom and son were inseparable friends who spent a lot of time together, sharing happy moments and helping each other in times of need. Everyone who knew them felt tenderness and admiration for them because of their friendship. The people of the small town noticed their closeness and admired this family for their joy and genuine kindness. Unfortunately, none of them could have predicted what happened to Jennifer on January 3, 2023. She vanished without a trace. The Limerick Township Police Department received a disturbing call from Antonio Blair Watts Richardson on the morning of January 4, 2023. He was deeply concerned about his close friend's disappearance. Despite the fact that it had only been less than 24 hours since he had last seen her or heard her voice, his anxiety was growing by the minute. Tony had been attempting to contact Jennifer for several hours and had received no response. This was completely unlike her. She was always active and responsible, always answering calls or messages, especially when it came to her son Noah. However, for some reason, the boy's mother did not meet him after school on this particular day. The missing person's family and friends knew what a loving mother and caring woman she was. As a result, her sudden disappearance alarmed everyone who knew her and left no one indifferent. Antonio's 911 call was the first step in a long and mysterious investigation that would soon engulf and shake the entire city. A massive search was launched immediately after Blair reported his girlfriend missing. Police officers, family members, and friends banded together in the hope of uncovering any evidence that could shed light on Jennifer's disappearance. Many questions remained unanswered, the main one being what could have caused the caring mother to abandon her son without explanation. Officer Stephen Crawford of the Limerick Township Police Department went to the Brown family's home at 4 p.m. that afternoon to see what was going on. He discovered her vehicle parked by the porch of the family home. When he entered the house, he discovered that her keys, purse, tablet, and work cell phone remained. The officer, however, was unable to locate Jennifer's personal cell phone. When police attempted to locate it, it was discovered that the phone had been turned off at 7 a.m. on January 4th and has not been found since. The last location where the signal was received was near Lewis Road and Ridge Pike in Limerick. This was the investigation's first significant lead, and it indicated that something terrible had happened to Jennifer. She was reported missing, and police began an investigation. Investigators began questioning Jennifer's family, friends, and neighbors, hoping to learn if anyone saw or heard anything around the time she went missing. However, none of the young woman's loved ones or acquaintances could offer any useful information. Jennifer's Aunt Diane Brem, as well as her friends Tiffany Barron and Blair Watts, claimed that the young mother would never have left her son alone. This was a woman who was completely devoted to her child. All efforts by authorities and volunteers were futile. They couldn't find any traces or clues to Jennifer's whereabouts. Her family members appealed to the public via the media for any information on the young woman's possible whereabouts. A prize was set up, but it was also inconclusive. Jennifer Brown's mysterious disappearance was just getting started, leaving investigators and family members with questions and anxious expectations. The police investigation began with a thorough examination of all of the events of that day, and her close friend Blair Watts, who was the last person to see Jennifer alive that day, was brought to the forefront. Jennifer and Blair sat in their cozy living room on an ordinary January day, discussing life, future plans, and their children. Their children frequently played together, and Jennifer had asked a friend to pick up her son Noah from school so that they could spend the evening together. This was a common occurrence among friends. Blair, being the loyal friend that he was, agreed and immediately headed to the school to pick up Noah after they finished their conversation. But then something strange happened at school the next day. Noah's behavior was unusual, which worried his teachers. They discovered that the boy had missed 2 doses of his medication, which helped him manage his illness-related condition. Jennifer had always been a devoted mother, never neglecting her son's caregiving responsibilities and always keeping in touch with teachers if anything went wrong at school. The school staff attempted to locate his mother, and were informed by Noah that she had gone to the grocery store and had not returned. This raised even more concerns because the sensitive woman's behavior was out of character. She never left her son alone. Jennifer's friend Blair Watts tried unsuccessfully to contact her at the same time. Blair decided to go to the bus stop to pick up her son after not hearing back from Jennifer or contacting her. However, when the woman failed to appear and Blair's concern grew by the minute, he was forced to go to the police station and report his friend missing. As time passed, no new information about the missing woman's whereabouts emerged. Hopes for her return had been fading with each passing day since the investigation began. Jennifer appeared to have vanished without a trace and might never be found. However, 2 weeks after her disappearance was reported, on January 18th, 2 employees working in a warehouse near Roseford in the neighboring municipality of Limerick Township discovered something strange. They came out of the building to get some coffee and noticed a freshly dug hole in front of them. They were horrified to discover the body of a woman buried in a shallow grave when they went closer to inspect it. The workers immediately called the cops, who arrived at the graveyard. After examining the body, police identified Jennifer Brown as the young woman they had been looking for the past 2 weeks. The sheriff called her family to inform them that the body of the missing woman had been discovered partially buried near a warehouse in Roseford. Jennifer's death was clearly violent, according to an autopsy. Her death was caused by asphyxiation, and she suffered from 3 broken ribs. This indicated that Jennifer had most likely fought her assailant, who had beaten her to subdue her. The investigation's focus has shifted. The missing person case was reclassified as a murder investigation, and police interviewed everyone who knew the murdered woman, including her family and friends. These interviews, however, provided no new information about the case, and the police had no suspects. The investigation appeared to be coming to an end, and the police had no one to follow up on. However, when the detectives least expected it, they received a tip from an unexpected source. After the news of Jennifer's disappearance and murder broke, police asked anyone with information that could help them solve this mysterious case to come forward. Noah's teacher stood up. She recalled a case that, at first glance, appeared unimportant to her, but raised serious suspicions after Jennifer's death was discovered. Noah, according to the teacher, told her an important detail about Jennifer's disappearance on January 4th. Little Noah told her that when Blair Watts picked him up from the bus stop on January 3rd, he noticed his mother's personal cell phone among Blair's belongings. Noah recognized it right away because the lock screen displayed his own childhood photograph. That moment proved crucial in the investigation into the young woman's murder. Investigators had previously assumed that Jennifer's killer had taken her cell phone. Blair Watts was thrust into the spotlight as the prime suspect. The police began to investigate Jennifer and Blair's relationship, and mysterious details began to emerge, shocking even experienced investigators. Jennifer and Tony's friendship appeared to be strong and long-lasting. They spent a lot of time together, got to know each other well, and their families interacted. However, once the business side of their relationship was revealed, it was revealed that there was a dark history lurking beneath the mask of friendship. Blair Watts was the owner of the Bird's Kitchen restaurant, which unfortunately fell into disrepair and closed in early 2022. Blair then turned to his friend and asked for her assistance. Jennifer decided to invest in her friend's business in August 2022 in order to help him reopen Bird's Kitchen in a new location. They agreed to a contract in which Jennifer agreed to make regular financial contributions to the restaurant every 6 weeks or so. Jennifer handed over approximately $36,000 to Blair between August and January to rebuild the business, according to Blair. They also agreed that she would give him an additional $99,000. Blair was to find a new location for the restaurant, deposit some of the money as rent, and enter into a contract to reopen Birdie's Kitchen in January 2023, according to their agreement. However, it was discovered that the funds allocated for the investment were spent on Blair's personal needs. His failure to fulfill his financial obligations was brought to the attention of the property owners with whom he had entered into the agreement. As a result, They terminated their agreement with him on December 26, 2022. Blair found himself in an impossible situation. He not only lost his money, but also the chance to open his restaurant. The police began to suspect that he had decided to commit a heinous crime in order to save his business out of desperation. Investigators discovered 2 unauthorized transfers of $177,000 to Birdie's Kitchen on January 3rd, after closely scrutinizing Jennifer's iPad's financial transaction history. The funds were not included in Brown and Blair's formal agreement. Furthermore, the transfers failed several times and were only successful after the iPad's 2-factor authentication system was disabled, pointing to Jennifer's friend's involvement in her murder. The owners of the property who had terminated their lease with Blair were then interviewed by police. On January 4th, the day Blair reported Jennifer missing, he appeared in front of them, claiming to have the funds to enter into a lease agreement. Blair was identified as the murderer by investigators. They needed irrefutable evidence because they knew he would never admit his guilt. Their first step was to question Blair's wife, Tiara Taylor, about where Blair was on the day Jennifer vanished. Tiara told detectives that Blair paid a visit to the Brown family on January 3rd around 1 p.m. and didn't arrive home until 4:30 a.m. when he picked Noah up from the bus stop. Tiara also claimed that her husband returned home briefly before leaving around 5:00 p.m. and didn't come back until late that night. This time frame became crucial. Further investigation revealed that Blair had spent the night with his mistress, Tatiana Garrett, and did not return to her until around 8:00 p.m. This meant Blair had no alibi between 5:00 and 8:00 p.m. Detectives assembled an alleged chronology of the murder based on the available evidence. Blair went to Jennifer's house around 1:00 p.m. on January 3rd, while Noah was at school, according to their version, and allegedly murdered her. He then transferred funds from the murdered woman's iPad to his account and left around 4:00 p.m. to pick up Noah from the bus stop. He later returned to Jennifer's house, dropped off Noah, and returned to the crime scene to dispose of the body. He buried the body in a shallow grave in a field near Roseford. The killer then went to Tatiana's house, where he spent the rest of the night. Everything was meticulously planned, and it appears that the murderer might have gone unnoticed if it hadn't been for one fatal mistake. That blunder was allowing Noah access to his mother's cell phone. That was the decisive moment that led the cops straight to Blair. Law enforcement now had enough evidence to convict Blair, but they decided to conduct additional investigations to determine his guilt. It required the participation of film experts, as well as a specially trained dog capable of detecting cadaveric odors indoors. First, the dog was brought to Jennifer's house to learn the scent of the woman. The terrible crime had occurred in her own kitchen. The dog was then directed to Blair's car, where it immediately detected the same depressing odor. It was the final piece of evidence needed to convince detectives that Blair was involved in the murder. Blair was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, third-degree murder, and theft on February 8th, after months of investigation. He is currently incarcerated at the Montgomery County Correctional Facility without bail and awaits a preliminary hearing in which he will have to answer for his heinous actions in front of the law. Jennifer's friends and family were devastated when she was discovered dead. However, the pain and shock that the killer was someone they knew and trusted, someone who should have been a close friend to Jennifer and her son, continued to pierce their hearts. However, now that the murderer has been identified and apprehended, they can finally feel that justice has been served. During the interview, Tiffany Barron, a friend of Jennifer's who spoke on her behalf, expressed her feelings. "I still dream about Jennifer, and Noah keeps asking about my mom, and I don't know what to say." If Blair is found guilty at the end of the investigation and trial, he will be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Jennifer's 8-year-old son's keen observation helped solve the case. The boy noticed a mistake made by the murderer, which aided in the discovery of the truth and the punishment of the criminal. The Limmer Township tragedy serves as yet another reminder that even the most meticulously planned crimes will be solved sooner or later. Meanness and inhumanity will not go unpunished, and the perpetrators will be brought to justice before the law sooner or later. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.